I ain't looking for no wifey, but you're trying to entice me. No way I sleep easy, cause your body's the only thing gonna please me. Why don't you come over? Let me call you a cab to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and I'm up at 8, but I don't care, I'm not calling late. I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night. I know you don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now. Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. You're amazing, I didn't want no baby.
I ain't gonna be a wifey, but you're trying to entice me, no way. Don't think that I'm easy, but I know that you got what I need to please me. So if I come over, give you the chance to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and it's getting late, so make it quick cause I just can't wait.
I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night.
Oh boy, I don't do drama,
but I can't help it,
I want you right now.
Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby.
I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby.
I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby.
It could all just be so simple, baby. If you wanted to be mine, you don't gotta be shy. Relax your mind, relax your mind. Don't take your time, don't take your time. It's alright, it's alright. Stay a while, stay a while. 'Cause I can be everything you wanna make to be. I could be everything you need me to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let you. 'Cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. You got 5 senses, so I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let you. Cause I know you feel it in me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you feel it in me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. Cause I know you feel it in me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta run it all like we supposed to.
Hey, it's light work. Just looking at the wrist of the ice work. All this shit on me and it bust down. Shock him out the clutch and it bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team, I know. At the draw, I'm the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air, break the draw, gotta stay on auto. Mad it, all the wins at it. Need a new patty. It's a time cost. Then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick gang, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just got it shown. Got a whole game prepped up, got 'em like it's loaded. Oh, they got it backwards like it's Yoda. On track, got speed, it's a locomotive. Hey.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. I'm just staying in my lane and I'm supposed to. Be 100 ain't a thing, I ain't checking for no lames. Only gang with the dudes that I'm close to. I don't ride a wave, I just float through. Drawing up the plays like a coach do. Come against the team, better pray like the Pope do. Cause we'll turn your little beef into tofu. We tryna rise to the top. Real recognize you ain't squad, you the op. Drip on wall paint, feeling like the greats. Appetite jumping and you looking like a plate. Team on 3, no fail when we break. Lombardi is the only L's that we take. Tap the pylon, then we all celebrate. Then it's back to the huddle, time to cook another play.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I need a dub for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't notice, excel like POTUS, and I stay open. Hold up, let's get coders. Crept down the court, bought with the fade. Like, I don't even start for the win, I don't play. Got a coat for the rain, y'all boys brace for the storm. We tsunami informed, and it's best that you stay informed. We run plays without no script, hey, that's light work. We make bands just off our shot, but what's your net worth? I cut ties for all my team with all this drip, but no canteen. Now y'all boys can, but no sardines. We off this wave for all 19. I don't, yeah, got no words, don't say too much. Clock on 5 and a step like clutch. Team G6 in the league, stay up. Ayy, gotta hit that flex like a rep, we cut, we
hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. I gotta win it, yeah, I just sprint to the finish. I'm pop on spinach, I cook like I'm frying up chicken. And ain't no debate on the hood, man, they catch it, I ain't even fishing. Yeah, they tryna eat, I fillet up a beat and they yell out to come out and get it. Ooh, yeah, ooh, hot, fresh out the skillet. Yeah, busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. Busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. You busy looking on IG, it won't get you nothing but fake love and a whole lot of hate. Look at my life, get you motivated. Came from the bottom below the payment. Shout out to God, man, we finally made it. I know some people that probably hate it. Yeah, I ain't worried about your opinion, I'ma live my life. In the studio in Georgia, finna kill a mic. Quarterbacking money plays, you should take a hike. First down, first down, first down, first down. Running through you about a mile, stiff on you on the ground. Knocking heads off now, and I know you hear that sound. And it don't stop, and it don't stop. And you getting mobbed, sideline pop. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do is win, all we do is win, all we do is win, all we do is win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do is win, all we do is win, all we do is win, all we do is win.
I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Bands rack it up, first of the month. Ice on my neck like the ice in my cup. Paddock on my right, shots to the face. So rock with the Sprite, he might get a taste. Feel like I'm Diddy, I'ma stand on the table. Champagne sip, take a flick, get my angle. Levitate, I don't hesitate. Cop shut us down, but we turn up anyway. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Patty cake, it's a 1, 2, 3. All that body on her fake, she can't twerk like me. You know I don't get tired, I can run on E. And if you ain't talking money, then the talk is cheap. Independent with my money, why they mad? Acting funny, if you tryna take it from me, better tell him go and run it. Need to go and take your tummy. And your man, I know he want me, taste like honey. Head so good, he a dummy. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand.
música.
If you wanna dance, now's the time.
Wir können auch jetzt mal so Tönen oder sowas machen. Wir können auch jetzt mal so Tönen oder sowas
If you
machen.
wanna dance, now's the time.
Welcome, one and all, to the LPL, the final day of the regular split, week 9, day 7. It's been an ordeal, but we have finally arrived at our destination, and we still have a couple of questions coming off of this train to figure out. I am Penguin, he is the illustrious Lyric, and we are going to bring you today's games. And Lyric, we did it! We're here! We're at the final stop!
I know, it's so weird to think about, like, just so many things are crazy, right? LPL regular split being over after today, the fact that even though the schedule is made way beforehand, that both of these last games matter so much. I don't know how this happened, but it is awesome.
It is. Before we get to today's games, let's have a look at what happened yesterday, because we had a pretty long day, shall we say. Both series going the full distance. IG rounding out their series with a win, and RNG still can't take down those pesky kids over at BLG.
Nope, BLG being the true counter to RNG. Was a close series. That game 3 especially could have gone either way, with both teams finding opportunities to come back and not. Also nice to hit on IG for a second for them to end their split on a high after such a tumultuous time all split long. But definitely a lot of close games yesterday that did have impacts on the standings, with especially that BLG RNG game coming through. And the big thing to me, Penguin, is that the games today decide 1st through 9th. Nothing really set in stone other than the fact that OMG will be 10th.
It literally is OMG 10th place. Right, got it. And we're coming in with 2 games left. Everything could change. RNG can get at the top 4. They could drop down as far as 5th or 6th. They can get top esports up to 4th. We can get WE up to 4th, down to 7th. There's so many dribs and drabs that could possibly end up happening. Even Suning, who aren't even playing today, could end up above top esports into 8th if they are able to get the result they need. But speaking of our final games of the week, of the season, we are looking at WE versus top esports, a playoff bout to be sure. And then later on, the fight for first, FPX versus EDG. Oh, it's so tantalizing, I can almost taste it.
That one is just crazy to me. Such a clash of styles coming through. Both teams dominant all split long. I think both rosters have stars across the board. And I mean, today is just going to be an exciting day.
It really, really is. And we got no time to talk about. We'll, of course, get to FPX and EDG later on. We got to talk about our first series of the day, WE versus Top Esports. And let's have a look at how things kind of change, because this is a series where literally every single game matters, especially for WE.
It's just crazy, right? Whether it's a 2-0 win, a 2-1 win, and then a loss either way, WE can finish as high as 3rd, but end as low as 7th. On the opposite side for Top Esports, it's pretty straightforward. If you win, you're 5th. If you lose, you're 9th. Either way, Top Esports going to be on that top half of the bracket, so going to have to go through some potential scary teams regardless. But for TES, getting past 1 best of 5, I think sounds pretty good.
Yeah, really, really does. And I think this is a great, set up for those playoffs. These are 2 teams that are in the playoffs. Full stop, end of sentence. This is a team you potentially could have a best of 5 with later on. And we talk about it so much, but really does give such a momentum boost, if you will, or monumental kind of mental change if you know you can beat them. Even if it's only 1 game, you just need to know there is that. If you get 2-0'd, it's kind of a little bit higher of a mountain to climb as such. And looking at these 2 sides, I gotta say, WE were on a bit of a run there right up until against RNG, which, yes, they lost, but it was a close series.
Yeah, I think WE definitely earning a lot of respect even in their loss to RNG. I think had a lot of good plays showing through. Shanks, a good time on this rise. We saw the top side stepping up once again. The quirkiness coming out from the picks in the bottom lane. And WE proving they're a contender. They're still a pretty aggressive team who are willing to challenge you every step of the way. They have mechanical talents across the board. And when it's all based around this top half of the map, but you still do have an AD carry who could pop off, it feels like this team just has so many threats you have to worry about.
Yeah, and you mentioned Shanks as well. Really stepping up, of course, was a little bit of a X factor of how good / not so good he would be coming into the split, really coming into his own. He has got a pretty big test on him today. Knight, literally the solo kill leader of all time in a regular split right now. 32 solo kills for him, and it's going to be a difficult one in that mid lane for Shanks, and I'm curious to see how that one works out for him, and of course for Team WE, because Shanks has been more of a facilitator rather than a super carry as such in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think that will be the point of the map where WE can potentially get exploited. In all other roles, I think it is a pretty decent matchup, but we're going to be looking at Shanks today, or potentially how Beishang or Missing can influence that mid lane matchup to make sure that Knight isn't able to take over.
Now we're looking at Top Esports, and of course their last series against OMG. They seem to have found a little bit of that mojo back, as Munchables do say. That gusto, if you will, that brings them back up. And looking at them versus OMG, it was just pure power coming out from them. They just out-mechanicked, outran, and just completely smashed OMG in the draft as well.
The thing that I'm happy with about Top Esports, and that fans should be excited about, is when they were using the other variation of the roster with Xingtian and Yu Yanja coming in, their tempo, their pace was a lot slower. They went way down in champion kills per minute. They went way down in terms of aggression pre-15 minutes. But with 369 and Joel back on the roster, that has gone back to what it was in spring. It's gone back to what it was last year, where you can expect really bloody games. You can expect Top Esports to push the pace of the game, especially through topside with 369, and let the individual skill expression shine, because that will always be where Top Esports can beat anyone. Sure, on the opposite end, they can lose to teams that they potentially shouldn't do because of the fights they're taking, but I think that skill ceiling is just something that is so incredible and something so scary to go against.
And I think that's the big thing you hit on there, is skill expression. You look at the big pick in this series, which was for Karsa on that Viego. You're looking at Camille's, Jace's. Hell, even someone like Trundle has a little bit more skill expression, or at least sets up for the teammates to have skill expression with that ice, Pillar of Ice, and of course the Subjugate. So I'm curious to see how they are able to kind of come into this series, because for the side of Top Esports, they have been heavily relying on Knight this year, and for good reason. Knight has been, quite honestly, top 2 mid laner alongside Doomby, who's both these guys have been in the forms of their lives.
That's the thing, right, is when you look at those two players, I mean, I think they're the clear standout players of the split. Knight especially has just been on an absolute tear. Everyone's been following his solo kills this split just because there has been so many of them. Sitting at 32 now, as we can pull up that screen of Knight, just completely taking over games. He's been playing a ton of different champions that do have that skill expression that we talked about, very mechanically intensive, willing to go for things that are more of the team fighters and skirmishers like the Sauce and the Viego, willing to pick up the lane dominant picks like the Lucian, and you see working out for him. Second in terms of CSD 15, third highest DPM, the 32 solo kills there. This man, an absolute tear, probably a career split we're seeing.
It really is a career split for him. And honestly, I feel like if I was to give an example of a team or a player that embodies the essence of LPL, the explosiveness, it's Top Esports. It is the team that are in your face all the time, looking for those outplays. We talked about it a while ago, and how, in LCK, or a lot of Korean players, a lot of Korean teams, they play as if their opponent's always playing at 100%. Whereas I feel like Top Esports in particular, they play because they want to force a mistake. They want to create an error out of the opponent so they can find that opportunity and blow open the game.
Yeah, they to me represent kind of what LPL has become, and willing to take a lot of those risks, taking a lot of those gambles, having just a very individualistic style, having, I'd say, something that expresses that, hey, League can be different, not everything has to be the same way. But on the opposite side for WE, I think WE have also really come into their own, have their own style, have their own set identity in terms of how they want to play, and it's all around the top side, right? We've talked about that two-man core so many times, of Breathe and Beishang being the way that WE win games, and Breathe has just been a star ever since coming into this roster, already showing glimpses of it last year. He is really trying to make these highlight and critical plays. When you're bringing out champions like Akali consistently in the top lane, you're a player who has that clutch factor. Always involved in the team fight, second highest kill participation for top laners, a respectable number of solo kills as well, and he also does always come out of lane with the lead sitting at, on average, +7 CS in 15 minutes.
Yeah, it really has been Breathe. In the not so, I suppose, standard games for WE, they've had a couple of games where Missing maybe has been sadly missing on his own part and really hasn't been right there. But this is a WE squad that is building, that has gone from, a very middling team really about a year or two ago, and has just been adding piece after piece after piece to try and just build up this roster. And for WE, this is it. This is a massive test for you and your squad for the year to say, look, are you here to win it? Are you here to just participate? Because I think if they can take a win off of Top Esports today, they are in a serious shout as being a dark horse in this playoff series.
Oh, I agree. I mean, W is a team who, I'll be honest, I really didn't have any faith in WE. Even when they started going on that win streak, a lot of their wins were not the most inspiring, but after seeing their last few series, it seems like WE are like truly a competitor, can get one of those world slots. Who knows if some kind of like dark horse, like actual can take the championship run can come. Definitely seems like it isn't impossible for a team like WE right now. And a lot of it does go to those players like missing, in my opinion, to where it's like, okay, as a WE fan right now, you know that Breathe and Beishang are going to pop off. You know that Elk, for the most part, is at a pretty good split so far. So you're looking at Shanks, if he can keep being, I'd say, a pretty solid foundation for the team. And if Missing can have good games. Because in recent series, Missing has been, hitting crucial deficits, is finding amazing engages, and it's been setting up for WE to be dominant. When he falters off, it gives WE a weak point that teams can attack.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing as well that you hit on there, is that Missing has been a bit of a weak link, if we're being totally honest. I think it is something that WE need to be very aware of, and I think Top Esports will be ultra aware of. Now, I will say, down at that bot side, Jackie Love has not been having the greatest of times and splits. He has had a bit of an off time, but we know that someone like Jackie Love can just turn it on. He can just have pop-off moments where you can't ever count him out.
Yeah, it's kind of different, right? Because when you're looking at WE, you said, okay, these are the two members you need to look for to not, have bad performances. For Top Esports, it's pretty much the whole roster. On any given day, any of these guys can just kind of run it down in their laning phase. But on the opposite end, any of these guys are capable of just single-handedly taking over a series by themselves and bringing it across the finish line. So TES are going to be an interesting one, and they do continue their trend of coming out onto stage, laughing, having fun, and telling jokes. It's always a great thing about Top Esports is they're always incredibly jovial.
Yep, good high morale, as we are going to be a split map, shall you say, as WE are going to be playing in their stadium in Xi'an, whereas Top Esports will be playing in the stadium of Shanghai. So, of course, interesting to see how these two teams will. This is where I actually do think this favors WE a little bit. You don't have to change anything. You don't have to travel. You're setting yourself up in a nice little comfortable setup as such. And for WE, they have a job to do today. Like we said, they are the ones who have so much discrepancy depending on how many games they win or lose today. If they go 2-1, 2-0, 1-2, 0-2, it all has implications. If they go 0-2, they could find themselves in 7th.
Yeah, you can definitely look to get further on the line. You get third, right? You're dodging so many best of fives, making your way, getting past 2 of them. So I think for WE, it would be quite nice. And I do think WE come into this matchup as slight favorites, just in terms of how consistent they've been in their recent run of form. Though on the opposite end of the spectrum, that also doesn't mean that Top Esports can't just come out and absolutely stomp them in 2-0 fashion. But for WE, you know what to expect. If they can shut down 369 especially, I feel like that puts Top Esports in a really weird place. And we know Breathe and Beishang have the power to win and get ahead in that top side 2v2. The big question mark for me is if some of Karsa's quirkier pathing can change that up, because Karsa has been one of the biggest proponents of going for these like 3 camp into level 3 ganks, which still do catch a lot of people off guard for how infrequently you see them with the pool of junglers we have now and the fact of just how far behind you can fall and how an enemy really can take advantage of you. But little tricks like that, maybe you catch W off guard, you find advantages somewhere, and then you set up one of your laners to be in a place where they're just able to completely take over in that 1v1 or 2v2 lane.
Yeah, and I think it's a big test here for the side of Top Esports, specifically that top side, like you said, and kind of, fighting those odd number skirmishes. 369 has looked okay. I don't think he's looked bad at all, but I do think he has been relying heavily on that Jace pick. Very early rotation, we're seeing Top Esports take that multiple times. I have a feeling that WE are, specifically Breed, who we highlighted, are going to be a team to either have an answer for it or straight up don't have a care about banning it away, because this is something that they know is going to be very heavily prioritized for Top Esports. And I think that this is going to be an interesting test for 369.
I can already tell you, if they take the Jace and they don't ban away the Irelia, I think Breed just takes the Irelia. He's already done it this split.
Yep.
It's something he's really comfortable on. It has been one of his go-to picks, always bringing out in solo queue over the years, even when it isn't in the best place in the meta. So there are always opportunities like that. And for WE, I think there are a lot more, I would say, balance in terms of where Beishang is able to go on the map, because even though I think top is their bread and butter, right? You know Beishang's going to play around them heavily. Beishang still does visit bot quite a bit. They will look for invades in the enemy jungle on both sides. There's options there. Where for Top Esports, you pretty much have to go top. And I think a lot of people view that as an issue, as maybe that was one of the reasons why 369 wasn't playing, because you do need to babysit him in his lane. But I actually don't really see that as much of a weakness if you're not versatile in your playstyle. You don't need to be versatile if you are good enough at what you do to where you're able to win games. And we've seen that TS have been able to do that. I do agree with what you're saying about 369 in terms of his form. I don't think it's anything spectacular, but it's not bad right now. He's still coming out. He's still having performances you would expect. And the fact that you do have that secondary carry next to Knight, I think takes a lot of pressure off Knight's shoulders when Jackie Love has been having such an underwhelming split. But there we go, Penguin into picks and bans, and we're already seeing a lot of the key picks being taken off the board. The Silas, the Gwen, the Lee Sin. We're going to be looking for the Xin Zhao to be taken away. TES, not sure if they'll go for it for the fact that they are on blue side. It is one of their permabans when they are on red on this patch, but can always opt into taking that themselves. The Viego also being open has been something that TS have liked to gravitate towards, as we saw in their last series.
Ooh, I love
Penguin.
this. Just as you said, the top esports going to ban away the Aurelia, so they are going to go back towards that Jace pick, you would imagine. And now for WE, you've got a choice. Do you ban the Viego? Do you ban the Xin Zhao? Do you ban neither and get one of the two? There's a couple of options here available for WE. I do like the Silas ban as well coming out for top esports. Very much saying, Shanks, look, we know you kind of have one or two champions in your pool. You're not the most, you know, you're the shallow end of the pool. You're not exactly a deep diving pool at this point of the time, but for top esports now, they have a choice. Do they prioritize the Viego or the Xin Zhao? Because Beishang has been exceptional on that. I don't expect them to pick up the Renekton. Nope, they're going to lock in the Viego and give over the Xin Zhao to Team WE.
Yeah, I would expect this to be locked in, right? I think this has just been such a versatile flex pick for them ever since Karsa has been willing to pick that one up as well. I was going to say the Aurelia ban is kind of weird because I wonder now if WE do just first rotation Jace, of what TS's answer would be. I don't expect WE to do that. We haven't really seen teams outside of RNG being willing to do that on red side. Instead, WE going to be pulling out the Ziggs. This one surprises me quite a bit because Ziggs has actually been one of WE's most consistent bans on this patch because Elk hasn't played it. Elk has not played one game of Ziggs yet. It was looking like he wasn't comfortable on it, but they are going to bring it out. They're also going to bring out the Renekton in the top side. So you already have this steady scaling element in bot that is incredibly annoying to play against as the game goes later, while you do have this more lane-oriented, pressure-oriented style in top for Breathe to find advantages with.
And not only that, but taking the Ziggs now puts so much pressure on that bot side and the next rotation of picks. If you want to pick the Aphelios, which we generally see into it, you're kind of pigeonholed into say we have to take Aphelios and Thresh here, meaning we lose out on those solo lane bans and picks, but they're not going to go with the Thresh, they're going to go with the Aphelios instead, and they're hovering up the Jace. They kind of had to go for this one here, which means we're not going to have Thresh, I would imagine, coming out in that bot side. WE should be able to take their support here and get those bans into, or even take this in Sao and then get those bans into support.
I was just going to highlight, actually we have not seen Breathe play Renekton yet this split, but you know who has played Renekton? Shanks has played Renekton. So gonna go with the switcheroo, put the Renekton in the mid lane, have the Wukong up against Jace in the top side. You know, especially at the level 6 mark, it is a matchup that comes online favorably for Wukong. You can pretty much use your ultimate and burn Jace's flash guaranteed when the wave is pushing against him. And you have AP down in bot side, so you don't need to worry too much. And this even opens up for things potentially like Diana's to be able to come out in the jungle role. So WE coming out with a much more creative draft. Top Esports, on the other hand, I think have kept it pretty stock and standard. Have a lot of range to play with in the Aphelios and the Jace, which typically could be good against things like the Renekton, which are short range and don't have like a guaranteed way to gap close. But you're up against the Wukong. Wukong will always be able to find his way on the back line. You also have another long range champion on the opposite side, so maybe some cool ult combos coming out from the Wukong and the Ziggs. And now for WE, I would say you could probably even just pick your jungle here, save your support for last pick, and look for the counter pick. My question is where they want to go, right? Because they already have double frontliner. Do they just want to go with more damage with the Diana that we talked about, but actually Top Esports take it off the board?
Yep, Top Esports got to ban that one away. They honestly could still go with the Zinzao. Yes, it's very frontline AD heavy, but you still have that Ziggs. You still have an AP carry as such to throw in there. It looks like WE are listening to our cast right now as they are going to be hovering over that particular pick. And yeah, honestly, I actually have no problem with this whatsoever. Just full dive, full committal, get onto that backside with the Wukong, the Renekton, and the Zinzao, and just try and be an artillery bot laner with the Ziggs.
And I'm interested to see what they go for here. I would like something that has either some disengage or zone control elements. So I was going to say the Braum would be my highest priority. I think something like an Alistar potentially can work as well if you feel like you do need some sort of engage on your lineup for, you know, when you're looking for a turn. But no, instead just going to go with the Braum. Braum incredibly good against melee bruiser champions in my opinion because it's so easy to just tag them with your passive. You get a lot of mileage out of your ult when you know the whole enemy composition is going to be running into you, and it sets up for the Aphelios perfectly. Now for TES, I feel like we're going to be looking at mid lane because Karsa has been bringing out the Viego. They do need AP in their composition, and they are going to be bringing out the LeBlanc against the Renekton, so is a range versus melee matchup. I don't think you should have too much kill pressure on Renekton. Does have a lot of sustain in lane and can actually get some threat onto you if you do distort in and miss your chain. So going to be an interesting matchup to see with Knight versus Shanks in the mid lane.
Yeah, I do love this Rakan pick right now. Braum, great at disengaging, but in terms of the 2v2 on bot side, Rakan is a soft counter to the Braum in my books because it's so difficult to actually lock him down where he can just dash in, dash out, keep himself at arm's length. Yes, you land a Winter's Bite, but to get those concussive blows going on the earlier stages of the game, he's just so slippery. So I actually really do love this from the side of WE. They also recognize that with the Ziggs in bot lane, this is going to free up Missing to roam around, maybe get that death ball going with Beishong and affect all of those other lanes. With the comps locked and loaded, it does look pretty bog standard from Top Esports from what we've seen for the last few series, but WE coming out with a little bit of variety here, Lyric.
It's really interesting to me because WE's comp, you have 4 members that want to be jumping in, but Zig's going to be left alone on the back end. So I feel like Knight has a lot of areas where he can impact this game. If he can find that flank onto Elk, there should be no protection for him, but we should be seeing a lot of fighting coming out from Team WE. For Top Esports on the opposite side, you want to be kiting this out. You want the front to back. You need Joel to be having an insane game on this Braum, and you need Jackie Love to be kept safe. So we're going to see 2 stylistically very different compositions, and I feel like the longer this game goes, the longer team fights go. TS have way more consistent DPS in a team fight, but for WE, they do have a ton of burst, and if any of those ultimates can get on the back line, I feel like you can easily chain them all together, get the Ziggs bomb in there at the end, and potentially a lot of Top Esports members are just gone.
This is a massive, monumental game here now for WE. Like we said, every game matters. If they 2-1, 2-0, 0-2, doesn't matter. It changes their position. They'll want to put their best foot forward, get a win on the first game, and that should guarantee them top 6. It is a big moment for them now coming into this series. And Top Esports, like we said, also looking for that big win as well. They can go from 9th to 5th, depending on if they win or lose this series. This has such massive implications on our playoff standings as we are going to jump onto the Rift for Game 1 of Top Esports versus Team WE. And now, Lyric, we come back into the game. Everyone's just fanning out, nothing too crazy. Where do you expect to see the early game action? Do we expect to see a lot of trading of just objectives either side, you know, playing towards weak side, or playing towards your strong side, leaving your weak side to just fend for itself? Or do you expect these teams to push forward and look for a bit more in these early stages?
I think WE will definitely push forward and look. I think you should be playing around your top half of the map. You have Ziggs in the bot lane. He's going to be fine just farming. You made a good point in draft that you're going to get to a point as missing where you can just leave that lane and leave Elk to farm. Not a lot of kill threat coming out on the opposite side. So we do get to see a replay of what happened in the bottom court. And does anything actually happen? Or are they just being bros?
They're being bros. They're having a bit of a dance, you know? Yeah, nothing wrong. It's the end of the season, end of the regular season. As long as you play the game properly, first 10 seconds, you have a bit of a dance, you know?
You know, I can respect it. You know, good sportsmanship coming out from 369 and Breathe. But going back to what we were hitting on, right? I feel like for WE, You have the Renekton in the mid lane, sure. Knight can try and pressure him out by playing on the edge of his range, tethering, trying to get a nice like distortion off to the side, potentially hitting that ethereal chains and just proccing your electrocute over and over again. But if Shanks can find the all-in, he will be able to win out in the trade, and Beishan can try to chain that into some sort of 2v2. Karsa not going to be able to have a massive impact in terms of the mid lane matchup, in my opinion, very early on. Xin Zhao definitely heavily winning out in that duel. So for Karsa, I think you're more just looking to cover your soul lanes. You don't want to do too much. If Knight can get prio in that mid lane, you can try and move into topside or into the enemy jungle and try and make picks with numbers advantage. But in my opinion, you're fine playing more defensively as Jackie Love. Okay, that was a bit dicey.
A little bit dicey. Of course, no Summoner's Burn just yet. We do see Karsa now running into Beishang's jungle, but they're going to be a 2v2 now. Beishang doesn't quite want this fight just yet. He's now going to turn onto him with the Wind Becomes Lightning and maybe get another trade back. I feel like if he just had his rotation of spells at the start of that fight, that could have been real dicey for Karsa.
100%, and we see there, right? Karsa, I think, had the confidence to look for that play because both of his soul lanes are pushing in, thinking they could potentially follow up, but backing off after that trade back from Beishan comes, looks like 369 and Knight wanting to get their wave states in order. It is going to make sure that Karsa is able to get that topside scuttle. Guess he would have gotten it regardless, but we're seeing a potential dive come out.
This is a bit of an aggressive mood here from Top Esports. They're trying to just deny Breeze with Beishang and Shanks covering their top lane, or WE reading the situation, reacting accordingly, and they just try to teleport for teleport, so no one really getting a huge advantage out of either side.
No, and I was going to say, I was looking at the minimap, I'm surprised Karsa is going for this.
Speaking of going for it, they're going to go in the bot side. Jackie Love gets himself first blood. The bouncing bomb does not hit, and that means they're going to be able to pick up a second 2v2 double kill on the bot side. Jackie Love online already.
Jackie Love goes from being your worst enemy to your best friend at the drop of a hat. Nice to see Top Esports bot lane step it up, find these 2v2 kills. Not going to be able to get this wave pushed in with the fact that Elk has teleport, but really massive advantage. And we're going to go to the replay and see what happened here. Jackie Love just playing so far forward. I love it. Having confidence in the trade to come out. Has the Gravitum to lock him down. Joa able to go in and mark missing with this passive. And Jackie Love with the critical flash feels like it's what was able to secure this 2v2 victory for the side of TES.
Yeah, I think that was just missing with a very disrespectful play. Not respecting the guns that Jackie Love had. Just taking an absolute boatload of damage from the Severum auto attacks just constantly going in off him and not really gaining anything for it. You don't have a problem with trading as long as you're gaining something off the back of it, but he just ended up in a bad situation, and Top Esports fully capitalize on that, get themselves 2 kills, and this is a great start now for this Aphelios. If you get the earlier you can get that first item and a half for this Aphelios, the better it is for them overall as a team.
I do want to highlight that WE did a nice job of using the window they had when Top Esports bot lane went for the back, because you look at the minimap into Top Esports bottom side jungle, and it is completely littered with wards. So WE have a ton of information on what Karsa will be doing right now. If he decides to try to wrap around through Tri-Brush and look for some kind of potential skirmish, they know. If he starts making his way up towards top side, it potentially sets up for a window for Beishang to look for something, but Beishang, with the fact that right now on his wolves and his Krug camps are still up, looks like he is going to go back to that original plan we talked about of just playing towards the top half of your map with the pressure that your soul laners are able to generate. We're still really looking for that point where Breathe hits the level 6 mark and you have the all-in ability from the Wukong to be able to force out that flash as Jace and as Wukong on Jace and potentially set up the damage coming out from Beishang.
Yeah, we do talk about Wukong being a nice counter in the Jace. It's not so much in the laning phase as it is when the level 6 does hit. You can see the all-in here from 369 is still pretty damn safe, still pretty damn good to be able to go in and trade. Of course, with the Sheen being available to Breathe, you should be able to trade back rather nicely, but needs to be very, very careful with this wave pushing up both junglers to the top side. We're going to see it engage now into the bot lane as Zhou puts up the Unbreakable to stop Elk and Missing from getting too much purchase from that engage.
Oh, looks like we might have a 2v2 up at top side, though.
They're going to go for it. Viego is there, though. Karsa goes in. The Cyclone is good as they're trying to get 369's flash. They will get it. Double knock-up as Karsa forced the flash away, but it is not far enough. Flash forward, going to get the ultimate down, and another double kill. 2 kills up to Breathe for WE. Nicely done there by the side of WE.
And we're going to see more action in the bot lane, Penguin.
We're going in, but Jackie Love's been caught. The stand behind me has only been just used now. The Unbreakable, not quite there. There's the auto attack. The Ignite's going to be good enough and missing. Forcing Flash and Flash. Supportal combat to the max as Top Esports answer again in the bot side.
And that Guardian just came up so clutch at the end for Jackie Love. I think Elk was on cooldown regardless, so probably wouldn't have gone down. But TS bot lane really being the thing to hold down this early game for them. As going... Actually, I'm going to wait. Okay, weird time for a replay when Karsa potentially is running into his death. I'm really surprised TS went for this, with the fact that Breathe is 6. Sure, 369 is as well, but I feel like Jace's level 6 is so, like, much less important in 2v2s than Wukong's to set up for all this damage to come out. And looks like Shanks just ignored one wave state in mid, just moved up the top, says, I don't care about losing on that wave, I don't care about the gold. If we can get ahead on this top side of the map, we will be positioned nicely. And to go back to something about the top lane matchup earlier, remember, it's not just about the level 6. I feel like that is where it really does turn heavily in Wukong's favor. But even with your Stone Skin passive, all the armor you get, it really makes laning against the Jace very manageable as long as you're able to look for those really quick burst trades.
And with 2 kills, that's going to be the steel-plated toe caps onto Breathe on that top side. We are going to see another engage in the bot lane as Missing, just trying to see if he can catch out Jackie Love a little bit too far forward. It is difficult to do when he has got the 2 pretty much perfect guns for those close range skirmishes as the Rift Herald is going to be started. I don't really see a world where WE can fight this one off as they do not have priority in bot, mid, or top. So now Top Esports just going to try and push up towards this dragon, make sure they're not trading it, make sure they're just gaining an objective based off of the priority they have garnered for themselves.
And even just, you know, highlighting towards Rift Herald just in case WE did opt into a contest. Nice ward here from Breathe to know that Karsa's making his way up. Not going to overstay. This is going to open up some plates on top lane, but Penguin, it doesn't end!
It does not end in this bot side. We're going to see the Moonlight Vigil going down on top of Missing as he's trying to keep himself alive, but he goes down once more. Elk now, one more auto attack, and he's got the concussive blows down. Another double kill in the bot side. I talked about that this might be a weakness, but Top Esports 100% proving me wrong.
Man, and how bad does that have to feel for Beishang? When enemy jungle is showing on top wave, you're on bot side river, and your bottom lane is still giving up 2v2 kills before you're able to make your way down to the lane. The fact that Jackie Love is so massive right now is so scary for the side of WE. WE will always have, you know, some amount of bursts where if they can get enough members onto him, they will be able to take him down. But the fact that he's already on the Immortal Shield, though, already has Sustain, already has the shield, it is not going to be easy. And like we said, the longer the game goes, Top Esports just have more DPS. And we see Jackie Love getting chunked out pretty low early on. The nice heal to come out from him, exhaust from Joie, I think very critical as well to get the slow and the damage reduction onto Elk, as Missing just continuously getting popped. And it feels like this is also can be a bit of item diff coming out from the earlier 2v2s that we'd seen, right? Jackie Love was already sitting on components before Elk was on that previous back, so able to come out ahead.
Well, we'll look to see if someone can come out ahead in this mid lane. Shag's going to dodge out both of the chains, but just going back on that bot lane skirmish as well. Like, Missing is still not level 6, so like, you're going up against 2 ultimates versus 1 ultimate. You don't have that extra bit of damage. You don't have that extra little bit of CC to keep yourself relevant in this fight. It just feels like Missing is flogging a dead horse at this stage. 1-6 in that bot side. All 6 of the kills for Top Esports so far have come from that bot lane, and like we mentioned, this is just huge for Jackie Love. Already on that Immortal Shield bow. We're not even 11 minutes into the game. This is just so difficult now to deal with. As WE, they wanted to be able to maybe abuse the fact that Aphelios isn't going to be as strong in the first, 15 minutes, 20 minutes of the game. But now he's already there. He's accelerated about 5-6 minutes ahead of everybody else.
And I want to see Top Esports start using all this pressure to play more around mid lane. I don't want to see 369 just endlessly sit in top lane. You know you have push in bot, you know you have push in top. I feel like this is where Knights...
Oh, he's fine for the moment. He's going to pop down the chain onto Missing as Missing's still waiting to hit level 6. He's almost there. Got about 2 or 3 minions left as Zhou is now roaming up towards this top side, seeing if he can catch somebody out, but the supportal combat does not go in your favor, Rakan, as you are 2 levels behind the big old man with the door. This is becoming difficult now for WE. I feel like Top Esports are the one dictating the pace. I feel like Top Esports are the one pushing the pressure down onto them.
Yeah, and as top esports right now, they have two options, and you can see one of them what they're doing now, right? It's typically you can either roam your top down to mid and then open up a window for your mid to go down bot and look to punish them that way, or they can just roam both side lanes towards mid and look to get more damage on that turret as Karsa going on to Beishong.
Well, Beishong going back onto Karsa as they're trying to look for this one. There's a Crescent Guard. Now we have the quickness finally coming out. There's going to be the ultimate used by both the jungler and the support of Top Esports, but they are not able to make anything work. That was a bit greedy there from Top Esports.
And I would have loved to see Top Esports make a play like this on the window when 369 is down on that side of the map, right? Because then you can try to force out a TP. Then you have a slight period of time where you do have numbers advantage and potentially have the damage where you can pick off a member from WE. But instead they go in as a 4v4. Karsa ends up way overextended and able to get taken down by the damage coming out from Shanks and Beishong. All ultimates were utilized in terms of the three-man core who was there. Elk not having to use his bomb, but still, W investing a lot to get that one pick.
Just putting a little bit of respect back into Top Esports' mind, saying, look, we know that you're strong. We know you're feeling good right now. You got yourself about a 2,000 gold lead, but we're still here. You got to respect our damage and our outputs as we now see Jackie Love pushing into this bot side, found himself hidden in a brush, and Elk, he senses something. He knows he doesn't have flash. He needs to be very, very careful with how he goes for this, but the Gravitum is there, and that's going to mean so much easy damage going down onto Elk. He's just not really in a position to fight this, and Top Esports know that he is a vulnerable little man, and Elk will fall. Jackie Love finishes what he started, and this is just pure pressure for those early kills.
I really love how they're using this lane prio, and you know, props to Jackie Love there. Sat on, I think, about like one bullet left in the Gravitum, used that, pop the stun, and then was able to switch to the Severum, have a bit more damage down. Sure, Elk able to get away at first with his W, but in the end, Knight able to use his prio roam down to secure that kill. And yeah, Elk losing so much down on this bottom side, Jackie Love potentially going to get another plate, and you're just getting so much gold. Luckily for Elk, does have the TP, but still going to miss out on a couple minions in terms of gold and EXP. So for TS, they are still just trucking forward. Looks like both Herald and Dragon going to be up relatively soon. We know Dragon up in about 13 seconds. Herald looks like it should be up shortly after as well. So as WE, you might have a timer where you're able to trade objectives. If Top Esports do go for this bottom side, you want to see Shanks and Beishong going up into topside river right now and putting some vision down on the opposite side of the map. But with Pinks coming out to bot side, looks like WE might want to contest this.
WE looking like they want to go for this. They have a teleport available for Breathe. So you can see Zhou just rooming it around, trying to see if he can get away some of this vision. No flank wards potentially for WE as they are looking towards this Dragon. It would be great for WE if they could be able to take away this objective. They know they would then have a win condition, if you will. They're going to pop up the Dragon and start it off straight away. You got to be careful. I will say, though, Double Gore Drinker makes this a very good fight for the jungle and mid of WE as Missing goes forward, gets Concussive blows down. There's the TP coming in off the back of this. The quickness going to be used. The flash going to be burned straight away by Jackie Love. He's going to use the Moonlight Vigil to try and maybe turn back some of this damage. But the Cyclone right on top of him. And yes, you've Immortal Shield Bow, but when you have backlight access like this, you will fall. They get 2 kills, but while that was all happening, Karsa snuck away the Dragon.
So that goes to the combo that we hit on earlier. If you invest enough into getting onto Jackie Love, you do have enough burst between the rest of your members to take the fight. I want to see how that will go later on in the game as Knight just going to get a bit of poke down. I don't think he is able to take down Beishong. But Penguin, I want to see how that goes when the game goes later. Oh my god, Top Esports are getting so much on the map, and it's crazy. You have Jace, you have the Viego, you do have more sustained damage that is able to come out. So when a lot of the ultimates and cooldowns are down from the side of WE, even if we take out Jackie Love, I wonder if Top Esports will be able to turn it around later on. As we see here, they want to contest Drake. You see where the other members of TES are, but WE do have a ton of CC coming out. They lock down Missing and lock down Juan, force out Jackie Love's flash. Breathe commits the ultimate, the bomb is able to follow. And then Jackie Love really having no chance of responding. So nice job of WE to commit all to one side, but they did lose a tower, a dragon, and a Rift Herald for those picks and that bottom lane pressure.
Yeah, they gained 2 kills. A big shutdown, not to be taking away from it, but it is, like you said, a big shift of objectives going in favor of Top Esports. They now have the Rift Herald, like you mentioned. They, of course, got themselves their first Drake, as we can see now, 369. Trying to see if he can get away from this one here. Going to have to be a little bit wary that Karsa was on that blue buff, waiting for everyone to kind of walk into it as Top Esports find themselves on the top half of the map. Shanks now on bot lane split push duty as he has got his teleport up in about a few seconds. This is going to be Top Esports now trying to accelerate the game, trying to put themselves back into the ascendancy, as you don't want to be losing too many more fights. I feel like if you get 1 or 2 more fights back into WE's favor, you're going to be feeling pretty good, as Breathe going to have to use a Cyclone just to stop everyone from jumping in on top of him, and the flash just because the chain had landed.
Really nice coming out from Knight to be able to get those. I think that's going to hurt WE massively in terms of team fights, because that is their, I'd say, most guaranteed engage. Sure, they do have Missing as well, but Missing much squishier than Breathe is on this Wukong. TS now going to have windows to get pressure. I want to see 369 push out on top and start making his way down towards mid. And then TS can potentially look for a skirmish here, try and set up for, you know, a siege on this mid lane turret.
Ethereal, the chain length is just ridiculous. I don't care what anyone says. You should not be able to put it down and then dash away and have it still land. It doesn't seem fair at all, as we can now see the recall from Missing not going to be interrupted. Knight gets himself behind enemy lines just for a second, just for a peek behind and see what goes on. There's the Rift Trail going to be jumping down, but the Mega Inferno Bomb going to be used to try and thin out this wave. They should still be able to get the charge off and get the kill onto this turret. As I say that, though, everyone from WE is here. They are forcing everyone back. So the Rift Trail did go down, but the turret still stands.
Still, TS, I think, doing a nice job, because now TS can just default back to pushing out sides. You look at what W have to do now. Breathe having to go answer that top wave, and TS can just wait for the members of WE to show on sides to just poke their heads back out in mid lane and get this turret.
I'm looking for a show, though, taking so much poke damage. You still got to respect the Ziggs. He may be 0-4, but he's got himself a Leandries. They will eventually take down that turret. Took a little bit longer than Top Esports may have thought, but a win's a win is a win, and they are still 2,500 gold ahead, so they're still very much comfortable, very much taking this game in their stride, and waiting to see what WE have as a response.
And W at this point are just waiting for those 5v5s, right? They're waiting for things like Dragon to come back up, so still a minute on that one to be able to force that combo that we did see before with multiple members going in. But 369 might be in a dangerous place, as I think he's just dead, Penguin.
Yeah, there's nothing he can really do. Quickness going to be used. He's going to try and keep himself alive. Maybe trade back a little bit of damage. He flashes away, but I don't think there's going to be much else he can really do here. They're going to give that one over to Breathe. 4-0 on this Wukong. We highlighted how much WE like to give him kills, and they have doing just that. And not only did they get the kill, they should be able to get the turret as well. So a nice little bit of gold injection coming back for WE.
And the timer is just very awkward for TS, but very good for WE, where you're able to get that pick, get that turret, all before Dragon come up. So they're going to be able to get resets off and get down to this bottom half of the map in time. Top Esports were able to secure vision control while WE were looking for that play. So that is the trade-off that WE went for. But still, 369 about to be up, does have TP, so you would expect maybe something like that to have to come through. But Joie also going for a base. So TS not going to be able to poke WE out if they walk in just yet, but still will be able to keep up vision control and this prio on mid-wave.
Oh, they're going to jump straight in onto the Rakan and delete him off the map. Nothing you can do, and that is exactly the kind of play you want to be seeing coming out from Knight. He is just so dangerous when you give him these big assassins.
Yeah, and this is what we're hitting on in draft, right? Is that Knight will be the one to have angles to look for these picks. We were highlighting more on Elk, but even Missing being incredibly squishy, if Missing ever walks forward to try and get vision down, he will just be dead. So Knight and Jackula feel like the crucial members that we are going to be looking at for the side of TES. Karsa definitely having a bit of a quieter game this time around, really just mostly focusing on his farm. 369 on the Jace has been able to get prio with the help of the team, but we're going to see here in the replay, I mean, Missing was walking in to try and get vision down, sweep out the enemy side. Beistrong not too far behind him, but still, Knight has enough damage at this point to just one-shot him.
The Knight is hovering towards this top side. No one knows exactly where he is, but with the Ziggs and the rest of the side of WE, you get the satchel charge down, and you should be able to take this turret for yourself. Yep, there it is. Nicely done, thank you. And that's a big objective now for WE. We talked about the importance of mid lane turret, but now knowing that all outer turrets are down for both sides does open up this game and open up the map a little bit more for both sides.
I do want to say, though, that even though breaking down mid lane turret is crucial and important and always nice, you know, even for just basic things like the gold you get, in terms of being able to use that to walk into the enemy quadrant of the jungle, that still comes down to more of which team has, you know, champion pressure on the waves in mid, which for now still will be TES. WE will just be able to clear it out easily with the fact that they have a Ziggs, but I don't think WE should really be in a position where they are pushing in mid wave and walking into Top Esports jungle unless they're going on a window where Top Esports are on resets or something like that. So nice injection of gold for them, but Top Esports still going to be the team with map control, have 2 Drakes, and are 2K gold in the lead.
I gotta say though, I imagine that the 2K is pretty much all concentrated onto Jackie Love, so take him out and that gold lead is gone. For WE, that's exactly what they want to be doing anyway. They want to be finding out the affiliates. Gonna have to watch out for Knight and of course for Karsa on 2 very good and sneaky champions. The pink ward that the observers did highlight in the red side jungle of Top Esports is now gone, so WE not going to be able to utilize a flank ward there. And the game has slowed down significantly. I feel like both sides just happy to be picking up items. We see 2 items pretty much across the board for everyone on the side of Top Esports. But for WE, they're still waiting for a couple of those spikes as Knight going to be caught out a little bit, missing, seeing if he can just get a little bit cheeky with it, but you can't really walk into this jungle just yet. Knight still very, very powerful with that Cosmic Drive and, of course, the Loot and Zeko. Going to be very difficult, and oh my god, missing almost deleted.
I also want to say I'm quite surprised that Knight went for the Cosmic Drive. You know, typically you don't see this in LeBlanc. LeBlanc builds, right? You go pretty much pure damage, things like the Void Staff typically coming out very early on as well, but gonna go more for that ability haste, so I'm assuming just wanting to pop his head in with those combos as much as possible to whittle the side of WE down, because for the LeBlanc, right, he's never really gonna be looking to just all in and look for the assassination. It really is just looking for these combos, continuously popping your head in, tethering the enemy staying on the outside of their range, and setting up those picks. But it looks like now Top Esports trying to get control of mid once again.
Trying to get control of mid, but also just gaining a lot more utility around the Baron. It's nice. He needs to be a little bit careful. He gets caught out by a quickness or a knock-up. He could be in a lot of trouble. And now with Dragon spawning in a minute and a half, I feel like Top Esports are very happy just to set up around that objective. They know they've got the poke with the chase. They know they're going to be very, very close, 2-3 items onto their Aphelios. I think he's going back now just to finish that one up. No, almost there. Almost got the Infinity Edge. So big moment here for Top Esports. For WE, you got to stop this. You cannot let Top Esports get onto an Ocean Soul point.
The silver lining for the side of WE is that, right, all their damage is burst anyway, so Ocean Soul not going to get the most value, but I still think the bigger problem is just the fact that, I mean, you're going up against a Braum, you're going up against an Aphelios, like their damage is going to become insane. Sure, you do have a Ziggs, which is incredibly annoying, and always does have the potential to one-shot, but pretty much every champion on Top Esports across the board, I think, does pretty well later on, barring the LeBlanc, but even Knight will always have opportunities to get on top of Elk and missing, so for WE, I definitely think they need to be looking to take this. They need to be looking to taking a fight now as well. Shanks, though, what are you doing, my dude?
Yeah, he's trying to get priority into that mid lane, not quite able to gain it. 30 seconds until this dragon does spawn. We can see 369 force a flash over the wall, but he's dead. He's been caught out. The Cyclone, no, he's not dead, as Karsta's able to be there to protect him, but look who is dead. Elk dies straight away off of the back end of the fight. It's 2 split from WE, and their dive is on the wrong person. They don't get the option to go for what they wanted to go for, and now the TPs are coming in. Top Esports smell blood in the water. WE trying to keep themselves alive. They jump in, trying to get on top of Jackie Love, but he flashes away. He will fall at the end of it all, but at what cost? WE have nowhere to run. They've nowhere to hide. They will lose 4 of their members, only gain 1, and they're going to lose the Dragon and possibly the Baron as well.
And this is why Top Esports are able to balloon their gold leads so quickly, because they're always going to look for plays like this. They get one pick, they realize they have the TP on 369, and of course they are going to look for the team fight against WE. Making their way towards that top side now for the Baron that you set up. Knight looking for Beishong. Maybe he finds him.
Yeah, they're going to look for this one here and try and just get a red buff for himself as well. It's going to be nothing more said about it. Beishong, though, will try his very, very best. But Elk, you need to run away, my friend. You cannot fight this guy right now at all. I don't know what's happening. Knight's just playing keep away with absolutely everybody. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb. Ooh, I got a little excited, but nothing to be scared of for Top Esports fans. They get themselves the Baron, they get themselves a delayed ace, and they have themselves a 5,000 gold lead.
Man, I love watching Knight on mechanical champions like LeBlanc. Knight's always at a decent LeBlanc. It's surprising that actually Knight's LeBlanc is 0-4 so far this split. I definitely think that's not a testament to his skill in a champion. As we're seeing here, him just play so phenomenally. Now for Top Esports, they have a Baron and they have a 5k gold lead. Dragon was still up. We're going to go into the replay and see what happened on the top half of the fight. WE's bot lane, actually mostly just Elk, trying to follow through with Shanks, where the rest of the members were all ending on a 3-6-9 like you said. And this is one of the awkward things about WE's comp, in my opinion, is that everything just wants to run forward, which typically will leave these Ziggs vulnerable. We see here that they do bring in 3-6-9. For WE, they do just burn every flash possible to get on top of JackeyLove, so they are going to be able to burn him down in the end. But Top Esports still have everything else available. Like we talked about earlier, sure, you invest everything into taking down JackeyLove, but Top Esports have other sources of damage.
Those sources of damage are really ripping through these health bars. We can now see both bot and mid tier 2s being taken down here by the side of Top Esports. They had Shanks for WE in top lane. He was just basically setting himself up to push in that wave. He knows there's no real fight to happen unless it's around the inhibitor turrets. They're just going to give away those objectives. And a 1 in 10 bot side is just not what you want to be seeing here for WE. And we mentioned how this could be a big thorn in their side. And we thought maybe with the Ziggs and the Rakan, they could mitigate a lot of that pressure. But this went for so many things. We see a flash forward. Elk, though, not going to be taken down by Knight today. Knight feeling very frisky, though, on this LeBlanc pick, weaving in and out. And you can see just how difficult it is for WE to cover both these lanes.
Yeah, W just gonna have to accept the punishment. Coming out is a TP flank coming in for Breathe.
Oh, I love this. They know they can get on the JackeyLove right here, right now. The Mega Inferno Bomb goes down. He's been knocked up for absolutely days, and he does fall. Top Esports are separated. Now Knight, the only one really coming back into this with a full HP bar. Elk, though, wait, what happened to Elk? Carson just found Elk in the base and just chased him down, so it's a 1-for-1, and the base gets cracked open. WE thought they found themselves an opportunity, but Top Esports said, no, not today.
Penguin, we see it again. Every member of WE runs forward. Guess who can't run forward? The Ziggs. And Karsa chasing him all the way to Fountain. Ends up being a 1-for-1. Members of Top Esports still have Baron. Knight gonna get the chain down, but no one close enough to follow up on damage. Looks like it should be an inhibitor for the side of TS, so they are going to get something with this Baron push. Top Esports actually getting about 3,500 gold advantage with it so far, so making good use. Karsa gonna push in that top wave now, but looks like resets coming out on other members, so don't really think Top Esports should be able to get more off of this push.
We're going to look at hopefully look at the replay of that, because it was a good idea. I feel like WE know that they are running out of time with the wallet that they have versus the wallet that Top Esports have. And yeah, and like Carson just goes, oh cool, forget about this. I'm going straight onto you. And Elk does very well, honestly, to survive for as long as he does.
I mean, he does what he can, right? But he's already so far behind just from early laning phase. I mean, he is a Ziggs. Karsa is on an assassin who can very easily close distance and be able to burst you out. Karsa now pretty durable as well, having the Guardian Angel and the Starax Gauge, so can be a bit of a nuisance to deal with in team fights. But hey, we've seen WE's composition is very durable. Without JackeyLove, despite the fact that you do still have damage, I feel like it is pretty hard for TS to take them down. You have to whittle them down a lot beforehand to try and kite them out after the fact. Dragon still 2 minutes away. That is a potential Ocean Soul for the side of Top Esports. And until then, I think TS just have to keep managing their sideways. We see Knight pushing in top right now, Karsa handling bot, keep forcing the members of WE to show on sides, and then looking for those collapses onto the bot lane of WE in mid lane.
Yeah, one positive for a Ziggs, despite him being 0-6, he's still a Ziggs, so he will, with 3 items, still be able to push in these waves endlessly, but Knight doesn't really have anyone answering him right now. Shanks will eventually get towards this turret, but Knight is a very, very powerful LeBlanc. Finally has the Rabadon's Death Cop to go alongside that Medjai's Soul Stealer, so lots of burst damage potential here for the side of Top Esports. And Elk, I just don't see a world where he survives. Anyone gets on top of him. 369, Knight, hell, even JackeyLove, he's just dead.
Yeah, all of Top Esports members on really good item break points right now, to where you look at WE, a ton of sustain, they're all bruisers, but for TS, I think we saw Knight, I think it was 541 AP, so, I mean, his one combo is going to deal a ton of damage. I feel like even some of the tankier members of WE might go down to about 60% or 50% of their health. And for TS, they did what we were talking about. They pushed in top, they pushed in bot. WE were forced to answer, and now, oh
Wow.
God, Penguin.
Wow. There's just nothing. What are you supposed to do? Like, what can you do there? There's just absolutely no way out, just purely from the burst of top esports. And yeah, WE have picked a great bruiser comp, but the two people who are not very bruisery are the two people who are getting picked off time and time again. 0-6-4 on Elk, 1-7-5 on Missing. They just haven't got the health bars to deal with it.
No, and they just can't walk forward into TS. Pretty much WE need to do what they did before, where you're bringing in someone like Breathe or Shanks first on a flank. They're able to eat a lot of that damage with the Sterax, with the Lord Drinker, with their ultimates, and then the other members are able to combo and follow up slightly after for the burst to come out. This is going to be an Ocean Soul for the side of TES. Bot lane inhibitor turret is quite low, so we can see TS start to focus on that one, but with Baron still up, they need to be a bit cautious. Knight doesn't have TP either, did just use it, so gotta be a little bit careful. Though WE's Baron, definitely not too exceptional, and with how far behind they are, I think it would be pretty rough for WE to go for a play like that.
Yeah, with the absence of a traditional AD carry, you just don't have the potential really to be able to push in and get that one as quick as you'd probably like. Knight sitting off onto the side, knows that he's got himself an unholy amount of AP, just sitting under 600 as he tries to maybe walk forward and find somebody sitting there on the side of WE. He now sees a bomb or two and knows that Elk is around. But WE doing very well at just holding so far. But they need to be a bit more careful. They have only got Breathe in bot side. He would have to TP at 6 or 7 seconds. They would not be able to get their top laner into this fight. But now, Knight might be in a little bit of trouble. Does have the second distortion to keep himself safe. Gets himself back out now. Baron being started, takes it very, very quickly on the side of Top Esports. The Baron down to 5,000 HP. It's gone. It's going. It's going. It's almost certainly going to be gone, and that is going to be a simply easy objective for Top Esports now. With Super Minions in the mid lane, now with themselves having that Baron buff, they may look to try and just end this game.
I think the critical thing there for WE was they didn't have any great wards for WE to send Breathe to. I'm gonna hold WE looking for a brush strat. This is about all they have left in the tank. Not able to find it. Top Esports actually being pretty smart, being conscious of the fact that WE can be playing in Fog of War. But they didn't have a place to bring in Breathe on the TP flank. Top Esports pushed in the waves, they cleared all the vision, and they were able to get that Baron easily. So now we're gonna be watching Knight and how low he can get the members of WE.
Not even just Knight, the rest of Top Esports. There's the Moonlight Vigil, gonna hit right between the sticks, so no purchase off of that one there. You can see the side of Top Esports pushing forward, seeing if they can get as much as possible off of this, and they're going to be able to crack open the base a second time, get themselves an inhibitor mid, retake the one down there, and get themselves a new one up in top side. They can move straight down towards this bot lane. This tower, very, very low. They could probably tank it, if I'm being totally honest, and take it very, very quickly. That's exactly what they're going to go and try and do. Knight just playing keep away, making sure they haven't got a full 5 front-to-back fight, because if Knight's on the backside, you're just going to lose. And Breathe, getting so much damage put down on top of him, has to get his Sterax and get himself out, but now WE, you've no structures left. It's you and your Nexus turrets. You gotta make a fight. You gotta make a decision, but I just don't think they can, Lyric.
I mean, they're just getting poked down so low. Breed's gonna look for it, but Knight once again!
Oh my god! So much damage, and there's just nothing left in the tank for WE. They'll try their best. Elk trying to put in as much DPS as he possibly can. They will not be able to find absolutely anything. Top Esports will take this first game off of Team WE, and they will go 1-0 up and one step closer to that top 5.
Yep, Top Esports looking for top 5. WE can no longer finish in 3rd place. Every game in this series could have changed WE's placing in terms of 2-0, 2-1, 1-2, 0-2, and now with the fact that they cannot 2-0 Top Esports, they can no longer make it up to 3rd. Still can make it up to 4th, so WE, again, no matter, even if they lose, they want to be able to pick up a game. They want to be able to get as high as possible in terms of their seeding into playoffs, but TS, I think, doing a great job of shutting that down. I mean, Knight was phenomenal on this pick. The bottom lane 2v2, man,
yeah.
that was just so one-sided. For WE's part, I feel like that's your biggest takeaway is like, man, we got to go back and review. We got to see how we did play this, wrong later on if you want to go back to something like a Ziggs. A bit of a meme, first time Ziggs. Sadly for Elk, it actually was true. This was his first time playing Ziggs, at least on the LPL stage, and not looking too comfortable in that laning phase by any means is quite sad, and Top Esports were able to capitalize with the fact that they had 3 lanes of prio from very early on.
Look at the damage from Knight there. Just eclipsing anyone else on the team and really putting his best foot forward. I was going to do a quick match there, but I'm pretty sure it's not correct. I was going to see if WE had the same amount or less than as Knight in that game, but quick maths in my head says they would have more because, you know, Elk had about 20,000. But again and again, we're seeing Top Esports do this where they have a rough, you know, I suppose not rough, but definitely a couple of question marks pop up during the regular split. We start to talk about, oh, maybe this, maybe that, and then come the end of the split, come towards when you make your money, when you put yourself the best foot forward, Top Esports turn it on. They always turn it on, and it's just so good to see them that even if they come in at 7th or at 1st, they are still a massive threat.
I'm just saying, Penguin, some of you guys jumped off the Top Esports hype train way too soon.
I'm still off it. I'm on RGs. Bye.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't put me into that camp. 369 and Joel only came back onto the roster pretty recently, so I think it is going to take a bit more time to see Top Esports at that full power, and we already talked about the skill ceiling of this team.
We'll see if they can continue their rampage or if WE have got something left in the tank. We're going to throw it to a quick break. When we return, picks and bans for Game 2. The 2 best teams of the summer split finally meet. Both FPX and EDG have shown exceptional form all season, and now lies one final test. Edward Gaming have been indomitable all split long, and despite a few experiments with their roster over the course of the split, they still stand at the top of LPL. 2 AP carries going to do a lot of damage. A lot of shutdown gold going to be going over as well. As you can see, Mako flash grand entrance. Scout should be able to get away as now JJ has joined the fray with his trusty sidekick Viper. And this Viper has got some teeth, has got some venom, and will pick up a triple off the back of it. Flandre has been so consistently good this split. If EDG wants to take that first seed, best luck to the top lane to see those cylinders firing.
Very desperate at fighting some of these fights, and they're not done.
Oh, not at all. Aki thought he could save the turret. The structure is long forlorn. You can't do anything. The TP in from Dream. He might be able to show Suffer his way into the backline as well, but he's going to drag Flandre away and having to flash because he's noticed everyone of EDG is here. Cream cannot escape from Flandre.
Fun plus Phoenix will still have their spring finals defeat fresh in their minds. They will want to put that demon to bed and take that one last step to being the #1 team in the league.
To get some bombs in, that's onto Abel. Huge damage here, forcing the AD carry out of the fight. New as well, doesn't have the regen just yet to deal with 4 people. Aki on the sidelines, but LWX is just launching bomb after bomb from the back line. Doing B as well, absolutely monstrous in this fight as he takes yet another double kill. In with Chris from the side, the second time in the game. More bombs in, another triple for Doing B, and FPX are just styling on OMG.
Every team needs a star, a champion. Super Carry Doombi is the star for FPX. The 2019 world champion is in the form of his life and has the trust of everyone on his team to make the right call in the game.
We just throw out that poke. Doombi here as well.
Oh my god! Doombi just ended the game! That shockwave is it! You're dashed mentally after that game.
Both teams will be dissatisfied with their finish in spring. Now they look to show the rest of the league who truly is #1. The last game of the season decides it all. There are no retakes. It's do or die for the top spot.
I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Bands rack it up. first of the month. Ice on my neck like the ice in my cup. Paddock on my right, yo. Shots to the face. So rock with the Sprite. He might get a taste. Feel like I'm Diddy, I'ma stand on the table. Champagne sip, take a flick, get my angle. Levitate, I don't hesitate. Cop shut us down, but we turn up anyway. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Patty cake, it's a 1, 2, 3. All that body on her fake, she can't twerk like me. You know I don't get tired, I can run on E. And if you ain't talking money, then the talk is cheap. Independent with my money, why they mad? Acting funny, if you tryna take it from me, better tell him go and run it. Need to go and take your tummy. And your man, I know he want me, taste like honey head, so good he a dummy. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand.
对阵 WE 下路的话，因为就是打的比较多，也比较熟悉了，就感觉我们要自己打好我们自己，然后就看能不能抓住对面的失误。就也是第一次就快打到末期的才进季后赛，就前面分就该赢的局有的也送的比较多，就希望我们季后赛能好调整一下，然后往后面走得更久一点。
Reflecting on what happened this split, of course, something that they are very aware of. They know they could have won matches. They are here, though. They are in playoffs. That's all that matters. I am still Penguin. He is still Lyric. And we are going to be bringing you our MVP, our man of the Rift. You know who it is. It's going to be Knight coming in with another MVP performance. The guy was just everywhere and everything he needed to be for top esports in that game.
Man, watching Knight on this little block was absolutely insane. Almost any time maybe we're pan to top or pan to bot and we come back to mid, he's just blowing someone up who's face checking division. Or maybe they're not even face checking. Maybe they're just trying to live a simple life, catch a wave in the mid lane. Doesn't matter. He traverses enough distance, gets the damage down, then maybe 369 can finish him off with an accelerated shot blast. But this guy was putting up numbers.
This guy has now put himself onto 13 MVPs for the split. That is 2 ahead of Doinby, so he's guaranteed at least equal with Doinby, as Doinby has later to play today, but he has got himself an opportunity to get one more and guarantee the MVP or most MVPs of the split. And honestly, I don't think there's much else to say about this other than he just popped off. He knew exactly where he needed to be. He knew exactly how to get backline access. And look, even here, just popping onto missing, making sure that, right, cool, you've used your dash, you're dead.
Yeah, he just did so much, right? He found an advantage early on. He got Prio in his lane. Never got too deep into the matchup early on to where he was in any threat of like an all-in from the Renekton. And then just used the constant pressure that he did have to start looking for these picks. So great job from Knight coming out in this game.
Yeah, really, really was. Now, we got told by production.
I'm excited, Penguin. I'm excited.
Slightly strange, slightly different. You got your man. Your man Mole is back. Mole back in the lineup. He's back! But we thought we heard, and again, I'm going to ask production to confirm this with me, maybe via text message.
You heard it right. You heard it right.
He is coming in as support, not as mid lane.
I think if we heard correctly, we have Stay coming in as AD carry and Mole coming in as support. So WE potentially subbing out both of their bot laners. Mole back on the Rifted support. We've seen Mole play support before back on V5 when they were having all the roster turmoil in 2020 spring where, you know, they weren't able to pick up a series win. So it's not something unheard of, but man, what a crazy change for W to go for. As the resident fan of Mole, I'm all for it. Give him as many chances as you'd like, WE, but who knows? We don't know if maybe this is something they've been scrimming. We don't know if this is just something to maybe change it up after, you know, that disastrous laning phase that W's bot lane had. It does happen sometimes. We don't know how maybe if it affected their mentality, or if this was a plan W had coming in today. We have no idea. But it's going to be really crazy and really fun to watch.
Honestly, yeah, I looked at my phone there just to get confirmation of that Silbin. So yes, exactly what you were talking about is going to be a complete change in the bot side. I just don't even know what to expect. I can't even anticipate what to expect now coming in for this game, because like we said, this is an incredibly important game for WE. You could go from top 4 into bottom 4 places in the playoffs. You can go from top 4 to bottom 4 in playoffs. It's that important. You go 2s or 0-2 today, you're in 7th. You've lost so much ground and you have such a mountain to climb coming into playoffs. So this is obviously something that they feel is they're at least confident bringing in. And not only that, but they know they have a feeling that it will at least give them something different in this series.
I mean, so Stay hasn't played all split long, of course.
Nope.
He joined from WE Academy this year, was on WE Academy at the start of 2020, and then played through until 2021. And then Mole, I don't really know what to say. Are we going to get the Nico? Always a possibility that we get the Nico. That's what he was pulling out last year when he was in the support role. Now we're going to see, hey, can this new randomly thrown together bot lane compete with Jackie Love and Joel? Because Jackie Love and Joel did pop off. One thing we know about Mole is he at least is a good mechanical player, so that's not something you necessarily need to worry too much about, but man, this is just crazy from WE. I still can't wrap my head around this one. I mean, as top esports, when you hear this change coming in, do you maybe just say, you know, we typically like to play around 3-6-9, but we just head bot? Or you could even use the logic to go the opposite way of, well, their bot lane is just going to come in and not be able to keep it with Jackie Love and Joie, so we can try and win on both sides of the map. I don't know. It's going to be pretty crazy to see. Even in terms of champions, I think it is going to be quite different. We can take a look at what Stay is known for historically, but not too much information on this guy getting his first game in the LPL in such an important game right before playoffs. Looks like he is predominantly was on like the Tristanas and the Kaisas of the world before. Also a pretty good Ezreal. So some options there. None of those three really high priority in this meta.
I think that's a good thing to note as well. Because they're not very high priority, it might mean that WE can prioritize something else. They don't have to take an early bot lane. They don't have to first rotation something. They can look to just maybe let it go through to the second phase or get them something different going into this. There's a couple of different options, and this is where the draft really does take a bit of a change, if you will, because now top esports are coming in with two completely different players. Do they, does our draft change? Do we look to change up the picks? Do we look to change up the bans? So many different questions now coming into this series. And WE, like I said, they have to take a game. Otherwise, if they go 0-2, they're down in 7th. This is such a pivotal moment now for this roster.
It is. It really is. I mean, For WE, I mean, at least you're in playoffs regardless, but I still don't think that really matters. It's like you said, I feel like you should really be aiming for as high as you can get. And I'm checking Mole's solo queue right now. Mole is still really only spamming mid lane. Not sure, he could potentially always have a different account, or it could be something they're doing in scrims, but it does kind of seem from the outside like a knee-jerk reaction. Again, that is speculation. Don't want to put too much into that, but still playing mid and solo queue is the point. So who knows if they do try to bring out something different. Are still in Xi'an, as we highlighted earlier, 2 different stadiums. And for WE, they can still bring it back around. Like we've highlighted, they still have the potential of ending in 4th, 5th, or 6th place.
So I've just been told, as off of the announcement on Weibo, due to Rita at Cute Bichu, I believe is how they pronounce it, but due to personal health problem, Missing needs to go to a hospital with an emergency situation. So that is why we are seeing the substitution coming in here. It is more of a personal thing than it is anything else. We all hope Missing is totally okay. There's no issues whatsoever. We hope he gets as much and the much needed medical attention he needs. So Mole coming in, stepping up, not ideal for WE, but they must press on. And again, I think if there's any player that we would have relative confidence in to be able to step up in this moment, it would be Mole.
I mean, does anyone else have this kind of experience to roll swap as much as him? So Stay also, I think, an interesting one for the fact that he is coming in as well. I mean, this is going to give WE a lot to think about in terms of how they're going to play out this game, right? Because now you need to think, do we just all in on topside so much and say, screw our bot lane, they got to figure it out, we're going to try and put them on something that can just clear waves, which they did try in game 1 and it didn't work out? Or do they say, hey, this is a potential sore spot on the roster and we need to prop this up with lots of jungle attention and maybe even roams from Shanks or Breathe?
Yeah, we'll see what they're able to do now as we jump back onto picks and bans. It is going to be Top Esports back on the blue with WE on the red. And again, pretty much the same draft so far. Do Top Esports try to change anything else out? This time around, though, they're going to take away the Renekton as they feel like that was something Shanks had enough of a priority on that he wasn't being overwhelmed, if you will, by Knight.
Yeah, bans changing slightly like you are highlighting, feeling like they don't need to take away that Irelia. And WE, with the fact that they do have the sub bot lane coming in, I think it makes sense to take away 2 bot laners. Ziggs was something that we highlighted before as the go-to ban on the side of WE against teams that do play Ziggs. Jackie Love has pulled out Ziggs a few times, so it is always possible that TS go for that one. But with the Viego still open, they are just going to opt into locking that one in. And Penguin, when it comes to WE, I have no idea what they're going to take in draft. From the fact that they do have these crazy substitutions, you do have the Xin Zhao still open. That would be the expected pick to come out from WE. They did save it till 4-5 later on, but I'm surprised. Bree just going to blind pick the Irelia. Could also potentially, go into the mid lane in the hands of Shanks, but you would expect it to go towards top, and Stay going to go into the Ziggs this time around.
I do like this, though, as well from the WE, because it is very much a thing of look, if you are willing to pick the Jace this early on, we have got an answer to it. The Camille is decent enough into the Irelia. It's kind of a skill matchup, in my opinion. It can go either side of that way, depending on who can snowball and who can outplay their opponent. But for Top Esports, they're going to lock in the set. That is still technically a flex. That can go topside, and of course, can go into the mid and support.
I wouldn't be surprised to see it go into top lane. This is something that traditionally did have a fine time dealing with the Irelia. You're actually a champion. I don't know if it's still the same, but I remember watching this matchup a ton a little bit after Set first came out, to where Set, even early on, even if you miss all of your abilities, you just had enough damage from your passive to just be able to trade autos with Irelia, even with her hitting some of her abilities on you. So always something that is pretty interesting to see. That's why I'm surprised that WE would just opt into a blind pick Irelia on first rotation. Maybe just feeling like, hey, we really need to get something going. The Jace coming out as well, so it does look like it's probably going to be that Irelia in mid lane, though both of these being double flexes, and WE keeping it tried and true to they did in game 1 in terms of bringing out these AD soul laners and keeping the Ziggs down in bot lane. TS, though, are the ones who've changed the identity of their composition. They have the all-in comp this time around. They want to be running into you. They have the tools to set up. I do feel like Karsa's best champion this split has been the Diana. So I also feel like that's something that's nice to see for people who are hoping to see, the better performances coming out from Karsa.
Well, WE still going into those solo lane bans as they do pick off the Wukong and the Lucian, as they're saying, look, we don't believe that this set's going up to top side. We believe that 369 is going to have a counter maybe to the Aurelia or the Jace. Again, both these picks in mid and in top can be flexed, can be moved around, and hell, we might even see it in bot side. Who knows with Mole and Stay in the bot lane? We could have so much more potential for so many different things as Top Esports now looking to round out their comp with an AD carry, and then to figure out if they want to try and chuck something different into support or if that set is going to be going down into Zhou's hands.
I think you just go with something standard like a Leona or Nautilus here, right? I honestly feel like you just all in with more engage. Instead of wanting to go the opposite way and bring out zone control, maybe this is a takeaway from Team WE because Trundle Ziggs has been a bot lane pairing that, you know, you've been seeing a lot of prevalence of in recent weeks and in terms of solo queue. But for TS, I would have loved to just see more engage come out, setting up for the Diana and the Viego. And do it, please do it! He does it, Penguin!
Yes!
We get Moles Nico! The smile on his face, a smile on our faces. I don't know about how WE fans feel with the emergency sub situation, but at least we get some prime Mole Nico. I just have a feeling that it's not going to work out. He's not a support player, but, you know, we got a bit of spice. We get a bit of pizzazz.
We get a nice little bit of spice in our day just before our fight for first comes out a little bit later. WE going to be bringing out Mole on the Nico, double AP bot lane. You can't technically go into an AD carry role for Mole if he decides to, but not very optimal. I do want to see the full burst with the Nico, and honestly, I think this is exactly what you kind of have to do here from WE. You've got yourselves two pretty decent setups on the bot side. They should be relatively safe to keep everyone on the side of Top Esports at arm's length. Going to be very difficult for this Trundle to get on top of this Nico Ziggs bot lane. And I think now that you don't have as much engage and as much priority to go for those trades, it shouldn't be as explosive down there this game round.
We'll see. I feel like the explosiveness can actually come the other way around, right? Could be like game one where you see WE's bot lane being the one to opt into aggressive trades and setting up for Top Esports bot lane for success. So all things are possible. For WE, you still expect to see them playing more with their soul lanes. They do have a full AD top side, so it's another reason I do like the set coming out for 369 is you can just opt into, you know, some early armor and you're going to be fine up there to where their soul lanes have a lot better setup. But they do have a Diana, so you do expect more farming in the early game for TS once again. And I feel like TS's early advantages will only come if they're able to find them naturally through the laning phase.
Yeah, and I think the big thing to note as well as we come into this one, if WE do lose 0-2, they will drop down to 7th in the playoff standings. So they will start at the bottom of the ladder to make their way all the way back up. But if they can take a game, one game, even if they lose the series, they will get themselves to as low as 6th or as high as 4th. There is so much riding on this series right now, Lyric, and there is so much for Team WE to get going for them. We're going to waste no more of your time, everybody, as we jump straight onto the rift for Top Esports versus Team WE.
Something I want to highlight is this Trundle support. We have been seeing a lot of Halo Blades come out. I remember we talked about this a little bit last time, but have been talking with some players, like their thoughts behind it. And it is the fact of just a strong all-in early on with the Ignite as well, hopefully being able to force a flash out of the enemy bot lane. Your other option would be something like the Guardian playing a more defensive lane, but Joel highlighting they want to be looking for these aggressive options. And the double Ziggs and Xin Zhao, just having a bit of fun. I think WE've kind of accepted, you know, hey, this is a bit of an unfortunate situation. Definitely still going to be trying to win, right? You know, you expect that 100%. No player wants to lose the game. WE still playing for that seeding. I was wrong earlier. It wasn't 4th, 5th, or 6th. They're fighting for 4th, 6th, or 7th, depending on how the rest of the games turn out. But, ooh, Penguin, maybe more shenanigans in bot lane.
I like that. Using the Nico clone to get some early vision down, saying, look, we're not going to be afraid. We're not going to let anything go. And look, it's less than ideal, obviously, but I still think that WE have got plenty of avenues to get themselves ahead and to win this game. You look at the Aurelia, someone that's so good at dueling. If you can get that pick far ahead, you can get onto this backside. Jackie Love is on in the mobile AD carry. Without his flash, he's just dead to rights. So lots of options here for the side of WE. And even then, I'm looking at the Nico, even just objectively. Nico is fantastic at stopping a team that wants to jump in on top of you. Your ultimate, your Pop Blossom. You've got a lot of ways of just kind of like mitigating a lot of that damage if they can just get the damage or get the ultimate off. But Beishang going to find himself in mid lane, and they're going to see now the Deadly Flourish going to be going down, or the Flawless Duet, excuse me, Deadly Flourish belonging to Jin. And that's going to be WE getting themselves an early summoner in this mid lane.
So this summer, Beishang going to be the one to go for that 3-camp clear into gank to be able to get themselves some prio in the mid lane, because now he might have to be very careful of what he is doing, as we're going to see what happened in bot. Maybe just them posturing. It might... Oh, they actually got Mo's flash. And am I the only one who sees 2 Ziggs and is thrown back to the whole, Monty Doa, 2 Shens thing? I don't know.
No, it's iconic. And it's like, that is literally like one of the most like recognizable things in League of Legends casting, in my opinion.
Well, of course, but I mean, I don't know, just the 2 Ziggs giving me that same vibe. Top Esports only having the spot lane prio to play through. Both their sole laners losing out so far as WE are going to go for plays on the opposite side of the map. So, bit of early trading coming out. You would expect this from WE, as we highlighted that their solo laners would have a pretty good time, and they do also have this ins out into Diana matchup. I don't think there's any real opportunities for WE anywhere else other than mid. 369 also decently healthy. No heavy trades coming out, setting up for any sort of dive or shenanigans there.
Yeah, and just going back on your 2 Ziggs points, you can actually have 3 Ziggs with the Nico clone going out as well. So it's actually set up for a tri-cast if you wanted it to. But Jackie Love, ooh, taking a lot of damage here from Mole and, of course, from Stay. So... got to be a little bit more respectful, a little bit careful. It does keep both of his summoners, but good movement here from WE, punishing a very over-aggressive bot lane.
It's actually nice. It's, a bit refreshing to see 2 players come in unexpectedly and have such a decent performance in the laning phase so far. Not giving over any 2v2 kills. And, yeah, things going pretty slow early on. I think definitely favors the side of TS with how things go. WE will be able to play around prio in sides later on with the Aurelia, with the Jace, would be try to open, avenues on the map that way. Maybe even try to find picks in sides with the Ziggs bomb from mid lane. So there are avenues available as TS are setting up for this.
They're going for a breathe. He's going to get the knockback. Not going to lose his flash just yet. We are still waiting. There we go. Flash forward as we can see Karsa now underneath the tower trying to find that Crescent Guard or Crescent Strike. Not going to be able to get it. And that is going to be Flash's burn now on the top side. But 2-for-1 special. You take that if you're WE.
I mean, yeah, 2 flashes for Top Esports. So over-aggressive trying to force out that play. As a pause does come through Penguin. So clearly some team feeling there's some shenanigans going on somewhere. Teams exactly even in terms of gold so far. Game state definitely looks like it does favor WE slightly in terms of the options they have in the early game from all the flashes they have been able to burn on the top half of the map. But still doesn't really take TES out of this game by any means.
Yeah, it does not, but we are seeing now just the players having a bit of a chill. Obviously very difficult in a pause. You are not allowed to discuss, you are not allowed to talk about the game. It is very much almost like stopping time itself. You're not allowed to gain an advantage by adding this little bit of extra time. So you can see the players just waiting to get back into the game. Smiles, though, from Top Esports, as they are the ones waiting for WE. This is where it gets a little bit interesting with having games in 2 separate stadiums, because with WE obviously having the issue, and they're the ones waiting for the call, if you will, to come back. You're just kind of waiting as the official or as the team from the side of Top Esports in Shanghai to go, well, when Xi'an gets back to me, I'll let you guys know.
Yeah, it can be rough. I did just have a random, epiphany. Something just came and spoke to me that, it's kind of unfortunate that I am here as your color caster and not Hysterics, because I remember Hysterics going through a phase of only playing Nico support. I don't know if he's still doing it, but it was seriously all he was spamming. I would flame him for it all the time. Could have been here, provided us with some great insight of how this works out, but instead, or on the other end, could have even gotten a masterclass from Mole of how to play this champion.
Honestly, use that subscription to good use. But yeah, like I think the way I would view it, I imagine it works very similar to Lux support. I imagine it is just kind of looking to get the damage down, harass, and then maybe catch someone out with your tangled barbs. There's nothing, not a straight line DPS damage nuke like you do have with Lux, but I would say that it would function in a very similar way, if you will, if you have as a Lux support would.
I do want to say, going back to a point you made about Nico in-game, about her being really good against all-in, the one thing I'm scared of for WE is their comp isn't that tanky, so if Mole is the one just preventing the all-in from top esports later on, it will still be pretty easy for him to be bursted out.
That is fair. That is very, very fair, as we can see. Players just waiting up, obviously always very, very difficult to set up everything. Something funny at the screen, not quite sure what, but I'm sure it was funny no matter what. You gotta keep yourself in zen. You gotta keep yourself focused. This is a very difficult time for players. And actually, something I wanted to ask for you, being a coach and stuff like that, is that how do you prepare your team? How do you prepare your players for these moments of just nothing's happening and you cannot talk? Your communication line has basically been severed for an undefined amount of time.
Honestly, I feel like this is something that you really don't prepare for, because it just happens so infrequently. I think through my 3 or 4 years with a team, I'd only ever been through a game once where it was paused and my team had to sit there for however long it was, 10, 15 minutes. So it's one of those situations that you just really don't think of until the time comes. Then maybe after it happens once is probably when you talk about it, or I don't know if management would go through that early on, but it doesn't happen all too frequently. I can see why it happens more now, kind of post-COVID era, but back in the day, I think it was pretty few and far between in terms of, at least for me, experiencing pauses.
We're still waiting to see an update on what exactly is the issue. I will keep you guys as informed as I possibly can. We do have an announcement coming in from our producers that WE's Breathe reported an in-game issue, so they are investigating the issue as of right now, and we are waiting for the results of that test or that investigation. So, looking at this, we have a bit of time. We can take ourselves back out of it, and there's going to be more than just WE and top esports fans watching this series, because this series gets affected or affects so many other teams, as we said, based off of literally game score coming into this series.
It affects literally every team from 3rd to 9th, as luckily we are back in the game. But just to hit on that potential point real quick, I mean, Suning, LNG, BLG, RNG, RA, all of those teams' positions can change depending on the result of this game.
Yep, and if you're an RNG fan, you are hoping it is a 2-0. That will put you nicely and securely up into 4th place. So, good start for you guys there, if you're able to get it going for you. But we're back into game, one and all. We are here. We are ready to get back into this, and we're going to see WE take an early dragon, very early dragon, around the 6-minute mark, so they already got themselves stacking those ones up, and I like this aggression from WE. I like the fact that they're not letting top esports just settle into the game and figure out this Nico Ziggs bot lane. They're pushing and they're prodding, and they're making sure that they can be annoying with this pick.
I actually feel like the fact that W was able to get those summoners on top side is so critical, because when we were hitting on engage earlier on, all of your engages at topside. It's Set being able to flash Facebreaker onto someone, or Karsa being able to flash maybe close some distance, get the dash, and then find an ult. So for TS, you're really limited on options, other than Knight just looking for some sort of, Karsa, I'm sorry, looking for some sort of standard gank in a lane, but W right now are doing such a good job, if you look at the minimap, of linking up and transferring pressure between lanes. Breathe pushing out Hovering and River, Mole showing in mid with Shanks to make sure no shenanigans are going down. It's really only leaving an opening in bot side where Stay can just farm so safely from this far in lane. So W, nice job transferring pressure and playing as a team and really giving no windows, but Jawal is trying to look for one.
Trying to find one while Stay is staying in this bot side, but very difficult to land onto this Ziggs. He will have his flash and his satchel charge, so now we can see Mole coming back into this bot side, as that's going to be confusing as we go later on into the game. They even picked a skin that's kind of hard to see what the little green outline on it. God damn it, Mole. I thought you were a bro.
But moving up the top side, do not diss my boy Penguin. We're going to be seeing Carson 369 try to set this one up once again. Remember, they do not have flashes available. Will be a bit harder. Breathe can try to play it off.
Oh, there's the Moonfall coming down and the Facebreaker down on top of it. They're going to use a Showstopper into the Haymaker, and that's a nicely done gank there from Top Esports. They get themselves the kill, and they get themselves an advantage in top side.
I mean, with the fact that Karsa did come from lane, right? No real information for Breathe to be able to gather to try to play around that one. They're able to secure a kill, but once again, flawless duet to lock Knight down. Doesn't look like he's in trouble, but a jungle around mid and Joao also hovering. Oh, actually, it's not Beishong. We are baited once again.
I told you. It's hard to tell sometimes. This Mole now going to be walking into this as Beishong jumps onto the Rift Herald. And this is a little bit more difficult now for Top Esports. They use their ultimates in top side, so they can't defend this. You don't have the cooldowns right now to go and contest this Rift Herald. So WE say, thank you for the leash. We'll take that objective, and we'll get ourselves back on the map.
Remember, though, Jackie Love is on the bottom side right now. W are losing waves. Jackie Love is getting turret plating, so not too big of a loss for TS, in my opinion, from the fact that they did get an earlier kill and now getting this advantage down on bot side. They are ahead in gold, so you would expect the Herald to even that one back out later on. The EXP difference, though, not something that can really be evened out from a play like that. And we just keep defaulting back to the ping-ponging of waves. W have done a nice job, I think, so far of continuously posturing for pressure, going somewhere, making sure they get prio, and then being able to move somewhere else. TS haven't given them too many opportunities to where they've been able to look for these plays. And then Karsa has kept it pretty top esportsy, where he's looked for ganks top when he could, and that's about the extent of the top esports playbook when they have 369.
Yep, they, as you said at the start of this series, it is something that Top Esports have recognized, that they do tend to have to babysit a little bit more on the top side, and it's working. I feel like this this series in particular has shown that Jackie Love, when he's on form, can go ahead and keep himself alive and sustainable, or even relevant in this series. And for night to night, having a pop-off series, having a pop-off season in general, and it's going to be a little bit easier now as we see Breathe going in on top of 369, but with the Facebreaker and the Haymaker, it becomes very, very easy for them to mitigate that pressure.
And it looks like WE wanting to set up for that top side play. 369 being very respectful, though. For WE, I think you can look either soul lane for where you want to drop this Herald. You do have a plate already down in mid, so that one can be a bit more valuable, but looks like they want to get gold on to Breathe up in the top side. That is also very standard for the WE playbook. Mole going mid to make sure they have prio to move over. Shank's about to have TP up as well, so this could very easily be a 4-man play by WE in the top lane.
Yep, they're going to look for a Pop Awesome is available for Mole on this Nico Ignite as well. There is a flash for 369 and a Showstopper, so could have a little bit more to deal with, but they are just backing away. They don't want to go for this one just yet. They recognize the Top Esports are not on the map, and they do not want to get themselves stuck underneath this top turret.
Yeah, good catch, Penguin. We saw that Knight was hovering over in the jungle. Jua had already backed, was making his way up. Even Jackie Love wasn't showing on a wave, so even though that is unlikely and probably wouldn't happen, right, in WE's minds, you always got to be thinking of the amount of members that can show up topside. They opt out of making that play. Dragon about to come up. So for WE, they can try to turn this topside pressure down towards bot, but looks like they're still just looking for an avenue to use this Herald on the top lane.
Yeah, they're still pushing and prodding, and with Ziggs and Varus in that bot side, it basically just becomes a pushing bot lane that neither side really wins or loses. You have got a 20 CS lead, or just a bit under it or over it for the side of Jackie Love, but with so many people being invested into this top side, you can even see the Nico roaming up now, realizing doesn't need to be there, so backing away, doesn't want to steal anything off of that local gold. And with that, Karsa picks himself up a Dragon and may look for a dive in this bot lane. You got to be aware of it now if you're on stay, and you can't stay, you got to leave.
I mean, luckily he's on the Ziggs though, so throws up the ultimate, and well, Top Esports play is 100% gone. Still, it's nice to see Top Esports look for the cross-map play while W is doing such a good job of putting pressure on 369 and moving Breathe around the map. Top Esports are still the team that do have a front line. They do have, I'd say, more tools inside of a 5v5 team fight, but W might not even give them the chance. W have just been doing a nice job of continuously pushing out waves. Their vision control has been good, and they're trying to put Top Esports in these situations where they have numbers advantage. 369.
Oh, here we go. Showstopper down onto Shanks. That's going to be over a blue buff. If they come back in, Moonfall lands onto 2, but Knight going to have the resets as Stay comes in. Going to get himself out immediately. They're going to use the blast code there. That's going to mean more free time on that bot side, but Top Esports capitalizing over a little bit of greed from WE.
WE walking in, and Top Esports able to get there a little bit sooner. Mole is down in the bottom lane. I don't know if Mole can look for this. Okay, they have a TP. This makes a lot more sense.
Here we go. Pop Blossom down. Going to use it with the Tangle Barbs as well as Breed jumping in. And oh, not quite able to get away from this. But while that was happening, we did see the top side end up getting a kill on 2 Ziggs. So both the bot laners being taken down in a sequence of plays.
I'm really surprised that Jackie Love would even opt into using his flash there. I mean, there's almost no world he's not dead from that play. I wonder if maybe they mistracked Breed's flash timer or something along those lines where he thought maybe he would be safe and able to get away, but Mole would even still have flash at that point in time to be able to follow up. So he's going to go down and lose the summoner in the end. Nice by TS to be able to answer on the opposite side, but WE once again going to be looking to make a play on bot. Knight is leaving and does have flash, so he should be fine.
Does have flash, yep, and has himself a red trinket to check out the bush. Didn't have a ward, so just said, look, go. Actually, he does have a ward, didn't want to use it, so just going to use his red trinket to keep himself relevant in that one, as we do see now 369 getting some plates of his own in that top side, not falling too far behind in that matchup, only about 900 gold or so, should be about 400 or 500 now with that tower going down, but with the trade-off at the bot side, we are seeing both these teams looking to just trade strong halves of the map as they come into this now. We have a look at the replay, and this just stay, sadly, just getting caught out. The Trundle pillar just very, very powerful.
Yeah, walking in when his team is resetting and going towards the opposite side of the map. A little bit unfortunate. And, maybe for people who came in halfway through the game, you're wondering what's going on with this game. W's bot lane having a rough time in game 1, so Stay does come in. Apparently an emergency situation with missing WE have to bring in Mole. And then lastly, if you're wondering why Mole is on Nico, well, if you weren't watching in 2020 spring when Mole was playing absolutely every role, he was playing Nico in every role. So this just being a bit of a throwback and a bit of comfort for Mole. So sure, you do have double range matchup in the bot lane as well, but that being the extent of it is we're getting some posturing. Jackie Love missing his ult though.
That's a big lockdown tool no longer available, and Karsa also used his flash in that last engage to try and kill off the Ziggs. Now we might see the Pop Blossom coming in and catching out one member, but now Mole taken down straight off the back of this fight. Base Shot trying to go in, but they just haven't got the follow-up. No, it was just two different sides of WE. One side wanted to go in, the other one wanted to stay behind, and they just mess it up.
Yeah, WE not having the best coordination. To be fair, right, you wouldn't really expect them to with these last-minute changes. Mole support Stay first game on the LPL stage. So Top Esports take the fight. They're also going to be able to take the objective off of this one. Breathe, trying to find some damage, but not able to. I also want to highlight Karsa going towards the Nashers first. Not something I'm really used to seeing. Typically, it would just be going straight towards your Mythic. Typically the Rocket Belt will be able to close distance. Of course, getting the Nashor's Tooth, having nice synergy with your passive in terms of the attack speed and getting that damage out. So I guess a bit more dueling presence, but I don't know if I'd still prefer this over something like the Rocket Belt.
Let's see if it ends up biting Karsa in the butt, or if not, as we got a little bit of time before the next real objective, about 30 seconds or so as we look at the replay. And again, look, this is fine from Mole, but you need people to walk up onto this, and 369 just does such a good job at keeping everyone away.
I agree. I think 369 there, able to lock multiple people down and then get the ultimate to bring another member into his team. Mole getting a little bit overzealous. Was this problem on this roster in the mid lane? He would always want to pull the trigger and go in, and the other members of W were clearly not on the same page with that play. Dragging up in 8 seconds. W looking for a brush play. Not going to be able to do anything because 369 is the one face checking. And this goes back to the difference we talked about of Top Esports having more of a front line in this composition.
Have more of a front line. They're going to be able to start this dragon off. Jackie Love just throwing out arrows onto the backside of this. He's a bit isolated away from his team, so needs to be aware of that. Piercing arrow not going to land just yet. The Flawless Sweat has come out for Shanks. There's the Chain of Corruption to stop everybody from going in. The Rift Howl has been dropped down on that bot side, so that's going to be putting down a little bit of pressure here on top of WE's bot lane, but a great little ultimate from Mole puts two people into harm's way, and that's going to mean the dragon going over in favor of WE. They don't have the Baron up just yet, but a nice move here from WE to keep themselves relevant in this game.
And we just saw, right, the accelerated shock blast come out from Breathe, I believe, a bomb from Stay, then comboed with double ults from Stay and Mole, just equals death for two members of the side of Top Esports. 369 going to be able to go into armor early on to dissuade that top side burst from being able to take him down, but still going to have to really deal with the damage coming out from Stay and Mole. This is going to be quite effective, and it worked out in that scenario. So WE able to find another advantage. Knight looking for the all-in.
Looking for the all-in. The flawless duet does not land. As you can see, Shanks just trying to buy time for Beishong right now. And here comes Beishong and Stay. He's trying to go look for the Heartbreaker. You can see him dodging, pushing forward, flash forward, Heartbreaker down. There's the reset coming in. Knight gonna try and just outplay this one. 1v4. He's jumping, he's diving, but he's not gonna survive. That's gonna be a kill going over to Stay. And that's gonna be Top Esports. Getting a little bit of an advantage, but not really much of a trade-off for WE. They're going to lose pressure on the rest of the map. They're not going to be able to push in these waves, and it's going to be difficult for them to really maintain control of this top half.
Am I the only one that feels like Knight has become aware of his solo kill record, is just trying to get that up as high as humanly possible?
Yes. Make a record so big that it cannot be eclipsed by anyone else forever.
Right? That's what it looks like when Knight is looking for these sort of plays. Luckily, nothing on the map, right? No Herald, no Baron. You're not really in a position where you're able to take turrets as TES anyway, because W should still be able to have some prio and pressure on those side lanes, especially if they are going to be linking with Beishong. And you do have that semi-global coming out in mid from the Ziggs. So for TES, it looks like they just want to be playing around. Actually, they're trying to set up picks, but this is just Karsa solo. Oh, Knight isn't actually too far behind.
No, he's not. That's going to be Breathe. Not going to waste his flash. He knows he's dead. He knows he can't get out of it, so he's just going to have to accept his fate. Still only about a 1,500 gold lead in favor of Top Esports, but those two little picks, those little small moments where they're gaining a little bit of advantage. As you can see there, Knight now 4-1-1. This Viego starting to get very, very big as he builds up towards his character's Ruined King Blade.
Yeah, that was a bit of a mouthful right there, but you can see what Top Esports just did. Is I'm going to pause because looks like TS are posturing for this fight. 369 making his way over. It looks like WE are able to get out with the red buff just fine. Maybe not.
Maybe not. TP going to be coming in. The flash forward is going to be the face breaker down as Mole in a lot of trouble. He's going to pop down the Pop Blossom to give himself a little bit of an extra shield. But the Knight ultimate is enough to keep him going. Now he gets himself a reset. Knight going to have to try and get himself back over the wall. And it's Top Esports who are running away. They don't want anything to do with this fight. And with the Trundle, it's so easy to disengage. That Pillar of Ice does so much. The slow on it is just ridiculous.
Yeah, it is such a good, either tool to set up for pick or a tool to dissuade and engage coming out from the opposite side. So Jawad doing a nice job with that one. We also saw what we hit on earlier about if Mole is still squishy, so even Mole just trying to prevent members from coming in, he still can be taken down if it's not coordinated with other people like Beishong and Shanks. Of course, that was a pick by TS. Wasn't really meant to be a team fight coming out from WE side. Breathe.
Joe. Breathe now has to go all in, but Jackie flashes away. Moonfall onto 3. Does keep them alive as WE will trade back Karsa. He has to pay for the sins of Zadie Carry, but now Knight looking for more kills, looking for more stats to add to his record. That's going to be Top Esports backing themselves away. This game is so chaotic, Lyric. I don't even know what's happening half the time or why.
I just love how that quickly went from, Breathe, really ballsy play, what's he doing, to, Breathe.
Yeah,
no.
Breathe to Breathe real quick.
Chains of Corruption coming out, as we're going to see here. So the initial fight, TS looking for the engage. They do have TP on Knight, so they do bring him in. And there's the use of the pillar that you talked about. 369 able to use the ultimate, which also brings him closer to Mole. Mole going to try to go for the ult, but still enough damage on the other members with Knight and 369 closing the distance to find the pit.
Still only at 2,000 gold. 45 seconds till that dragon spawns. We do see 2 items pretty much finished up for most of the carries. Knight working toward his 3rd, so it's going to be Top Esports with first foot in this dragon pit. We are going to see the teleport being used immediately by Shanks. He knows he's just walked up a little bit too far forward and has to back himself away, so that's a big cooldown. Just going to Serix gauge, but do WE look to say, look, take the Baron or take the Dragon, we don't care, we're going to look for the Baron, but nope, they're going to back themselves up now, back towards this pit. They know this is probably the only real win condition they have.
If 369 can keep an angle like this and find a way onto the back line, feels like that could be a way for TS to take it. We've already seen how WE can take fights. WE have the poke to try to whittle these members down with the Jace and the Ziggs, and you can try and finish it off with the Nico locking someone down for the Ziggs ultimate, but 369's in.
There he is. He's going to jump in. Not really getting much of an ultimate down. He's going to force the flash out of Breed. So there's a big ultimate now not available for Top Esports. The Dragon still being aggroed, still being pushed forward. Sidewaves in favor of Top Esports for now, so the longer this takes, the better it is for them, but they won't want to lose this Dragon. You can see WE posturing aggressively, looking to try and see if they can get onto this 4-man unit without Knight getting on top of them.
I mean, they're just continuously putting down their poke, right? WE is fine taking something like this slow. Knight now having to be the one to find the flank with 369 not having those tools available. And he might get it. Nope, still going to play patiently.
You gotta be careful. Oh, Jackie Love! Jackie Love cannot walk forward. He's got to be very, very careful. He's so squishy.
I mean, Avaris isn't going to win a poke war against a Ziggs and a Jace, right? It's just a pure game of numbers.
Here we go, brave of numbers as 369 gets caught out. There's the Pop Blossom down on the 3 people. The Mega Inferno Bomb Mole is dead, but so is Diana. It's going to be a trade of top laner for jungler, jungler for top laner. As Knight's getting resets, he flashes immediately away to not get hit by the minefield. It's a 2v2 now as Shanks, Beishong, and Stay try to keep this one going for them. There's the Heartbreaker from Knight to get himself over back behind the side of WE. These health bars are low. We are going to see them jumping in. Knight tries to get it, but he cannot. He will be stopped dead in his tracks by a satchel charge of Stay, and now Sho finds himself on the wrong side of history and the wrong side of the map as he's trying to run away and keep himself alive, but WE are still in this game.
Yeah, Jua, I don't think it matters whether he gets away or not, right? WE able to get themselves on Soul Point with a potential Infernal coming out. Still, WE investing everything into trying to find this pick. I mean, this could even turn into something like a Baron for WE, right? They are going to have man advantage on the map. He is fine. Mole laughing, giving the thumbs up as well. But for WE, closing the gold gap. Remember, Top Esports were winning 2K gold before. On Soul Point, they're feeling good. They're feeling strong. In WE, with these crazy last-second substitutions, maybe finding the key to victory.
Honestly, it looks fantastic for him as we're looking for a replay here. And this is already so bad for Jackie Love because he just can't walk forward onto this. He knows he's caught out a little bit, so he has to constantly be walking backwards. Even loses his heel, but he's just not in this fight.
Yeah, still, Mole kind of giving one over, being a little bit overzealous. Knight able to get out, though. And this is where Top Esports, you can tell they feel like they don't want to give away the straight for the fact that it would be Soul Point for WE. They still feel like they have the damage available. The ult comes out from Jackie Love, but Shanks flashing forward, then Beishong able to close the distance as well with the W followed by an E. And they just have more damage. They have more durability as well coming out from their builds. And Top Esports not having the critical abilities, I think especially on that Viego, necessary to find the picks. Because look at Shanks' build. Gore Drinker, Sterix Gauge, Plated Steel Caps, he's fine. He can survive some of the rotations of spells coming out.
Got a little bit of time as both teams just try and get their side waves in order. Mid lane going to be the priority here for WE, but they know that there's 2 people off the side. 369 and Knight both have their teleports available. So they're just pushing in these side waves, being a nuisance of themselves. While we have time, actually, do we have time? It's 369.
We don't have time, Penguin.
Dempsey's fine. Walks away. One more time, get low. Moving back into the game as Carson now moving back towards Shuo. I can see you laughing. You're just not laughing on the cast. See, that's the thing that hurts me the most. Is what might hurt the most here is a Moonfall. Is Breathe in a lot of trouble, has no flash to try and get away. They're trying to keep him alive as long as they can. Ooh, the set does not get in quick enough, so they will trade top laner for top. It's still going to be Shanks in that bot side. You can see now Knight trying to see if he can use the range now he's gained from this Jace, but a 1-for-1 trade means that this becomes a bit more difficult for WE to try and keep going.
Oh, they're still trying to find it. They're going with the die, but Shanks is on his way.
Shanks is on his way. Subjugate used, but as is the Pop Blossom. The Mega Inferno Bomb dropped down to try and save the turret, but it is not going to work. Beishong did go back. Has got himself 2 pink wards as now Top Esports move back towards this Baron pit. They're going to jump straight onto it and start it up. They will take it relatively quickly. They have got the Nashor's Tooth alongside the Blade of the Ruined King, and this is going to be a bit difficult now for WE. They will push themselves forward back into this. I don't think you can go for this fight right now. 369 not there to frontline for you, and there's so much poke down for the side of WE if they decide to stay on that Baron.
I think what TS was hoping for was maybe either sweepers are down or W make a mistake and don't check vision, and then you could pull them into the pit. It sets up for 369 to have a flank angle on the TP, because we saw Top Esports did have wards there, right? So that's my guess of what Top Esports' train of thought was going into that play, hoping they could get 369 behind and find an advantageous fight to actually turn into a Baron. But WE doing a nice job of clearing out wards and making sure that a play like that isn't available. So We see WE doing a nice job so far of respecting. And for WE, I feel like you're just fine waiting out this next minute, 15 seconds. You're fine just answering waves on sides, clearing out your jungle camps. You want to start seeing them make their way down towards that bottom half of the map soon to start laying down vision. And for TS, I expect we'll see what we saw last time. 369 maybe trying to find some cheeky angle to come off on a flank, get behind, hopefully take Breathe or Shanks into the enemy team and try and burst out one of these key members before something can go down.
Well, a minute until this dragon spawns. We look at the summoners there. Only Shanks missing his flash. No Ignite for Zhou and no flash for 369. So that big flash engage that we normally see from the set, not really in a position to do that one there. Zhou needs to be a little bit careful of the rest of WE, but 369's already found himself into enemy territory. Now, with mid lane priority being pressured here by WE, to see Top Esports, they realize they're a little bit too quick on the buzzer. They're going to take a lot of punishment to try to just garner for this one. 369 has no flash and no real way out. He's trying to go for it. They're trying to see if they can take him out before he uses his haymaker. And now Top Esports, they're running away. There is the ultimate. There's going to be enough damage. He's ticking down.
Oh,
Knight finds Breathe. Knight gets himself a solo kill, but he's on the wrong side of this fight. Beishang tries to flash in on top of him, but Knight will stay alive now with the dragon spawn. It's 4v5. TC coming out of the back of this. 369 kept his ultimate, but they know exactly where he is. Now Shanks might be in a little bit of trouble. There's the flawless duet. It lands onto nothing. Pop Blossom to try and create a zone of protection. The Vanguard's edge down as the rest of WE are still pushing, still prodding, but Knight's still on the backside. And that's going to be enough for Top Esports to be able to take this fight. That's going to be enough for them to be able to take the Dragon, the Baron, and control of this game.
And Top Esports are playing a game of inches. The fact that 369 somehow luckily able to get away. In that time, Knight finding the kill, which buys more time, resets the ultimate so he can get away, gives time for 369 with the TP. All of that was just so close. Had 369 gotten bursted out before that play could have been set up, that could have been completely different for the side of WE. And now Top Esports trying to turn this into a Baron. Beishang doesn't have Smite up just yet. Breathe does have a lot of poke, so Top Esports got to be careful.
They don't know that. They don't know that he doesn't have Smite, but he's not able to get into the pit in time. So, Baron in favor of Top Esports. Top Esports now moving with a 4,500 gold lead. And this was Knight putting Top Esports on his back with such amazing creativity, originally to get the fight, but then straight away off of this, he knows who his mark is, he knows where he has to be, and it's after Aim or Stay has used all of his abilities.
That's the thing is, we're getting this, replay of the fight. Like you're saying, Knight goes on to Stay, 369 set up the ultimate, but it felt like the crucial part was what happened before. It was Knight finding the initial pick to set all of this up, because once we got to that point, WE are already too far overextended in the river, 369 has a teleport available, and Top Esports can just attack them on numerous sides. So the crucial play coming in before that with Knight setting all of it up. Now for Top Esports, they've gotten their gold lead back, sitting on a 5k gold lead. Something to highlight as well, Karsa going for this Riftmaker build of Diana. You do see it sometimes in solo queue. I think it's because you do have a lot more, durable frontline members of WE, so getting things like the Omni Vamp available, more extended fights as well is where things like Riftmaker thrive to be able to ramp up to get more of that damage coming out. So it seems like that's what Karsa's expecting a lot of these fights to turn into, as, like you're saying, some decent damage coming out from TS with the pillar into arrow combo.
Gotta be so careful. There's still a minute and a half of this Baron buff left for Top Esports as they're pushing in pretty much all three lanes. They've got mid, bot, and they're going straight up to top. So very difficult for the side of WE to defend as adamantly. It is going to be much, much easier for them with the Jace and the Ziggs. So they have got ways of doing it, but still got to be very, very careful of where you kind of push forward. You can see there, one piercing arrow takes Stay down to about half HP. That's how powerful this Varus is right now.
Yeah, and Top Esports going to do their best to try and siege, but you are trying to siege up against the Ziggs, and even Jace is the one they're keeping around the rest of their squad, right? They have Irelia being the one to answer set in the side lane, so they are able to clear waves decently well. Top Esports do have Baron minions though, so still gonna have a slight advantage in being able to take these down, as Knight just keeps playing on a knife's edge. He's continuously looking for these kills. I think it's been at least 2 more solo kills picked up in this game, so continuing to get that number up is... Ooh, and he finds him! Oh, it's not a solo kill, but still it felt like he did all the work. Knight keeps finding these angles and Mo punished.
He does, very much so, as all he needs was a little bit of a pillar of ice to get it going, a little bit of ice to set it all off, and WE now, they lose top lane inhibitor, they're going to lose bot lane inhibitor turrets and mid lane all at the same time. It's all overwhelming, it's all just becoming a little bit too much. There's a showstopper to start us all off, the knockback into the turret, but Jace is dead. Now you're down to 3 members, it's a 3v5, WE looking to try and keep themselves alive, and Top Esports trying to push themselves up into 5th. They are looking to try and end this series and end their regular split with a 2-0. Zhou looking very low, but he's not going down just yet. Stay falls. The rest of WE underneath their towers trying to keep it all going for them, but they just can't. There's nothing they can do. Knight is just too big. The rest of Top Esports have too much damage, and Top Esports will 2-0 WE, sending themselves up to 5th position and sending WE down to 7th.
Really nice to see come out from Top Esports this time around. Exceptional game 1 where they're able to punish mistakes out from that bot lane of Elk and Missing. Then into game 2, again, a bit of an unfortunate roster swap coming in for WE, not able to pull it out. So now Top Esports guaranteed 5th. WE are 7th, so WE already know their first round opponent in playoffs. WE are going to be going up against OMG, going to be one of the first matches that we do have. And for WE for a second, let's bring this back to some positivity, because for game 1, right, what happened in bot lane, definitely a massive mistake, shouldn't happen, but sometimes it happens. You misplay a bot lane matchup and then it quickly just snowballs out of control. It can happen. It's something WE can go back and learn from. And then in this game 2, they brought in this roster swap. Again, it sounds like the missing change had to be done. And I feel like WE performed respectably with this roster that they had to field in game 2. It was actually much closer than it was in the first game. They had to use off-meta picks like the Nico because Molt doesn't play support. Again, you can check his solo queue right now. Is still just playing the mid lane. And it put them in this situation where, hey, it was close early on. You could see maybe angles where they could have won. But in the end, Top Esports were able to pull it out. Knight having 2 great performances. And it felt like across the board, 369 had his moments. Draw's pillars this game were absolutely crucial. And TES were just the better team in this series.
They really, really were, and that does lock in quite a few people. We look at 10th to 7th. We've got OMG, Suning, LNG now in 8th position, and WE in 7th. So pretty much all bangers in our first round. We're going to have LNG versus Suning, and WE versus OMG. Top Esports get themselves all the way up into 5th. They are going to be there with Billy as we... my camera decides to fall on me one more time. It's happened a couple of times today, but now RNG find themselves up into 4th. So RNG very happy with that result, and they're going to be. I'm trying to work with this while also fixing my camera. I apologize.
Penguin, don't worry. I'll take it away from you, because me and you were having this conversation before, and with the rest of the caster team, that the fact that Top Esports and RNG are going to be on that same side of the bracket is just so absolutely crazy. And let's remember that, maybe Top Esports go down, right? Maybe a team like LNG or Suning can upset them. Who knows? But the point is that only one of Suning, Top Esports, LNG, RNG make it into double elim is crazy to me. I think a lot of people saw teams like TES and RNG both as potentially being able to make top 4. I know there were some believers out there in Suning, but you're going to have to get past big boss RNG to be able to make it. So, I don't know. This matchup was so cool. The fact that we do have our standings just kind of locked in and we know our placements other than 1st and 2nd. And of course, guys, Knight is going to be our MVP. It found like he was being the crucial playmaker when situations were dire to find the big plays that Top Esports need. And again, I just love it. Continuously looking for the plays. The 1v3 at top side, chef's kiss.
It is exactly what you need. Now, with this MVP performance, with this MVP win, Knight got himself 14. He cannot be overtaken or even equaled, so he was going to have the most MVPs for the regular split. Congratulations to him, and of course the Top Esports. And honestly, we said it at the top of the day, this is a career defining split for Knight, and it would be a travesty if we did not see this guy late into playoffs. Honestly, like, him alone is enough for me to say, yes, put Top Esports into our top 4, put them into double elimination, because I just want to see him play.
You know what's funny is that people have even been saying that since he came in. I remember 2019 of people like Raz saying Knight is the best mid laner. Raz had him as the best mid laner of the league. Then you move on to 2020 when you have people, like all of us were on that board of like, hey, Knight or Rookie, it's really close in terms of who was the best back then, but still the fact that Knight is in that conversation, probably potentially was the best performing mid laner. And now once again, it's like, man, every year this guy just finds a way to have his name in that conversation. Is just absolutely mind-blowing. This last year it was Knight and Rookie. This time Knight and Dwinby being really the big ones to stand out. So great to see from Top Esports.
Yeah, well, we're going to see what 369 has to say as he's standing by with Wendy for a post-match interview.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview, and I'm standing by with 369 from Top Esports. So congratulations on this very clean 2-0 victory, and how do you feel about today's game? And I'm satisfied with your own and also the team's performance for today. 那首先恭喜你们今天很漂亮2比0拿下了比赛的胜利。那想问一下你现在感觉怎么样？因为是用胜利来收尾了整个的一个常规赛的征程，然后同时对今天自己包括队伍的一个表现还满意吗？
就赢下来还是蛮开心的，因为好像可以少打一轮BO5嘛。然后对伍发挥吧，大家发挥都挺好的。
So I'm very happy that we were able to get a win for today's game, because after this victory we can place one less best of 5 in the playoffs, so that's a very good news for us. And also I think in terms of our general performance, all the teammates, they just performed so good for today's best of 3. And let's talk a bit more about today's game. So in game 1, we feels like with your Jazz, the opponent's Wukong can somehow counter in the lanes, but you were able to just open the whole situations through the ball lane. So what's the team's communication around the early game for game 1？ 那我们其实感觉第一局的一个阵容选出来的时候，其实你的杰斯是有一点点被对面的悟空可能在前期会限制住的，但是你们却很完美的通过下路来帮整体打开了局面。所以说能问一下，可能你们第一局前期的一些沟通或者处理是怎么样的吗？
因为我们下路把对面单杀了好多次，所以说就比较好赢嘛，第一盘。
So because in game 1, our bowling they just performed so good and made so many kills in the laning phase. So because of this, we were just able to snowboard smoothly and just win the game 1. And also in terms of the game 2, the opponent's team, they have chosen the Nico support. So have you expected this choice? And also this Nico really roamed a lot in the early game. So how did you guys just handle with this point? 那其实说到第2局，其实对面选出了一个比较不太常见的Nico 辅助嘛，让你们当时有没有预料到，而且感觉到其实对面的一个Nico在第2局整个前期一直在找机会去进行游走，所以说针对他这个游走的这个点，你们是怎么去处理的呢？
就看到的话就小心一点嘛，就这样，注意一下Nico的游走就行了。
So in the actual game, once we just saw the Nico with our visions, we just be placed more meticulously in the actual game to just target on the opponent's team. And definitely you guys just performed so good in the early game, especially in the game 2. And also game 2, I want to talk a bit more about the team fights before you guys were able to just get that Baron, the team fight around the Drake pit. Because at that time, after you have used your teleport, you just find a super good angle to make the hard engagement on the opponent's team. So could you share more about that scene, more details? 那其实说到第2局，我们感觉你们的整个的就是团战也打得特别好嘛，特别是在你们拿到大龙之前，在小龙处的那一波团，你是 TP 下来以后找到一个很好的机会，然后来进行了一个先手开团，所以能不能再和我们多分享一下当时那一波团的细节呢？
当时的话，其实就比较看自己吧，就自己找机会的，其实没什么细节。
To be honest, I think there's not that much details on that hard engagement. I just by myself find a very good angle to just make the hard engagement, and luckily with my ultimate we were able to win that team fight. And my last question is, and now you guys still got some time to prepare for the playoffs, so how much confidence do you have in terms of the playoffs, because you are very experienced in those best of 5s, and also any expectations toward the playoffs? 那接下来你们的一个征程也是季后赛了嘛，要为季后赛进行一些准备。那其实369你也是对 BO5 可能也是比较有经验的选手了，所以说对季后赛有没有信心？包括说对季后赛有怎么样的一个期待和展望吗？
就我的期待的话，其实就是说把自己该做到的都做到，然后做得更好吧。
So in the actual game, I just would like to in the playoff to complete my own missions in every single games, and I hope in terms of the whole team we can just perform better in the upcoming matchups. And definitely best of luck for the playoffs, and congratulations again for today's victory. 那再次恭喜你们，希望你季后赛也能加油。And back to you guys, bye bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy and 369. Getting a couple of bit of insights, of course, waiting towards the playoffs. Now they put themselves into round 2. They will face the winner of Suning versus LNG. And Lyric, we got ourselves 3rd to 10th all locked and loaded. We've just got one last series to decide the first 2.
And that's the thing, right, is we actually pretty much have our whole playoff bracket down because we already know that FPX and EDG are in the double elim portion, right? It's about who is on which side of the bracket, which teams do they potentially have to face. The cool thing about that is, I mean, you get a second chance, right? You're already in the double elim portion of the bracket, but still, maybe being able to get a bit further with what could potentially be seen as maybe an easier matchup would be nice. Though, I don't think there's any easier matchups. We saw what BLG did yesterday. We've seen the heights of top esports. We've seen RNG, WE, what they could do. Like, there's just so many positive things about a lot of these teams that I really don't feel like there is an easy matchup.
I honestly completely agree, and I think for top esports, you're still pretty happy that you don't have to play 2 best-of-5s this weekend. It is, like we say, a gauntlet, as we'll see now what side of the brackets EDG versus FPX end up being on. We're going to set it to a quick break, but when we return, the clash of first, the fight to be the #1 regular season team comes to a close. We'll see you very soon. The 2 best teams of the summer split finally meet. Both FPX and EDG have shown exceptional form all season, and now lies one final test. Edward Gaming have been indomitable all split long, and despite a few experiments with their roster over the course of the split, they still stand at the top of LPL. 2 AP carries going to do a lot of damage. A lot of shutdown gold going to be going over as well. As we can see, Mako flash grand entrance. Scout should be able to get away, as now JJ has joined the fray with his trusty sidekick Viper. And this Viper has got some teeth, has got some venom, and will pick up a triple off the back of it. Flandre has been so consistently good this split. If EDG wants to take that first seed, best luck to the top lane to see those cylinders firing.
Very desperate at finding some of these fights, and they're not done.
Oh, not at all. Aki thought he could save the turret. The structure is long forlorn. You can't do anything. The TP in from Cream. He might be able to show Suffer his way into the backline as well, but he's going to drag Flandre away and having to flash because he's noticed everyone of EDG is here. Cream cannot escape from Flandre.
Fun plus Phoenix will still have their spring finals defeat fresh in their minds. They will want to put that demon to bed and take that one last step to being the #1 team in the league.
To get some bombs in, that's onto Abel. Huge damage here, forcing the AD carry out of the fight. New as well, doesn't have the regen just yet to deal with 4 people. Aki on the sidelines, but LWX is just launching bomb after bomb from the backline. Doing B as well, absolutely monstrous in this fight as he takes yet another double kill. In with Chris from the side, the second time in the game. More bombs in, another triple for Doing B, and FPX are just styling on OMG.
Every team needs a star, a champion. Super Carry Doinby is the star for FPX. The 2019 world champion is in the form of his life and has the trust of everyone on his team to make the right call in the game.
You just throw out that poke. Doinby here as well.
Oh my god! Doinby just ended the game! That shockwave is it! You're dashed mentally after that game.
Both teams will be dissatisfied with their finish in spring. Now they look to show the rest of the league who truly is #1. The last game of the season decides it all. There are no retakes. It's do or die for the top spot.
I ain't looking for no wifey, but you're trying to entice me. No way, I see PJ, cause your body the only thing gonna please me. Why don't you come over? Let me call you a cab to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and I'm up at 8, but I don't care, I'm not calling late. I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all I know you don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now. Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow.
but you're trying to entice me, no way. Don't think that I'm easy, but I know that you got what I need to please me. So if I come over, give you the chance to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and it's getting late, so make it quick, cause I just can't wait.
I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night.
Oh boy, I don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now.
Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you.
I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey.
I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Eh, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Eh.
I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey.
It could all just be so simple, baby. If you wanted to be mine, you don't gotta be shy. Relax your mind, relax your mind. Don't take your time, don't take your time. It's alright, it's alright. Stay a while, stay a while. 'Cause I can be everything you wanna make to be. I could be everything you need to make to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let you. 'Cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. You got 5 senses, so take your time with all of them. 'Cause I need you to look at it before you go to just tasting and feeling on me. You know there's a cookie here, but before you go tasting, I need you to breathe. 'Cause I wanna be everything you need, and I need to be everything you want to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. 'Cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. 'Cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Hey, it's light work. Just looking at the wrist of the ice work. All this shit on me and I bust down. Shot come out the clutch and it bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team, I know. At the draw on the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air, break the draw, gotta stay on auto. Mad it, auto wins at it. Need a new patty, cause the time costs. Then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick gang, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just gotta show 'em. Got a whole game prepped up, got 'em like it's loaded. Oh, they got it backwards like it's Yoda. On track, got speed, it's a locomotive. Hey.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. I'm just staying in my lane and I'm supposed to. Be 100 ain't a thing, I ain't checking for no lames. Only gang with the dudes that I'm close to. I don't ride a wave, I just float through. Drawing up the plays like a coach do. Come against the team, better pray like the Pope do. Cause we'll turn your little beef into tofu. We tryna rise to the top. Real recognize you ain't squad, you the op. Drip on wall pate, feeling like the greats. Appetite jumping and you looking like a plate. Team on 3, no fail when we break. Lombardi is the only L's that we take. Tap the pylon, then we all celebrate. Then it's back to the huddle, time to cook another play.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I need a dub for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't notice, excel like POTUS, and I stay open. Hold up, let's get coders. Crept down the court, bought with the fade. Like, I don't even start for the win, I don't play. Got a coat for the rain, y'all boys brace for the storm. We tsunami informed, and it's best that you stay informed. We run plays without no script, hey, that's light work. We make bands just off our shot, but what's your net worth? I cut ties for all my team with all this drip, but no canteen. Now y'all boys can, but no sardines. We off this wave for all 19. I don't, yeah, got no words, don't say too much. Clock on 5 and a step like clutch. Team G6 and the league stay up. Ayy, gotta hit that flex like a rep, we cut, we
hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win.
下一场对战 FunPlus 的话，对战东硬币选手要稍微注意一下他的英雄池吧，特别的英雄池，然后主要是要限制一下对面中野的节奏吧。最后一场打 FunPlus 的话，因为我们战胜了李宁，所以最后一场谁赢就谁第一嘛，所以比较有趣吧。
下场我们要跟 EDG 交手了，然后 EDG 中单 Scout 选手的话，其实他在 EDG 打了很久嘛，然后我觉得他们 EDG 的打法就是前面还是会保护中路的，比如说是辅助啊什么或上路打野有线权，他们会往中路靠，帮中路做视野部，这样让中路打的就很舒服，所以我觉得这个点我们还是要小心点，因为这场比赛感觉对两边都很重要，因为谁赢谁是第一嘛。然后，因为我们其实 FunPlus 的话，大家都知道，19年那个时候常规赛都打得好的，特别好，然后也拿了冠军。但 S 10去年其实常规赛 都是那样，就打得很一般，也没有一次是常规赛前2或什么第1名。而这次我们很想要常规赛第1，所以我们不会输给 EDG。
They are not giving in to EDG. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are into our final game of the regular season. Just between you and me, it is a banger. Certified, ship it, send it off to Twitch and to YouTube. We got ourselves set up. We're going to be bringing you here. It's going to be myself and Lyric bringing you all of the action. But let's just jump into what this match actually means. It is the fight for first place. It's very, very simple, Lyric. Win, you're number 1.
I know, like, we didn't even really need anything complex with this one, right? You just see it right there. Both of these teams are tied in terms of their series score, in terms of their game score. You win, you're first. But this is not the first time that these two teams have faced off against each other. We have seen this matchup before. It's been a little while, but in spring playoffs, this went to a full 5 games. It felt like it was a very explosive series. I feel like we're very much in the same boat where it is so close between these two teams that anyone will be able to take it. And, you know, we'll pull up those clips right now of the past series that EDG and FPX did play against each other. But I feel like a big thing in my mind was the fact that it was very jungle-oriented of which team was able to come out on top. I feel like JJ was playing some of the best League of Legends after he did come back onto the roster, and Tien did feel like a defining point for FPX as well. Actually, I said that backwards. Tien being the big carry when he came back, JJ being a defining point as we have seen. But for EDG, it's not, I'd say, as bot lane oriented as it once was in a lot of parts of spring, to where they were able to rely on Viper and Mako to be those big carries, where for FPX you are able to still have Duinbi and Tien be these big playmakers.
And that was the big thing as well. The EDG back then, where they were the control team, still are to an extent, but it was a clash of styles, explosive power versus controlled tempo and you know, I suppose tempered aggression, as we see just a lot of these clips. These team fights were so close, and all it took was one misstep, one mistake, one opportunity for either side to get themselves into the team fight, into the advantage, and that was what sparked it. That was what set off absolutely everybody. And for me, this is just such a modern day classic, if you will, of just FPX kind of, you know, the 2019 world champions looking to continue that legacy, and EDG looking to reignite theirs. They're back on the up and up. They're the ones who, obviously the first MSI champions had a little bit of a dip, and now looking stronger than ever. It really is just a massive series between both of these organizations.
And it's one where it really feels like one of the defining teams of the new age of LPL versus one of the defining orgs of the old age of LPL. Also an extremely close matchup between these two squads, almost going like win for win every time they have played against each other. Right now, FPX sitting 7-6 in terms of series, 20-19 in terms of games. So seriously,
so close.
Super close. And even when we look at stats from this split, I think it is very close across the board. Some key ones I want to highlight where it is a bit different. Champion kills per minute, FPX being first, EDG being 13th, which means FPX's games are on average much bloodier than the games that EDG does bring out. The other thing is the Rift Herald percentage, because in terms of Dragons, both of these teams actually tied in terms of how much they get Dragon in their games, but Rift Herald being much more favored towards EDG. I think it also goes with the fact that FPX have preferred to play through like bot side river with their mid jungle and bottom lane, typically do leave Nuguri in an island. Sure, EDG might do the same with Flandre, but more actively moving their bot lane up towards Herald. We're gonna go straight into clips here. Duinbi really feels like he's been the defining factor in FPX's game so far this split, finding solo kills, finding pentakills. This man has been doing it all, and he's just been bringing so much clutch factor to the FPX roster.
I mean, we talked about how Knight in our previous series is on a career-defining season. This man, this world champion, looks better than when he played in 2019 and won the world championship. This is a man who is coming out with a determination and just straight-up need to win. He is just so good, and he is creative, and I think that's the big thing when we're looking at some of our top players in the LPL, is that you need creativity. You need to be able to catch your opponent off guard. If you just play bog standard, waiting for lanes, trading off this side and the other, you're just going to fall behind. But not for Duinbi, not for FPX, specifically for FPX. They have come back into series or games which they might have, or well could have lost because of Duinbi's you know, intuition and innovation.
Yeah, and the big thing is we even saw in that last clip that all the members are starting to step up, right? I think LWX is starting to having a lot better split. Nuggery's been finding opportunities in team fights with that Gnar ultimate. It definitely feels like FPX don't have any weaknesses in their current form.
Yeah, it really does. But looking at, EDG, they had a couple of different setups this year. They obviously tried out their jungle position, swapping around a little bit, but they've been as consistent as ever. We saw in the stats of how good they are around those team fights and how they're not relying on just one set carry. It is very much a team effort.
That's the thing, right? Even though I think when you think of individual skill, teams like IG or TS would come to your mind in the past, I think Edward Gaming play a lot through the individual skill of their laners, being able to get ahead in that early game, and the fact that any of them have been able to step up and carry. We saw early on in the split, both Flandre and Scout were having insane performances that they were able to rely on. It feels like as the split went on, they did go back to relying more on their bottom lane, or putting more trust into JJ after subbing him out and seeing how much he does do for this roster. And this really is a team of early game will be pretty slow if JJ isn't there to start things off, or if their laners can't find an advantage of their own. They will play more to get to mid game, to cycle through those dragons, to cycle through Rift Heralds, and take the high percentage plays. It's never going to be something too risky with EDG, but it's worked. It's been very dominant, especially with teams under them. They've been able to consistently take them down when it's been classical top teams like RNG and TS who are able to upset teams like EDG. So we're going to be looking at EDG to see what they're able to do today up against another team like FPX, which could be their kryptonite. But I remember Doinby early on in the split saying, hey, people are saying this meta is good for us. No, this meta is extremely good for EDG with how versatile they can be in terms of picks.
I think that's the big thing when you look at EDG, their power in their lanes to chop and change, mold to whatever they need it to be. If Viper needs to be the carry, cool, we can get ourselves Orianna mid, or maybe more, facilitating support. There's so many ways they can move around this, but if we're looking at this matchup, we're coming into this, the two people, the one lane I am looking at with a microscope is going to be that mid lane. Doinby versus Scout, two of our most veteran players in this league, and honestly, I don't expect this matchup being anything but explosive.
No, and when we look at the stats, I think all Doinby stats pretty good, right? The CSD, the kill participation, damage, solo kills. Scouts are a bit more middling, but I think that is from the fact that they do have more avenues to play around, right? You do have Viper in the bot side who can pop off, take that damage share off your shoulders, and be able to do more. Scout also, I think, has shown that he has been more willing to move around the map with the current picks in the meta. So this one, I think, definitely going to be hype. We saw in the pre-game interview, Doinby saying, hey, we know that they're going to put some emphasis towards mid with support and jungle. And for Scout, him saying the same about FPX, saying, hey, I need to roam early on and prevent the mid-jungle combo of FPX from being able to do anything.
It was a bit of a Spider-Man meme, and they're both pointing at each other and saying, no, you, as we look at the champion comparison. We are stealing this from our fantastic neighbors over on the Chinese side. And you got Zoe in there, hasn't played at this split, but look at the amount of champions these two guys are known to have played. It's just so massively diverse between the two of them.
Yeah, and I do want to say, I actually think the Zoe was meant to be a Lulu because both of them have played that this split. But like you're saying, Doinby clearly indexing into his own section of champions, Scout having some pocket picks of his own, and both showing that they're able to bring out all the things that are meta with the Sylas, with the Akali, the Galio, just so many different options. But I wonder if we will get some of these more expressive picks, the Cassidans, the Kleds, the LeBlanc and Lucian on the opposite side, because that would be fun. Truly seeing the stylistic differences of these teams brought out to their full force.
Really would be nice to see. And again, this is a potential dry run. This is a dress rehearsal, if you will, for what we could see very, very late into our playoffs. They are guaranteed top two, so they are guaranteed into that double elimination, but that's still not the job done. You've gotten yourself in a great position, but you need to finish it off. And there's going to be a lot of hungry players, a lot of hungry teams, because both of these squads, I feel, will be very dissatisfied with how they finished off in spring. I feel like both of EDG and FPX would have felt like they should have won, or at least could have won.
Yeah, and it's a bit of the elephant in the room in terms of the bracket, right? I think you have more consistent teams on that bottom side in terms of RA and BLG, but teams would scare your highs on the top side. I honestly don't think that will matter to either of these teams from have been on a team before. I feel like you're really going to be playing for like pride, the fact that you're able to take the win, the fact that you can play against this team soon in a best of 5, and the momentum, the confidence of having beaten them here can really carry over a lot. We saw Doinby say in that previous interview, 2019, FPX were completely tearing it apart in the regular split, and they want to move that forward to show that, hey, just like 2019, they could do it again. They could go to Worlds and maybe recreate that run. And EDG, I'd say same on the opposite side. They want to show that they can keep that dominance up against a potential team that, you know, they probably will play against in playoffs at some point, with the fact that both of these teams will be in the double elimination portion of the bracket.
Absolutely, and you mentioned that, and how we're coming into this. It is only the difference between first and second, but it's that momentum, it's the attitude, it's the you don't want to stop. Once you're ready to go, once you're ready to set yourself up, you need to continue that throughout the season. You do not want it to stop. If you're on a high, you want to keep it going nice and strong. But one and all watching the LPL, we will not wait any longer. We are jumping into Champion Select for the fight for first, EDG versus FPX. And we're already seeing some of those big power picks being taken away. The Viego, the Jace, the Zinzao, and the Ziggs all locked into ban prison.
And with the, I'm a bit surprised. I'm going to say with the Jace being taken off the board, I wonder if it signals some kind of like higher Gwen prio coming out for Flandre, because it was a pick he was having a lot of success on earlier on in the split. The Lee Sin being the standout to me of something that's open, but EDG don't care. Instantly going to go straight towards that Renekton. Flandre so far having 100% win rate on the pick, so EDG feeling confident.
Feeling very confident, locked and loaded, ready to go. Of course, it is technically a flex, can go to scout into that mid lane, so you're going to be thinking about what your next move is here for FPX, but right now, still plenty of power picks to choose from, as they are going to hover at the Lee Sin, maybe the Diana. Again, a lot of things here they can maybe go for, and I actually quite like where they're going with this for FPX. Just locking in your top side of the map. There's still plenty in bot lane to be able to get yourself it later on the draft.
So they're highlighting the Diana because they know that's what EDG probably want to take. It's Jidge's most played champion so far this split, and the fact that they set up Renekton, it has been the combo we've seen the most of lately, with things like Nidalee not necessarily being back in the meta right now, unless you are someone who really does specialize in that. So I think FPX showing, hey, we know what you want to take. We are still going to take the highest prio picks left open in terms of the Lee Sin and the Aphelios. I think EDG will just lock this one in as they do. And there we go. We get Scout bringing out the Lucian. One of the differences in the mid lane champion pools that we talked about. So EDG, a team that we've talked about as being, a bit more controlled, a bit more tempered, but still heavily relying in terms of the leads they can generate for themselves in lane, are going to bring out this more aggressive style with these solo laners.
Big move forward for them as well. Just saying, look straight away, no time to think about it. You got to go for it. You got to pick what you want to pick before you go into the second round of bans, as we do see the Braum locked and loaded, and FPX banning away the Rakan. We talked about it earlier. Rakan seen as a nice little mini counter to the Braum. Very difficult to deal with in the lane if you play that matchup correctly. So FPX looking to get LWX and Crisp into a nice solid footing down that bot lane.
And this will be Crisp's first game on Braum of the split. I think Braum's pretty decent into what they've picked up so far. Going to give Peel over to the Aphelios, and your ultimate's going to have a lot of value when the enemy side is all going to be jumping onto you. I'm really curious to see where FPX go in terms of a pick against the Lucian. I wonder if they would want to just put something like the Lee Sin mid and try to weather the storm, because not too many picks available that really can go toe-to-toe with him. You can always try to bring out a more supportive pick like the Karma, but then I feel like slotting Lee Sin into your composition is a little bit awkward in terms of like Karma Lee Sin mid-jungle sounds a little bit weird, right? Not really having that big champion you can prop up in terms of the jungle role. So we're going to keep our eyes on Doinb, or if he has more confidence to go back to one of those Doinb-esque picks that we've hit on, right? Things like the Kled. You always could also bring out the Orianna, something that Doinb has been very competent on, and keep going with more of neutralizing the early game and scaling, but you will be giving EDG a big window to play around.
Now, we'll wait to see what they want to lock in here. Of course, the Kled is more of a Doinb-esque pick, but it is only 2 and 4 this split on it. He hasn't got played 6 times. It's his most played champion of the split so far, and he has lost 4 of those games. So maybe not something you want to 100% gravitate towards, but they're going to leave him all the way until the last pick. Hell, he got his pentakill on that Lee Sin mid, so maybe it's the Lee Sin for Doinb in that mid lane. We'll have to wait and see, as Nuguri going to have his cannon. That's an important thing. His cannon. He got a skin on it in 2020.
I mean, it's his 4th most played champion in his career, 28 games, 71% win rate, something that he is just exceptional on. Does give them more AP in the composition, which is nice as well. Now for EDG, we're looking at where they want to go with bot lane, instantly bringing out the Ashe to try to fight for that prio. Giving them some engage in this composition is quite nice, where it is lacking elsewhere with the ability to find picks. Sure, they can try and play out through side lanes and the ability to move first, but it doesn't feel like it would be enough for EDG. The Tom Kench pick to me would be a little bit strange. I wouldn't even mind seeing more Engage come out in the support role as well. It would be a bit of a neutral lane, but you would at least be able to move something like a Leona or Nautilus on the map. Trundle Pillar, pretty decent up against the Kennen to being able to prevent the Slicing Maelstrom to get onto your team, but very pick-oriented composition coming out from the side of Edward Gaming.
And now you got yourself last pick for FPX. Do you want to try and put Doomby onto a playmaker? Do you put him onto a facilitator? You've got so many options, and we know he can play them all. And oh lord, we got ourselves an Aurelia into that mid lane. So a lot of skill expression, a lot of playmaking ability. Both teams locked and loaded. Both teams are going to be absolutely fire if they can get their engages the way they want.
One mistake is going to, cost a lot in that mid lane matchup as well. Scout going to be able to generate some pressure at level 1 with his range and try to play around the health advantage he's able to get. But if Doinby can find an all-in, if Doinby can find times to sync up with Tien and punish the Lucian, maybe take away his flash, the Irelia's going to have so much pressure in a melee versus ranged matchup at that point. I like both compositions so far. EDG wanting to run head first into FPX. FPX having a little bit more dimensions with their comp. Ken played a bit slower, Ken played a bit more far back in terms of the Aphelios, and the Kennen also doing a great job of dissuading all-ins with the Slicing Maelstrom, but also still having those flank opportunities coming out from champions like Kennen and Irelia.
And I see Renekton, I see Kennen, and the one word that comes into my head is flank. We're going to look at deep wards, deep TPs, deep ways to get yourself onto these back sides, and creativity is going to be the name of the game for these two sides. It is a clash of styles in this final regular season game. FPX, explosive, powerful, quickest game of the split, some of the highest KDAs on any of the teammates, and then you're looking at EDG, calm, collected, composed, looking to just suffocate you out and take the game on their terms. This is going to decide who will have the advantage, and honestly, the favorite to take out the LPL Championship. We are jumping into game 1. Buckle up, sit down, get yourself ready, because it's going to be a banger of a game. Now, Lyric, I know that's very hard for you to follow up on. A lot of hype. Hype's not really your thing. But you don't leave a brother hanging. And there's no crowd to back me up here today. So I'm just going to say...
I was actually still totally in the mindset there were Gios. And also, you just totally threw me under the bus in terms of my hype levels, though.
Absolutely. You've been throwing me under the bus for weeks.
I have been throwing you under the bus for weeks. That is a fair point. But Penguin, we got a hype matchup on the Rift. And we're going to see which of these teams is going to throw the other under a bus. And right now, we can see really aggressive options coming on that bottom lane matchup. Double hail of blades in that bottom side, so can get some really quick, aggressive trades out from there. Really want to see how this one goes. You would expect him to have pressure, right? I mean, they have the Ashe into the Aphelios, can just spam those volleys. They have a Trundle as well, who's pretty good. Use that pillar, try and get LWX in a really tough position to force out something like a Slash. No Ignite coming out from Mako. Typically, when we do see the Hail of Blades on Trundle, it is that Ignite on the Rift. And we're going to see here in mid lane, it is what we talked about, right? Scout abusing that range advantage to try and force Doinby off the wave. Now trying to push him out from being able to really pick up anything, get that level 2, and then force those hard trades.
Yeah, we can see the fight for the brush control already starting off here. It is going to be won by FPX, so they'll be able to get themselves pushed forward a little bit. You gotta be careful, though. The chase down potential with an Ashe, of course, with that Frost Arrow passive is very, very poignant and very powerful, so you gotta be very aware of that. The level 2 should be hit by both bot lanes relatively evenly, so not really much of an advantage to garner from either side, but I'm going to be watching this bot lane, or excuse me, this jungle pathing towards this bot lane very, very closely. You can see both junglers did start on the bot side, so they'll move up towards this top lane, but I feel like right now this could be an opportunity here for both sides to really get their junglers into one of those side lanes and make an early advantage for themselves.
Yeah, JJ, I don't expect him to look for any early ganks, but the fact that he will have Prio in both soul lanes means he can move more aggressively, right? You expect him to get the top side scuttle, maybe try and make his way down and look for some duels elsewhere. You wouldn't really expect much with the fact that Tien did go mirroring his camp in the opposite direction, right? Went from red to blue on the bottom side, so junglers shouldn't really interact. I don't think you have much opportunity to set up any ganks early on. So probably for the first 4 minutes, we're not going to see too much action. Going back to your point earlier about the EDG bottom lane, they also did both take approach velocity, so it will be pretty overbearing to get away from both Trundle and Ashe with the amount of slows they're able to put down on you later on in the game. But right now, FPX's bottom lane having prio. I mean, also with the fact that JJ pathing away from the bottom lane, I think Viper and Mako not really wanting to push out in that situation.
Yeah, approach velocity, of course, very powerful. It's almost exclusively taken on Ashe as an AD carry, as we do see the pillar go down. The Unbreakable pops back up, so both bot lanes just testing the waters right now as JJ gets himself in, pops down a nice little ward, seeing if Doomby overextends, and just waiting for any kind of shenanigans. Both junglers resetting after a full clear, going to be almost identical in what they're able to buy. Just one last smite available, or one extra smite for JJ as he goes back and gets himself 2 amplifying tones.
Yeah, and oh, some heavy trades coming out from Nuggery, but nothing going to be able to be capitalized on. Also, hitting back to what we just saw in mid lane, Scout is building up a big wave, so going to be able to push that in under turret, potentially find some heavy trades onto Doinby. Not sure if he's enough gold for he wants to be looking for a reset right now, but we're closely going to get to the point where some of these matchups are going to flip, right? Doinby towards his level 6 going to get pressure. We can see Nuggery now off of the bounce back of the earlier push from Renekton is able to control the wave with the fact that it is stacking up. So pretty nice coming out. We're going to be looking at TN. Oh, maybe they find a gank window.
Well, there's a flawless duet. Crisp is here. Scout might be forced to flash away. He goes underneath his turret. He flashes back over it as Crisp goes in. Crisp will not die, and they're able to tank this turret up nicely there. Doomby flashes himself out to safety, and it's FPX with first blood.
I'm so surprised. I thought maybe JJ would be able to turn that one around and at least find a kill on the Crisp for a 1-for-1. Not able to in the end. FPX still going for it.
They're still going. He's a flawless duet, and the concussive blows down onto 2 members of EDG. They will gain 1 more. They will force the flash out of Mako and the exhaust. FPX starting so explosive. Q lands, and TN on his Lee Sin pick will pick up another for FPX.
And FPX are just so explosive. Both teams talking about in the pre-game interview, there's going to be a lot of shenanigans, a lot of fighting around the mid lane, and it has stayed true so far. We're going to get a bit more. Doesn't look like it as Flandre backs off, but man, really nice to see out from FPX. They know the TP is going to come out with where the wave is. They do get the flawless switch to go with the stun. Chris coming in and Doinby knowing, hey, we get the passive on and we have the exhaust. We can finish off this kill. JJ almost able to pull it back in, but with Chris flashing away, I also think he used the W there as well, not taking an extra turret shot. And then EDG coming to answer the wave. I don't know if they thought maybe they could take this with the low health bars, but FPX just able to turn. And Braum is just so overbearing to deal with in any of these early skirmishes. You saw it right there, able to tag his passive on both members of EDG. You're going to get locked down so quickly. And beautiful Q from TN there in the end. Is well. What?
We're back in, and there's an immediate kill there for Scout. Great roam by Flandre. Flashes in, gets himself the kill, and that's going to be EDG trying to equal back out this goal deficit. And EDG not to be outdone just yet. Keep themselves in the relevancy. Scout, though, will have to be careful of TN. He has got himself the access to that Dragon's Rage kick. Great answer here for EDG. Great way to bring themselves back up into some kind of early game relevancy.
This also goes back to a point about Flandre that I feel like is really underrated, is that so Flandre doesn't really have pressure in his lane all that much, right? Almost never. But when Flandre does have like windows where he's able to move, I actually feel like Flandre is one of the top laners who most takes advantage of those windows. He's not going to be like a player like Breathe or Bin or any of these guys, right, who are looking to force their advantage. He's going to move for his team, like we do see here. Does start moving down, use the blasting plant. Okay, so they just set this up on Doinby really nicely, not expecting Flandre to come through. Flash, slice, and dice, and he just has nowhere he can go. So really nice play coming out from EDG to set this one up.
Yep, really nicely done. They get themselves a kill back. That's the first kill of this series. Still about a 1,500 gold lead and a dragon now as well for FPX. So still doing very well in this. And now TN with 2 kills on this Lee Sin has almost got his Gore Drinker pretty much finished and ready to go at this early stage. But still waiting to see exactly where they want to bring it all. EDG now gonna find themselves in this bot side, looking at LWX and Crisp. The Guardian doing enough there to mitigate any kind of good trading, and This is good for FPX. We talked about it in the stats at the start of the day that FPX are explosive. FPX are the ones that get the high kills per minute, but they are not a team that likes to sit down on their laurels and wait. Whereas EDG, they're slower, they're controlled, they're more of a methodical team when it comes to this. So if you can drag EDG into your playpen as FPX, you're happy.
Oh, all-in comes out.
Yeah, there's the all-in. They're going to force the flash in. Flash forward there from LWX to try to get onto Mako. Mako has not got the subjugate available to him, and he will fall. So, flash burned by LWX, but he secures himself the kill. That's nicely done by FPX.
And man, the fact that FPX's bot lane, who was getting, memed to all hell earlier on in the split, they weren't performing that well coming out from the finals appearance from LWX. Now 2v2 killing Viper and Mako, who people are talking about as the best laning bottom lane in the world, is absolutely insane. But we need to stop talking about that because EDG gonna posture for this fight. Both Mako and Crisp are on their way.
They are. There's the dominance here. You have the Slicing Maelstrom very, very soon. The Rift Herald is going to be secured by FPX. There is the Slicing Maelstrom down on top of the Vanguard's edge. They go for it. Look at that AoE damage coming down. But it's going to be a trade of 2 kills for 1. Can Doobie keep himself alive? The answer is yes. And they'll take 1 more for the road. FPX get the objective. FPX get the kills. And FPX get out with everything they could have wanted and more.
2.5 gold lead at the 9-minute mark for FPX. They get the objective, they get the fight, they get absolutely everything in that situation. You hit on it, Penguin, the Slicing Maelstrom, the amount of AoE damage you're able to have in a fight like that. It's why Kennen is pretty good into a lot of the champions that EDG picked up, right? When you have champions like Diana and Renekton that are going to be jumping into you, you don't need to find flanks or find angles for your Slicing Maelstrom because you know they're going to be coming in. It's so telegraphed. And FPX kiting it out at first, finding the angle to go in, Doonby leading the charge, and there it is, Slicing Maelstrom down onto multiple members on the side of EDG. Tien does go down in the end, but once Chris gets here, FPX know that this is a 1 skirmish on their side. So FPX really pushing the pace, and we keep coming out of replays, and there's always more posturing going around. FPX trying to use the fact that they do have a lot of control coming out from this mid-jungle duo with how far ahead they are. The Gore Drinker already picked up by Tien. Wherever he goes, that will be a winning 2v2 or 3v3 for the side of FPX. Quick note as well, I've wanted to hit on this, that Doonby earlier on did buy a Bramble Vest, so, just playing purely for that 1v1, wanting to mitigate some of the trades that Scout's looking for onto him and just become this kind of meaty frontline-esque member. I don't think it's too surprising. Doonby's always gone for, I'd say, tankier builds on a lot of champions than most people do, but Scout does have his Gale Force already, so at least first Mythic up for the side of EDG.
Yeah, I love the Bramble Vest as well because it stops a lot of what EDG want to do with the Renekton as well as the double AD carries. It means he can feel confident moving forward, and I think that's the way Doonby probably looks at the game, is that if I'm alive, I can outplay. That's how I gotta feel like this. I gotta be able to move forward and keep myself alive. If I'm dead, I can't do anything, but it's a deep TP, excuse me, not a deep TP, a deep invade coming in from TN while a TP comes into mid. The Scout going to be forced underneath his story. He's got the Gale Force now up against the Gore Drinker, so a little bit of power here for EDG, but they're still waiting and kind of scaling, if you will, to try and get themselves in. This is Flandre trying to steal away this Grump. Not really going to get anything out of it as the TN comes in, smites it away, and they've got total control of this top side as well as the Rift Herald they dropped in bots, so FPX just accelerating this gold lead again.
I mean, that's the thing, right? I don't think this is necessarily EDG waiting it out or waiting for some like breakpoints to come online. I mean, FPX just have so much map control, there really isn't any avenue where EDG can find a kill. You do have some options where, you have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow down at bot lane, so you can try and set that up for a pick. When Crisp is there, it can be quite hard just finding those kills on the Braum, though it looks like EDG might want to go for it, but yeah, the ward spots him out, so LWX not going to give over this angle. And with the fact that Doonby and Tien both got so accelerated, right, you have control of mid. You have control of mid jungle. You can use that pressure to move elsewhere, which really restricts the movements coming out from the side of EDG.
This is such good vision control from FPX. They know exactly where JJ is. They know exactly what he's trying to do. You'll see Doonby now coming in, trying maybe give a bit of pressure himself, but I gotta say, JJ, he's about 30 CS down. He's not really had the same level of impact. Definitely not as Tien. 3-1-3 for Tien versus 0-2-1 for JJ. So there is definitely a discrepancy in this jungle matchup as of right now. And Tien just seems to be abusing that fact so hard. Even now, they know where he is.
Almost 2k gold lead, Penguin. Almost 2k gold lead all on the TN if you look at the gold on individual members. But we might have a 3v3 coming out right here. LWX doesn't have flash, but neither does Viper.
Viper does not have it. They do have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. The Dragon has been started by Doomby, but he's going to back himself up. Now Scout going up towards this top side. You can see now the Dominus has been popped. Do they want to try and go for this one? They will. The Dominus with the culling is enough to take him down. Nice repayment of the favor there for Scout onto Flandre's lane. It does mean, however, you will have to give up this Dragon. As I say that, there is an arrow more in... as I say that, we're going to see Tien now landing the Q, going up onto Mako. Subjugate has to be used to keep him alive. The Dragon's Rage kick is available, but Tien doesn't want to go for it just yet. Knows he doesn't have quite enough burst to take him down, and Flandre's still pushing in top.
So I want to go back to the play we saw on Nuggery, because it was pretty smart by EDG, because I think with the fact that you see JJ hovering around bot lane, right, because FPX saw him on wards, they know he's there. If Scout isn't showing on wave, maybe you also assume he's hovering towards that bottom side of the map, because that is, you know, where you are setting up for either a play or a counter play. So when he does show on top, it seemed like it did catch Nuggery off guard a little bit. As Nuggery, I'm sure you can argue against him, saying you have to expect that once Scout is missing that he could be there. As here, he actually shows on a ward, so Nuggery's seeing him, but I guess it's already too late at this point. By the time he did show on that ward around the blasting plant, does look like it's too late for Nuggery to get out. Does have flash up, but Scout as well. So for EDG, they're trying to find ways to claw back where they could, but FPX still being in complete control.
And look at this, they're already contesting for these neutral buffs as well. JJ would have liked to give that one over to his mid laner. Scout, of course, more of an AD caster than an AD carry as such, and sadly not able to do that. Has to smite it away to secure it away from TN, from stealing it away. And now we look to see where this mid game goes. 15 minutes just on the horizon. EDG down about 2,500, 3,000, I was going to say euros, 3,000 gold, as now maybe Crisp looking to maybe be a bit more of a nuisance, but this time around EDG being a little bit more proactive and making sure there's not as much information for FPX.
Well, they've been doing a nice job, but Rift Herald is the thing that's up right now, so that's where I'm going to keep my eyes on. We see Nuggery as push up in top side, so it leads into Tien just starting this one up. I feel like as EDG here, you potentially would just want to look towards bot side. All of FPX already making their way up. Viper pretty behind on the follow-through. We're going to see if EDG can use this small window to find some kind of pick on this top side.
They're going for it. They're going to jump straight into Nuggery, who's to flash away. Slicing Maelstrom is still available for him, but he does not have that available to him with the flash. Now we can see LWX using the Gale Force, using his own flash to try and get away from Mako and Viper. That's a couple of different summoners now burnt. We can still see the fight happening. There's going to be a TP coming in. JJ gets going to try and jump through onto this Vanguard's edge as they jump straight onto TN. TN, though, still alive, will actually kick back just as his dying wish. And now Doonby and Nuggery trying to push in onto JJ. They will find him. They will kill him. And that's enough for a 2-for-1 trade in favor of FPX. The Dragon is, or sorry, the Rift Herald is still available. And Nuggery going to try and push in this top side.
Yeah, not going to go for this one just yet as Tien is not up. We did see EDG almost be able to find a pick onto LWX in the mid lane, but not able to do it. And then FPX rallying on the opposite side to be able to take the skirmish in the end. We're going to see LWX here walking up. Both AD carries were a little bit behind on the play, so sets up for Mako to go for this pillar and set up for the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Does have to use the Gale Force and the Flash like you highlighted. Then we're going to see what shenanigans went on up here as both teams fighting for this Herald. Nuggery getting a recall off, but still having time to TP back into the fight. And remember, Doonby and Tien are the big members who are so far ahead in terms of items at this point in time. So able to find a 1-for-1, give time for Nuggery to get back in here, be able to get the stun off with the cannon to at least guarantee one more kill in the trade.
I will say, the Rift Herald did not go down, so there's still potential for another fight around that objective. A minute 20 or just a little bit under it until the next Dragon spawns. FPX already stacking up 2. They would love to get another one to get themselves onto Soul Point. Infernal Soul as well, so everyone on the side of FPX will greatly benefit from that little bit of extra stats and buff. But Doonby is opting towards this bot side. He has a teleport, and as I say that, he's going to use it immediately. Flandre's been exhausted inside the Dominance, and now he's left on his lonesome by himself, forcing Mako to flash over the wall as he's the one who would have been caught out by the Flawless Duet, and the Rift Herald will reset once again. FPX seems to be holding the momentum right now. FPX are deciding where the plays happen.
And EDG not respecting the TP to go out. The call from EDG, you can see, was to go in. So Flandre looks to start the fight. Halfway through, Mako and the rest are like, peace out, dude. We are leaving. Leaving Flandre in such an awkward spot. I mean, I think the call to fight there probably a little bit questionable, but EDG still looking for it. like I said, leaving Flandre out to dry, they are able to pick up the Rift Herald for that play from the side of FPX. And okay, so we're seeing how it all started. They find a pillar onto LWX, so that's why they want to go for it, but still overreaching, walking into the enemy jungle where you don't have any vision, and you're going to be caught out in terms of numbers advantage for the side of FPX, that they did have things like TPs available and members not too far behind.
And you can see the value that this Gale Force is giving to LWX as well. Just so much ways of keeping himself safe. If he has an Immortal Shield Bow there, hell, maybe even a Kraken Slayer, even though we haven't seen it in a while for the Aphelios, it's just lights out. He has no escape, he has no flash, he can't get out. As we can say that now, JJ might be in trouble himself. Great pillar to try and disengage, but there's going to be enough of a way for him to get it back out on top of this. And you can see now Scout trying to free fire onto this side, but the Unbreakable keeps all damage from hitting the core important members of FPX. And now, with a Rift Herald being dropped, FPX feel confident, FPX feels strong, they're pushing forward, there's a good culling, but here comes Nuguri with the Slicing Maelstrom, not quite able to find an angle for it, and that means that this Rift Herald is going to get its final charge off onto the tier 2, but with Dragon spawning, or Dragon spawned, FPX now put themselves on the sole point.
I mean, this is going to be what should be, right? This should be Soul for FPX at 24 minutes. There's realistically no way that EDG should have a right to fight for it, but we're going to keep our eyes on EDG if there's any magic that can happen, any clutch plays that can come out, any mistakes by FPX that you are able to punish. But man, it is so nice to see. And it goes back to what we were hitting on earlier, someone like Doinby just absolutely popping off this game. I think Crisp as well, being exceptional, sets up for it with the Q. Doinby following in with the flash, able to get a Q off as well as Tian gets in the middle of the fight to join him. And Crisp is a setup, Doinby is the damage dealer, and everything just works out.
Yeah, you can even see here, they don't even need the Rift Herald for this tower. They will get a full charge onto the next one, but LWX will be tanking a little bit more than he wanted to there, as he does end up getting taken out. So Nuguri just feeling like he can't really go for that one. And uh-oh, Flandre, you're in trouble, buddy. You have to flash over. He's going to still be in trouble as he tries to run away. They know exactly which direction he went, but all that's been happening, LWX now in a little bit of trouble himself as JJ gets himself a solo kill onto the FPX AD carry. Nowhere for him to go. Still just waiting on that cooldown of flash.
Yeah, having a bit of a rough time. Not doing too bad, you know. Wait, what?
Flandre got out. He's now back in bot lane. He's alive, well, and CSing.
You know, as Nelson would be happy to hear that, Penguin, so, you know.
He would.
Always
he
nice
would.
Flandre. Did have to use his flash, so Flandre no flash available now, but LWX getting pressured quite a bit by the members of EDG. Also having a few mechanical misplays in that last fight, as Nuguri now should be fine. I don't think Mako is close enough to where they realistically should be able to get in range to use a pillar to look for this. We're coming back onto the map. Dragon still a few minutes away. Baron is going to be the priority for now to make sure that no one gets this. As we get a replay of something.
JJ just knowing there's no vision and LWX walking up and dying. It was literally blue to red and then no vision. There's literally nothing there. No one knows that JJ is here, and then he just sees his opportunity with Crisp on the ward and then gets himself a kill.
It is a bit unfortunate, right? I mean, nice play from EDG, but they do it. I mean, that's why it is a nice play by EDG. They do it while the reset's coming off from FPX. So FPX not having any new vision set down there to where they would expect him to be in that angle. So really nice play by JJ, abusing that Fog of War and lack of vision that was there. As we are getting closer, like we said, Baron now up, so top side of the map going to be a priority for now to make sure that no shenanigans around the Baron pit do come up. FPX still aggressively looking for angles to go forward. They don't have the best of engage, but if Crisp can tag someone once again with a Q or just auto them and hit the passive, there are always windows for Doinby to be able to get into the fight, but looks like FPX wanting to manage their side lanes a little bit. Both side lanes are pushing out for now, so it's actually going to be EDG who are going to have to manage their sides. And EDG, I feel like, are the team who do have more potential in picking people off in terms of side lanes, with the fact that they do have, you know, Diana Lucian could always try and hover someone like an Ashe down as well. But right now, just being this mid-jungle combo.
Here we go. They're going to jump straight into Nuguri, and he is dead, buried. Nothing he can do. Slicing Maelstrom was used, but it was not to any real effect. Nice little pick-off from EDG, and these are starting to stack up a little bit, Lyric. These are starting to elongate the game where FPX can't be as proactive.
Those picks are what are keeping EDG alive. Also helping close down the gold lead by a little bit right now. Still 4K gold lead for the side of FPX, but EDG keeping it as close as they can. Still no real objectives on the map for them to be able to take advantage of. I feel like it's way too early in the game to try to bluff something like a Baron and turn on that one. but FPX still feeling confident that they can look for fights. I think for the fact that Nugri's almost up and he does have TP available.
Oh, Viper has to use his ultimate straight away to keep himself alive. Witness Bright does not land. It will land the second Q though, but that's an ultimate down now for a potential dragon fight. Maybe should be up just in time. I'm going to look at the timing of it there. We'll have a quick look once it goes back onto the Ashe, but that's a dragon, or excuse me, a bot lane tier 1 being taken here by the side of EDG, and they're only, as you say, about 3,000 gold behind now. They're actually not that much further away as they were about 5-6 minutes ago, so FPX going to be a little bit more careful coming into this fight, but let's have a look at the items. In a minute's time, we will see this dragon fight. So you've got 2 items onto your Renekton, and he's probably as powerful as he's going to ever be. Pretty much equaled out by Nugri with that Void Staff and the Rocket Belt, and all the way down the line, the only person who doesn't really have 2 items is Diana for JJ.
I just wonder what Dwinby is going for with the Aegis. I mean, he has to be making his way towards a Gargoyle Stoneblade, right? I think that's the only non-mythic that item builds into. Not something I could say I've seen on Irelia at all, but you know, can be something that's done, maybe something I've missed. Dwinby always being a little bit quirkier in terms of his builds. Dragon is up though, like you said. It does feel like you have core items on most of your important members. Maybe JJ being the Tien though.
Oh, there it is, right on the scout. He's the guy with most of that. And it's a 4-man flawless duet. That was insane from Doonby and EDG. You've lost this fight. You have to run away. It's a double kill for Doonby. He deservedly needs to get himself even more because he set that one up 100%. Him and TN are just massive. Chris picks up the Flandre kill, and that was just absolutely perfection from FPX.
Tien finding the angle was the crucial thing in that fight. Also then setting up for Dwinby to go in for them to take over. It just feels like all these clutch moments, FPX are able to find their ways in. They are relying on plays like this, right? Either Tien finding a Sonic Wave, getting behind someone, Nugri flashing in or using that Rocket Belt, but they're able to find this. Dwinby able to come from the side and get on the back line. The flawless duet is immaculate, sets up for the ultimate from Braum, and them able to keep running forward. But Penguin, we're fighting over Baron. Oh, Tien.
We are indeed. Tien has been caught out, but there is a TP coming now off the backside. It is his Nuggery. He's got Flash, he's got Slicing Maelstrom. He'll go straight in onto the AD carries, and they're dead. Buried. Nothing else to talk about. The AD carries are gone, no longer to be seen in this world, Lyric. And now FPX, they could look for the game. There's no real damage now on the side of EDG.
No, they can just keep going. Flandre, though, I think he's... Flandre by so much time!
Buying so much time, but again, another flawless duet, and I want to really emphasize the flawless duet for Doonby. Game 1 will be FPX. They put their foot on the gas, they never relented, and they are taking one more step towards being the #1 team in the regular split.
FPX just putting on a clinic in that one, completely taking down EDG. And it goes to a point about EDG that we were hitting on earlier, is that when EDG did falter, it was against teams that, you know, have shown these peaks before, right? It was up against RNG, it was up against Top Esports, up against WE, so we were concerned about how they would look coming up against the top dog in FPX, and FPX completely delivered. If you're gonna opt into a game of playing mid-jungle support, which is what we saw from very early on, right? That is FPX's game. FPX live and thrive by that. It feels like really no one can compete them in those 3 areas, and with that, they were able to get Dwinby this lead. Tien early on as well. We remember his Gore Drinker was just picked up so early on. Nugri finding some good ultimates, and it was just on point for FPX this game.
I mean, if there was any doubt whatsoever about FPX and Doonby specifically, or even anyone on their team, that they were maybe faltering, looking a bit rusty, they can't do it against the top teams, they just style on the lower end teams. This was a statement from the side of FPX. They came in, they had a game plan, and they executed beautifully on it. And honestly, everyone did exactly what they needed to do. You had everyone playing their role to perfection, and EDG just didn't have any answers for it.
Even LWX, who, again, like in mid-game, I think was a bit dicier with the amount of pressure, they still 2v2 killed Viper and Mako bot lane. It was still there, and Dwinby going with, you know, a little bit of the tank Irelia, a little fun, a little bit of personality. The fact that he still does the most damage in the game, absolutely insane. And For EDG, we're going to be looking at the adaptations next game. They came out with a bit of a spicier draft this time around, right? When I think of EDG, I don't necessarily think of like, hey, we're just going to go straight into the Renekton and the Diana the Lucian, something that does give you more lane presence, does give you a bit more aggression, but they tried it, and sadly, it wasn't able to work out.
Yeah, it was, like you said, a little bit different, a little bit more quote-unquote spicy, but I want to see them maybe take something a little bit more comfortable. When we're talking about EDG being comfortable, Mako on engaged supports. You highlighted it in draft. The Trundle, not really something he's really known for. I think of Mako, I think of Alistair, I think of maybe Leona or Nautilus. Those are the things that I'm thinking of when I think of this support, and Scout looked okay on the Lucian. I don't think he did badly on it, but there was just too much of an advantage. And when you're trying to prio into a mid lane that is just so far pushed back, not even far behind, just pushed back underneath your turret, it just becomes difficult for EDG.
I mean, when you're playing like a marksman into, a bruiser, and your marksman falls behind early, isn't able to keep abusing that range advantage, and you always have to worry about the all-in, it really does become so hard to try and push any advantages forward. So it really feels like a lot of the disaster for EDG was in the making after the shenanigans in mid lane came out around it was like level 4 mark in the mid lane. So yeah, that really set FPX in a good place where they then had pressure pretty much across the map, were able to take objectives willy-nilly. We saw them get on soul points so early on. It would have been a 24-minute soul. So FPX doing a great job. We've seen that they do this fastest game times and highest champion kills per minute. It's all about pushing the pace.
Yes, explosive game 1 victory for FPX. We are going to throw it to a quick break, but when we return, we'll see if it's a 2-0 or if EDG. I've got something to say about it. We'll see you very soon. The two best teams of the summer split finally meet. Both FPX and EDG have shown exceptional form all season, and now lies one final test. Edward Gaming have been indomitable all split long, and despite a few experiments with their roster over the course of the split, they still stand at the top of LPL. Two AP carries going to do a lot of damage, a lot of shutdown gold going to be going over as well. As you can see, Mako flash grand entrance. Scout should be able to get away, as now JJ has joined the fray with his trusty sidekick Viper, and this Viper has got some teeth, has got some venom, and will pick up a triple off the back of it. Flandre has been so consistently good this split. If EDG wants to take that first seed, best luck to the top lane to see those cylinders firing.
Very desperate at fighting some of these fights, and they're not done.
Oh, not at all. Aki thought he could save the turret. The structure is long forlorn. You can't do anything. The TP in from Dream, he might be able to show Suffer his way into the backline as well, but he's going to drag Flandre away and having to flash because he's noticed everyone of EDG is here. Cream cannot escape from Flandre.
Fun plus Phoenix will still have their spring finals defeat fresh in their minds. They will want to put that demon to bed and take that one last step to being the #1 team in the league.
To get some bombs in, that's onto Abel. Huge damage here, forcing the AD carry out of the fight. New as well, doesn't have the regen just yet to deal with 4 people. Aki on the sidelines, but LWX is just launching bomb after bomb from the back line. Doing B as well, absolutely monstrous in this fight as he takes yet another double kill. In with Chris from the side, the second time in the game. More bombs in, another triple for Doing B, and FPX are just styling on OMG.
Every team needs a star, a champion. Super Carry Doomby is the star for FPX. The 2019 world champion is in the form of his life and has the trust of everyone on his team to make the right call in the game.
We just throw out that poke. Doomby here as well.
Oh my god! Doomby just ended the game! That shockwave is it! You're dashed mentally after that game.
Both teams will be dissatisfied with their finish in spring. Now they look to show the rest of the league who truly is #1. The last game of the season decides it all. There are no retakes. It's do or die for the top spot.
다음 경기가 펌플러스를 상대하는데 펌플러스 상대로는 사실 매 순간순간마다 항상 주의를 기울이고 또 집중을 해야 될 것 같아요. 그렇지 않으면 좀 쉽게 게임이 넘어갈 것 같습니다. 다음 경기 상대가 펌플러스 바텀 듀오인데 개인적으로는 좀 주도권을 가지고 있는 쪽이 게임에 좀 더 승률이 높겠다고 생각을 해서 바텀 주도권이 아마 더 제일 중요할 것 같아요.
接下来要对战 EDG 战队嘛，我觉得 EDG 战队现在就是一个对线很强、打上也很强的战队嘛。然后跟他们交手的话，就是可能我们要小心他们的一些运营吧。我觉得 Viper 加 Mako 的这个双人路就是现在 LPL 特别强的一对双人路嘛。然后对上他们的话，就可能小心一点对线，就是不要被他们压制了。
The key to victory for FPX was, in fact, keeping an eye on that macro. They kept JJ in a box. They knew exactly where he was at all times. We'll see if they're able to do it again. Welcome back, one and all, to what could potentially be the final game of the regular split here in LPL Summer 2021. I am Penguin. I am joined by my trusty sidekick, Lyric. And we're going to talk about our MVP from Game 1. It is going to be Doomby. The man on Aurelia just knew what he had to do and just suffocated that mid lane matchup.
I mean, when we've been saying career split for Knight, I feel like I have to say the same thing for Doinby, which is pretty crazy when a lot of people might not remember this from last year, but Doinby was already a crazy standout performer. Last year, it felt like it was Doinby versus the world. This time around, I think Doinby's by, the best performing player in FPX, no doubt in my mind, but the team also playing well around him is quite nice to see and able to lead to dominant victories like this. The amount of trust that FPX just have in each other as well, from what we see from that play, is something that stands out to you, is that they're all always willing to follow the call, always willing to jump into the backline at the same time, and mechanically, FPX and Doinby are so spot on with these plays. It's just such a pleasure to watch, and man, FPX definitely obviously one of the favorites to go to Worlds, with the fact that right now they're fighting over top 2. Right now they're in the lead to get first place. But if by whatever reason we didn't get FPX at Worlds, it would feel like such a tragedy with how well Doinby is playing right now.
Yeah, honestly, I think as long as they win one best of 5 in the playoffs, they're guaranteed it with the points they have, because of course we're second in Spring Split. Minimum of third would get them, I believe it's 80 points. I will triple check that one, but enough to get you at least a second seed into that setup as such. But coming into this now, EDG, they gotta figure out some stuff. They gotta relook at themselves, really dig deep, because they got found out. And I feel like they got dragged into the playstyle that FPX love, which, when we talked about, is that explosive kill skirmishing kind of style that EDG just aren't as great at.
So the thing that stands out to me, the more I look at their draft from Game 1, is the fact that they clearly put a lot of emphasis in trying to make sure that Flandre wouldn't have a rough landing phase, right? From the fact that they banned Jace, they banned the Gwen, they first picked the Renekton. It seems like everything in their draft set up like, hey, we're not going to let them abuse us where we don't typically tend to put resources into. Problem is, I mean, they didn't either respect or expect the Nuggery Kennen to come out, and it was really well. We saw in the mid-jungle support roles. I feel like that's really where FPX won the game from those early skirmishes. And now it's going to be a question of where EDG pivot in terms of pick ban. I don't know if they'll try and go for the same sort of aggressive setup that they did in Game 1 and Game 2 with things like the Lucian, Renekton, Soul lanes coming out. And like you said, I like the Trundle in this current meta. I think we've been seeing him be able to do so much. But when you look at Mako, I feel like Mako just does so much as a primary engage for this team. That wouldn't have made a difference in Game 1 with the early disadvantage EDG came at, but just going back to something comfortable, like you pointed out after Game 1.
Yeah, I think that could be the way you get back into this series, as FPX haven't won just yet, and we'll see exactly what they are going to do as we're going to jump straight into picks and bans. This could be for the final time in the regular split before we head ourselves into a few more weeks of playoffs. I am so excited to see all of that as we now jump in. We see the Gwen, the Jace, the Xin Zhao, and the Olaf. So FPX very much focusing on that jungle role versus EDG on the top side, like you mentioned.
So we're seeing the same ban so far. The other ban for EDG was the Viego, so that's going to be the one they're changing out, instead taking away the Irelia, so maybe highlighting that they want to go for that themselves. I love Doinby smile after the fact that they banned out his Irelia after such a stellar performance. Respect. So feeling good about drawing bans. FPX other ban in Game 1 was the Ziggs, so could potentially be a choice of giving over either the Ziggs or Viego to EDG. We need to remember that the Lee Sin is still available as well, though I would expect for EDG to potentially just go with the Viego here, though we will see. see. Oh no! Huh, they go straight back to the Renekton.
Not going to go with the Viego, so that leaves that one up for the side of FPX should they want to go for it. Honestly, I don't see why you shouldn't. This is an incredibly powerful pick in the meta, very much something that we've seen a lot of teams pick up in that first rotation. And now EDG, they've given a little bit of things to think about for FPX. Maybe they don't want to go with the Viego just this early. Maybe there's an answer to it. There's a lot to think about here.
The thing that confused me, right, is the fact of you have like different prio picks left open, the Viego and Lee Sin being the ones we highlighted, and instead opting into the Renekton. I think it shows EDG coming in with like some perceived idea of how to play against FPX, or some weakness maybe they need to cover up, some strength they feel like they can abuse. And FPX gonna go with a similar one too, not the Lee Sin this time, but instead gonna go with the Viego, so another prio pick, and also gonna get LWX with the Aphelios once again, who has just been the go-to AD carry this time around. Do EDG just go back towards the Diana and maybe, you know, bring out a Lucian again, or bring out the Lee Sin this time around? That's what I want to see, because you expect an AD solo laner to come out with this one, and they do lock it in.
Yep, like this from the side of EDG. Getting themselves Diana, which JJ was just not really great on, if I'm being totally honest, but having that Lee Sin as well means they have got more agency into their solo lanes. Of course, you can flex the Lee Sin between top and mid. They can, you know, do something there with that if they so choose. And now with FPX locking in their bot lane, we're going to see FPX banning away, I imagine, AD carries, and EDG banning away those solo lanes.
Last time we did see FPX take away one support and one AD carry. It was the Rakan and Varus, so wouldn't be surprised if we just see that one once again. And for EDG, you can look to potentially take away mid laners like you did last time around, but I don't really know if there's too much threat coming out from that one. Always can look top as well. We've primarily seen Viego go top in LPL on patch 11.14, so I'm going to be curious to see who on FPX gets their hands on that one. TN has been the primary Viego player on the side of FPX with 6 picks on it compared to 1 for Nugri and only 2 for Doumbé.
Wait to see what they want to go for. Of course, the Varus, the Sniper Viper, not going to be happening in this particular game. Could go with Caitlyn, who's the actual sniper, but don't think we'll be seeing Caitlyn anytime soon in any meta, really, unless all 10 bans went into AD carries. As EDG now thinking about their last ban. Honestly, there's so many they could go for. They're going to go for the sets, try and stop any big bruiser in that mid lane, and now FPX, they've got options. They've got so many things they can go for. You can see them, they're cycling through them. They're not afraid to bring out anything blind into this draft.
Yeah, the Kennen's still available, maybe with the fact that they have the Lee Sin and have that kick to, you know, take him out of fights, maybe feeling like they don't need to go for that one. We're still going to wait to see where that Viego pick does go. Bringing out the Gnar. This is something we have seen Nuguri play this split. Actually, 3 games on it this split. 100% win rate, so something he's very comfortable on. Does give them, I'd say, more engagement than they last time. It's still conditional in the sense, right, you need to hit Mega and then pop in, find a flash, get onto the backline unless EDG do give you that free angle. So EDG going to shift gears and put more range into their team composition. Still, EDG's comp to me looking not necessarily strange. You do have like a very clear way of playing out front to backs. The Karma there to accentuate your front line. You do have a lot of sustain coming in, but Karma champion that does fall off if you're not able to get ahead, and we get Tien on the Lilia. This was something that Tien became one of the best players in the LPL last year when she did start finding her way in. Or are we okay? You know, Penguin, I'm not gonna hold my breath. I can't remember what region I was watching the other day, but I remember seeing a soul lane Lilia come out. I still would expect this to go into the jungle, as you do have double AD soul laners, but FPX bringing out a bit of a fun one.
Yeah, really are bringing out a little bit more of a variety here, and I agree with you in the EDG sense that yes, they have got a very set way of how they engage and stuff like that, but it does feel like their first 3 picks and their last 3 picks are going to be separated.
I wonder, did FPX switch? We will see as we get in. But talking a little bit more about EDG until we do see that one. Yeah, like I said, you're playing out front to back. You have these shields to prop up your Lee Sin and your other top side members. You're gonna try and play off range. For the side of FPX, it's gonna be a little bit more interesting. We do have the Aphelios in the bot lane, so you can play off that range as well, but I think we saw them swap to the Lilia in mid. Still waiting on that one, but for them, they still have ways to play out through team fights as well, right? You have the Viego looking for the resets. You do have a comfortable setup for Nuguri up in top side with the Gnar. And now we get to find out, Penguin. We do have Lilia in the mid lane.
Mid lane Doomby on Lilia. Yes, there we go. All right, Lilia coming into the mid lane. And honestly, I'm not quite sure how this matchup goes. I don't think many people do, but I'm curious to see how he's able to get priority, because when I think of Lilia, I think of that big AoE team fight sleep, and that's what he's going to be looking for.
Yeah, I'll be honest, not a matchup I'm too familiar with. Lilia up against the Lee Sin. I think we see Lilia Max Q in the mid lane, still going to be able to look for certain trades with your spells on low cooldowns. But we're going to see how this one goes. This one's interesting. You have AP in your mid jungle role. We were hitting on so much about how FPX do play so much through mid jungle, can look for those opportunities onto Scout. If Doomby can find some massive way into the enemy team, set up for a big sleep, and even set up Nuggery to find like good follow through, and then TN and LWX being your damage dealers.
Yeah, we have seen mid lane Lilia, if you watch the ERLs or some of the other wildcard regions, that has come up a couple of times. So it's not completely unheard of, this split, but definitely a new flavor within the LPL. And here we are, Lyric, jumping onto the Rift for our second and potentially final game of the regular split. And Doomby looking like he wants to be a little bit more spicy with this Lilia. And honestly, you'll just have perma-push in these first few levels because the Lee Sin can't really walk up to you.
And I would assume you could probably play around him with like your range and movement speed a little bit in terms of like trading with the Q and trying to get out from his Sonic Wave and be able to play around through that one. If Lee Sin can get on top of you, of course, it can be quite rough in terms of just being so tanky, having a lot of burst in his kit, and you being a relatively squishy champion. We are going to see both junglers, though, start on the top half of the map and make their way down. For EDG, they should have Prio in bot lane, as we do see. They're losing out in mid. And then top, a little bit surprised. Nuggery didn't actually catch if he leashed or not. That would explain why this wave state did go like this, or Flandre was able to find a good trade. But looks like FPX setting up for the level 2 gank top.
Well, there is a level 2 for Flandre, so see what he actually took after that. He did take the slice and dice, but he slices in, crunches down. Flandre's dead. There's nothing he can really do here. He knows he's going to have to fall down, and oh, TN with the prediction. Doesn't have to use any summoners himself, and that is first blood to FPX. Feels so bad for Flandre.
And Flandre thought he had flashed it, because he actually did use flash the second after Tien channeled his dash, but still actually ends up just flashing right into it, so a bit rough for him. JJ now seeing that play wants to answer on the bottom half of the Rift, but Tien instantly going for the base, gonna come and catch him out here. JJ does have a level lead. Mako can try to hover, but right now they're just trying to force him in, so Chris can actually get here first.
Oh, they can, but it is going to be Tien taking away that buff, and a flash a little bit late. Ooh, I feel like FPX, if they hadn't known exactly where this EDG bot lane was going, could have maybe committed to that. But with Mako and, of course, Viper having the priority, has to succeed that. But it's kind of looking a little bit panicked here as we look at the replay. This is just straight up creative pathing from the side of FPX, knowing that Flandre will be looking for that early push.
I mean, right, how often do you expect, like a level 2 gank to come out from a Viego in this matchup? And as we highlighted, the flash did come off a little bit behind the dash, so he was trying to get away from it. I think he thought he could, get further than the distance, but ends up just going right in and meeting his demise. Now Nuggery going to be in a pretty good spot, as well as Tien being able to pick up a long sword after his first reset, as well as now he will end up back on the top half of the map where Nuggery has pressure, so it should be a top side scuttle for the side of FPX, but we do know that JJ had already picked up the bottom one.
Yeah, just being a trade of scuttlers, of course, a little bit of an assist there for Tien, a scout. See how much damage he takes just by trying to walk up onto this Lilia. You would not expect it, but the corrupting pot along with the passive, you just get so much just take damage down, and I would not be surprised to see him go with the Leandri's Torment, maybe even into a I can't remember the second item over, but again, more dots, more DPS as such onto this side, and just try and make this Lee Sin priority. Just
Embrace, sir.
That one. I was thinking Iconic Embrace, and I was like, no, it's not Iconic.
Could also go the Cosmic Drive route, we can see where Doomby wants to go. Heck, with Doomby, we actually don't know. Could go full tank. You just can't count things like this out.
Yeah, we like to hypothesize here.
When Mr. Doomby is on the Rift, Tien actually invading JJ.
JJ does not have flash, and I actually think Tien is the one who's going to be able to come out on this one on top. Yep, he got himself a smite down, which means that JJ has nowhere to go. Doomby gets jumped onto, but that's just not going to be enough there for him to get out. And Tien, oh, this is going to be a bit of a jungle diff right now, as we can see JJ just struggling to do anything about it. LWX, what are you doing? LWX, why? Oh, as I say that, we're going to see Tien. He's going to force the flash out of Scout as he's going to keep going back on top of this. Tien should be able to pick another one. This is Tien's jungle right now. Jungle kingdom from this man, and he's got himself another jungler to try and take away some of these camps. Tien will not let LWX throw away this lead.
JJ, I think this is a little bit dodgy walking forward, but I don't think this is just Tien's jungle. This is Tien's rift right now. He goes where he pleases, can take anyone down. Gonna have a ton of gold as well to be able to back on right now. Sitting about 1k up over JJ. And now I really want to see what FPX can do with the fact that we've seen Doinby keep up this prio, now having availability to his ultimate. As we're going to see how this all starts, Scout was trying to, looks like forcibly pushing this wave to potentially find a reset timing, but Tien able to close the gap with his flash and just sets up for him to find the stun and then, you know, be able to get the kill. So FPX going to turn the mid prio that we had seen earlier into this dragon. Doinby did still end up going for a reset. Does have TP if any shenanigans broke out, but EDG are on the opposite side of the map. They actually do have pings on where JJ is right now. Some pings coming out onto Krug. So FPX theorizing this are going to respect, and Nuguri is going to reset.
Yeah, they respect, they get themselves out. There's going to be no dive potential. Is only about a 700-800 gold lead in favor of, actually not even, about 600 as such for FPX. They did get the early Drake, and right now EDG, they've got to be a little bit more careful, not as bold, if you will, for them coming into this early game. I feel like JJ just tried to make something happen where there really wasn't much he could really do. Losing his flash so early off of the blue buff and trying to then go 1-for-1 in that top side, it just doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, I mean, he went for the blue buff, right, because FPX committed to a play top, so you feel like you need to get something somewhere on the map, go for that play bot. Things are probably still okay-ish, but now Tien knows your pathing, he knows where you're going to go, invades through that top half of the map where he does that pressure, able to start taking over the game from there. So overall, I think it's just been a really good read from Tien so far, and we can look at the minimap. FPX having some really nice vision setup starting to come out with these control wards starting to go down. Rift Herald going to be up in 45 seconds. EDG's bot lane is the one with push, so potentially Viper and Mako able to go and join that one first and try to off-put the topside pressure from FPX. But EDG can also always just try to funnel more plates onto this Ezreal.
Nope, Tien gets jumped on by Scout. Don't know if that's the one you want, but he actually kicks him back into the Moonfall. Tien able to smite, though, keep himself healthy. There is going to be the sleep going in. Doinby taking a lot of damage off of this. They go back in with the Crescent Strike and try and take this one out, but the Heartbreaker is enough to break the hearts of EDG. There's one trade back, though, as Flandre finally jumps in. Nuguri not quite in Meganar, so cannot continue the chase. It ends up being a 2-for-1. EDG trying to fight back.
And, I mean, they just got so far into EDG's jungle, right? Pretty much diving under their tier 1 turrets. Flandre able to join first as well. Tien almost able to pull it out with those Heartbreakers, but in the end still going to get bursted out by Scout and JJ. We are seeing in the bot side EDG able to keep the pressures. Oh, Mako.
He needs to be so careful. You can see him. Just wants to pick up some honey fruit, jump in with his friend there. Get off my honey fruit as he gives him an auto attack and gets him a little bit more mana and health back. But this is good from EDG's bot side. They're actually ahead in gold because of it. They've got a 20 CS lead. They're getting plates. They've got a goal kill as well. And not only that, but LWX had to flash during that last exchange.
Yeah, I mean, I've actually just kind of been sitting here scratching my head at that having to come out. So FPX is going to keep ignoring their bot lane. I'd love to see EDG just start all-inning on this, right? Start all-inning on your strong side where you have an advantage, as Flandre doesn't have flash, does have the E, though, so is going to be able to get out, but FPX continuously investing all their resources in the top side. You finally see EDG make the swap to playing out through Viper and Mako, going over to the meme that, you know, the 2-win conditions, Viper and Mako will carry, or you wait for Viper and Mako to carry, as FPX are still here, Flandre.
They are, but the Dominus is not quite off cooldown just yet. Flandre, I don't think you're going to be getting out of this one, my friend. Nope, he's going to try and keep himself alive as long as possible. We'll have a little bit of sustain off of the Q, but just nothing else he can really do. And that's going to mean that top turret does go down. At least a couple more plates, at least, for in favor of EDG or FPX. But with so much being invested in that top side, actually both lanes, mid and bot, are actually in favor of EDG. So they're still keeping in tow of gold despite being down in kills.
I think also crucially the fact that EDG were able to get off their play first and get resets off on the map means that they have tempo, right? So FPX not able to just turn that topside dive into a Rift Herald because EDG's other members already making their way onto the map, already pushing out that mid lane like you just highlighted. So this should go over to the side of EDG. Nuguri's Mega just timed out, so really no way of FPX to look for a contest. And EDG now gonna have options where to use this one. Both mid and bot turret are pretty much primed to look for this. I think EDG's bot lane should be able to take turret without this coming up, you probably would want to just use it mid and then start putting that pressure bot is Sleep.
Well, Sleep just used there the threaten. Tien was in the area, but as was JJ. It's a minute till that dragon spawns. We actually do see a Triforce onto the Ezreal this time around, as he's Scout now in a little bit of trouble, has to get himself safeguarding over the wall. Sadly for Doomby, you cannot use the W to get over walls. It is very much capped at getting over those objectives, but FPX now moving that pressure they had in top down towards the bot lane. They're going to try and see if they can get something out of this jungle here. A Scout, oh, nicely done, forcing the flash out of Doomby, but not quite able to get the kill. He's just a little bit too low, and now FPX need to get themselves out of that jungle because they do not have the priority in mid they used to.
I mean, that play didn't amount to anything, but really pixel perfect play coming out from Scout to force the flash on Doomby. Yeah, it looked pretty, and as Scout, right, you have a lot of ways of closing distance. As Tien and Chris, okay, just gonna back off in the end.
Ooh.
But Nuguri TP coming out.
This is almost a big TP, almost mega. They now have vision on him, so they know when he's there. Viper in a little bit of trouble, maybe force the flash away. He is. One more auto attack will knock him out and take him down. You can see him trying to trade this one back, but not able to do it. The flash from Nuguri is enough to keep him alive. 2 quick kills in this bot side, but now EDG, what can you get around the map? All 5 members were committed to that bot lane. Now you can see the Rift Herald going down in mid as they look for more turrets and more gold.
I actually think EDG are probably going to be the team to win out on this play. You're getting turrets top, you're denying CS top because Nuguri now has no TP. You're also doing the same in mid. Just really good response by EDG, but surprised FPX would commit so much bot for a play like this.
Yeah, they do commit to it. Does put them onto 2 Drakes. We are going to have ourselves an Ocean Rift as FPX get themselves 2 there. But look at the amount of gold that's going in. Despite that play in bot, despite all of the resources, it's actually FPX that are going to be down about 1,000 gold.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, FPX are the ones who opted in the straight 5-man bot. You're losing waves and tops because you dedicated TPs. You're moving your mid laner down as well while mid lane's getting pushed out. Enemy has Herald. It just felt like FPX setting up for a good response to come out from EDG. I mean, in the end, gold's still relatively close. 1K favor for EDG so far, but I still feel like Viper's going to get to a point very soon where he is terrifying. Already doing so much, man.
He's doing so much. He went with that Triforce to give him the early pressure, and honestly, this could be literally all 15 plates going down in favor of EDG. This is so early. We do see the Mega Gnar using the ultimate, forcing out the dominance up in top side. And Nuguri might feel like he can go for a little bit more of a play. There is no minion wave, though, as Tien's just a little bit far behind, but that is all the plates in mid and bot going in favor of EDG, and this is how they're keeping themselves in line with this game.
Yeah, but I'm really curious to see how this top side 2v2 goes. EDG finally going to invest some resources into top. I mean, the fact that they already have 3 turrets down is pretty massive. Nuguri?
The TP on the backside of this, though. Nuguri is dead. They may look to try and turn this back on the Tien. They've actually waiting for him to fully commit. It's all a bait. It's all a ruse. He goes in with the Heartbreaker, only to have his heart broken himself. Scout is here, misses the Q, so doesn't have the extra execute damage. And with the rest of FPX no longer seen on the map, they have to back away. Sadly, a little bit of a misplay from Scout. Doesn't capitalize fully, but a kill's a kill.
You know, just so crazy to think how the game has already changed so much in terms of that. FPX came out strong once again, having that dominating lead. Tien just doing so well up against JJ in that jungle matchup. You're having pressure everywhere on the map, but EDG able to flip it back around. Now we're going to be looking at what EDG should be looking for next. They're going to have control of mid, and FPX should have to catch that close to their tier 2s. I think for EDG should be looking to get this top side turret down, so JJ path up towards the top side, link up with Scout, be able to take that one away with the fact that your bot lane can hover up there as well. And that should be the plan for EDG. For FPX, they're going to try and get this turret down on the top half of the map. I think for FPX, you're probably waiting more for things like dragons and these types of setups to come up, to set up from big plays from Nuguri.
Almost doubled the gold there from the turret plates. 355 versus 313. And I gotta say, though, for FPX, they are still hunting. They're still looking for this stuff. Tien trying to see if he can get the stun down on the Flandre. He will be able to. There is no flash available. Tien is straight up soloing him right now. Flandre wants nothing to do with this. The one thing I will say is that Doomby has gone straight for his Zhonya's Hourglass, so he's not going to be as powerful in terms of straight up damage for a very, very long time. Still yet to build any of his components for his Mythic or even a straight up damage item. So going for more the utility of the team. And now EDG have got themselves a very very open mid lane. This is a bit of a stickler right now for the side of FPX. They will struggle to deal with this constantly pushing into them, and you can see the side waves just kind of suffer because of it.
And we're seeing JJ and Scout go for that play we just set up, right? Pathing from bot to top, setting up these top lane turrets, and actually ending up getting 2 from how many resources FPX did put into the bottom lane. FPX still going to try and respond, but like you highlighted, EDG just going to have full control of that top side jungle. Walking into the potential poke from Viper's Ezreal is going to be so painful, as LWX still not even finishing his Immortal Shield Bow just yet, so FPX might even having to be in the camp of just waiting for this Aphelios to come online, but I feel like EDG could just accelerate the game so much in that time.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a dragon in a minute's time as well, as we see the top laners fighting over this red buff. Good job, Flandre, but you take a hefty trade off the back of it, and Nuggery's feeling fine about it, but I don't know if you want to fully commit to this one, Nuggery. The rest of EDG are moving forward really, really quickly towards you. He is eventually going to go Mega, but look at the damage already onto this tank. He's going to get Mega'd out. JJ picks up his second kill, and with 30 seconds until this dragon spawns, not a great start for FPX.
No, but FPX very clearly opting into the gold trades on the opposite side of the map. Gonna just try and get this top turret down. We see LWX picking up camps around mid lane. They know that they cannot fight EDG right now. It just isn't in the cards. If they do it, they will just be throwing away their lives. So they're going to try and avoid them, try and stay relevant, as EDG do have a 3k gold advantage. And this is what FPX said, remember? They need to be careful of the macro coming out from EDG. It does feel like FPX kind of put themselves in a lot of these positions where EDG have been making these cross maps, and EDG just continuously getting more. Ooh, I think it's double TP.
It is a double TP. We talked about the creativity of FPX and Doomby as the rest of EDG trying to run away. They do not land the swirl seed as a TP gunner coming in now. There is a 3-man sleep, actually only a 2-man sleep as the rest will go in. 3-man moonfall though, and oh, the AoE is just so much. Viper trying to go toe-to-toe with TN, and he will take him down. The only person left is LWX as he's finally done. EDG may look to try and crack open the base as well as take the dragon.
Yeah, they definitely can look to do it. As, you know, Penguin, after game 1, I thought, you know, a hype day like this, how are we only going to get 4 games? EDG bringing it back, going to make sure we go the distance. It's not over by any means, but 6k gold lead. EDG now in such prime position to continue to take these team fights, even end up getting this last inhibitor turret, get their first dragon on the board. Now we're going to want to start seeing resets come out to make those plays on top side. We're going to go back to the double TP setup coming out. EDG doing a nice job of keeping formation, staying nearby. Nuggery also nowhere close to Mega, so actually not going to provide much in this. Doonby having to flash in to try and get the engage. Does get a 2-man sleep onto Karma and Lee Sin, but right there, Diana buying so much space. Jeje is so crucial with that ultimate coming out. And then Viper on the opposite side taking down Tien. Flandre TP's in to help Jeje out. And Jeje really felt like the savior in that fight.
Really did. Not a great game 1, but definitely showing up in game 2. The ultimate, along with the stopwatch to just buy so much time, doesn't give up his life. Instead, takes the lives of several FPX members. Now, that Riptail's got to be unoptimized because they do not have the time to kind of keep it up, keep it going. So they're just going to try and get a charge off with it as much as they possibly can. And you can see already down below half HP, this isn't getting a charge off. Oh, TP though, on the backside of this is going to all be a big old beta scout. And JJ trying to see if they can find someone. LWX's Immortal Shield Ball has already been popped, and Doomby needs to go back in on that fight. He's dead. He'll get a 2-man sleep going, and the Heartbreaker on top of the Karma as Tien now tries to run away, tries to keep himself alive, but he just cannot run from what is happening. Flash forward by Scout, even uses the blast cone to keep him up in the air, and that's going to be 2 quick kills for the side of EDG. They have no easy objectives. They can't even take Baron.
No, still though, I feel like furthering that gold lead completely fine for EDG. Now they want to start getting those side lanes in order. We see Scout making his way down. That's one thing about Lilia we can expect, right? Probably not going to have the best time sitting in a side lane looking for that 1v1 up against a Renekton or the Lee Sin, so EDG can continuously look to rely on that pressure coming out. And the first thing that catches my eye is Viper's full combo, and then 1Q for Make after the flash. Does so much damage. Immortal Shield Bow Shield already down, like you said, already so low. Doonby continuously trying to be the engage and the aggressor for the side. Feels like the only real tool you can rely on other than that would be Nuggery in Mega form, but they don't have that just yet. And then with Tien going into to get that other kill onto the Karma, does set up for EDG to find the return kill.
Man, do I love best of 3 and best of 5. Anything's better than just one game. Getting multiple games of these teams is just Mwah, chef kiss, c'est magnifique as we come into the second game. And EDG are very much winning their 6,500 gold up. And actually, Viper gets a kill onto LWX out of nowhere. No Nuggery with no TP is a little bit caught out on his lonesome. Does have the Mega Gnar now available to him. Gonna try and maybe get that Gnar ult into the wall. Gonna have a crunch to come down, but he's dead and buried. It's gonna take a very long time to take him out. Flandre will say thank you very much. And now it's a 3v3 in the mid lane. As we can see now, EDG going back in on top of Crisp and Doonby. The exhaust comes out to try and stop makeup, but this is all about Viper. This is all about the Ezreal, the Triforce man himself. Gets himself another 2 kills. And that's EDG firmly in control, running towards that Baron. They are wiping the floor with FPX in game 2.
And when you give Viper and Mako champions that can win their lane, can find an advantage, they're so easily able to take over the game. Viper doing such a good job so far on this Ezreal. And FPX, we said it coming into the day, they have the fastest average game time in the LPL. This is part of the reason. Part of the reason is game 1. When they win very fast because they are willing to go for more aggressive plays. When they're behind, they also make some of the same plays. They also walk a bit too far forward. And we're going to see once again LWX. That one was a bit of a head scratcher as it looks like FPX are once again trying to set up a pick here, maybe like a brush play, but still not strong enough to be able to take on the members of EDG. Doonby does use his ultimate to try to dissuade, but it didn't look like Scout was tagged down by it. And like you said, this was all about Viper eating in aggressively. Tien able to get 1 kill, but doesn't amount to much as he isn't able to possess the soul. And now Baron on the side of EDG, 10k gold lead at 22 minutes. Doesn't feel like we're going to hit a point of where Elder Drake is relevant in this game. EDG should be on par to close out before that happens.
I mean, you can't really contest this right now. It's 3 items onto Viper as Nuggery takes about a third of his HP with the True Shot Barrage. And now FPX, they got vision control, but they have to concede it. They can't keep it going right now as Viper just ease over aggressively. Still has Flash, still has Cleanse, and Mikhail's blessing onto his support as Crisp has been caught out. The TP going to be committed here by Flandre, but there's another great flank coming in from JJ. 2 kills for Flandre as Viper takes on the jungle of FPX and comes out the better of the two. Doonby going to look to try and maybe flash over the wall. There he goes. He's not going to be able to escape though, and that's going to be 3-4 kills for the side of EDG. They don't need the dragon. They can push in the waves. Honestly, they can end the game.
Yeah, I mean, they have the waves available. I'm going to be curious if they can end Penguin because death timers still are not that long because it is still extremely early, but they have Poke, they have Siege, they have the minions in the Baron. They can look to do it.
They can. They've cracked open inhibitor 1. They're going to look to crack open inhibitor 2, back themselves up, take the dragon. This is classic EDG. They don't want to risk it. They don't want to be in a position where they might throw this game away. So they'll go back, spend all that yummy, yummy gold, and get themselves a lovely meal. 5-1-11 for Viper, 5-1-10 for Scout. It's just been so difficult. Look at this. Viper's just keeping 3 people away.
He's just so strong right now, right? On the 3-item point, having his frozen heart already as well. No one really able to touch him or deal damage. Going to consistently have that ECD up. Feels like every few seconds. And now EDG, the reset's able to come back off. They can start looking towards that top side tower to open up the inhibitor. As we see here, Scout trying to find his way on LWX. LWX does flash, so the kick comes out on the Crisp. But the one thing you highlighted is this flank from JJ once again to lock multiple members down. Both LWX and Nuggery getting taken out of the fight. Viper on the opposite side being able to solo members of EDG, and then Doonby's left with his hands up like, what's going on, bros? I thought we were looking for the team fight, and everyone was already dead. So for EDG, we said we could start seeing them play around their top side, but FPX actually trying to prevent that from happening by pushing out the top lane so far, but they're so far overextended. I feel like EDG are just going to collapse and take them out.
Yeah, Brom's sticking around for the moment, saying, "Look, I will stay with you, my friend." But Tien, you're dead to the ducks right now. Fish going to be coming in. Even a TP committed here from the side of EDG to try and make sure there is no escape. You can see Flandre not able to take the 1v1 just yet. Heartbreaker has been used. It's only Heartbreak for FPX. EDG going to be able to take that kill off of them. They've got themselves 12,000 gold lead coming in now up to the 25-minute mark. They're just waiting for the next little bit of objectives. I will say for the side of FPX, there is no easy objectives for EDG to take. They have to go into those inhibitors. Both Dragon and Baron are down, but I don't know, Lyric. This game feels like a when rather than an if.
It is, and I feel like there's an easy objective for EDG. They were just so concerned with the shenanigans from FPX the past minute. You honestly just go top, right? Your waves are going to push in mid and bot. You do have super minions coming through. You just need to be patient, wait for that time, look for the siege to come. Flandre trying to bring a wave in mid as well.
Oh my god.
So going to start pulling FPX apart, and we just continue to see that damage coming out from Viper, and FPX having no real way of walking forward, because remember, the big engage point for FPX this whole game has been the Lilia.
Yeah, it has been the Lilia, and it has not really worked out. The Lilia very much muted as the third and final inhibitor goes down. FPX now down to their final 2 Nexus turrets. Viper throwing in a barrage of Mystic shots. You get hit by 1 or 2 of those, you have to go back to your fountain. There is no ifs, buts, and maybes about it. Super Minions are not far away from streaming in, and EDG are not letting up the pressure.
Now we're going to be keeping our eyes on Nuggery, almost as his Mega, if they can find some kind of hero play. Very doubtful. They're 13k gold behind, but is their only hope. Feels like for EDG, they can just keep playing it like this with the siege coming through.
Oh, Flandre does get caught out a little bit, was forced to go into dominance. You can see Viper eeing forward to protect his tank and say, look, all right, I may be a glass cannon, but I'm still a cannon. Eeing forward, has got a blue buff, so he's just totally happy to continue pushing this one out. So you can see Doonby forced to go into his Zhonya's. He now has no protection should he get caught out. Flandre and Chris, or sorry, excuse me, Nuggery and Chris trying to just back away. This is all Viper. Viper is literally the one keeping everyone at FPX at bay. Now the TP can come back in. This is double super minions streaming forward. FPX trying their very best to defend their Nexus. I just don't think they can. There it is. The Glacial Fissure to try and set it all off. The Lilia is dead. The Aphelios has fallen. FPX down to 3. There's only 1 Nexus turret left, and you can see FPX, they know they have to fight, but it's all for naught. We are going to a third and final game between our top 2 teams. EDG will not be silenced. They will not go down 0-2, and they will keep themselves in with a shot at top spot.
The fight for first lives on. Both EDG and FPX having 1 dominant game win so far. FPX once again able to find the early advantages, but not able to hold it together. EDG were the team who were able to find picks on side lanes. They were the team who were able to play around the fact that Doonby was continuously the one looking for the engages, right? Flashing in, looking for the multi-man sleep. Then they were able to find a really easy pick on a very squishy Lilia. So for FPX, they fell behind through picks. They fell behind from how they had to try and set up these team fights, unless they were just going to try to play to let EDG walk into them, which you're up against an Ezreal Karma. That's not going to happen. We saw what Viper was able to do. And most crucially, I feel like the big thing is Mako and Viper are able to get ahead. They got this 2v2 lane where they're able to win out. They don't feel any pressure coming in from the opposite side. And once we saw EDG putting resources into that bot lane, is really when EDG started to skyrocket and take over this game.
Yeah, it really was. Just no chance at all in the bot side. Once Viper got a lead, they got that 2v2 kill in the bot side, and it just...
Look at that LWX stand.
Yeah. It's just, LWX never got a chance. LWX just wasn't really in a position to go for anything, because if he tries to move forward, he gets kited out by the Ezreal Karma, and if he tries to stay at the back line, hello, Diana and Renekton are on his ass. So it's just, there's nothing he can really do about it.
No, and that's another, facet of the game to highlight, is the fact that they were able to continuously find these flanks with the Diana and the Renekton, right? Even Scout trying to find his way in with kicks. Sometimes they were outplayed, but still typically getting in the backline and forcing out flashes from multiple members. So definitely felt like a really hard game for the bottom lane of FPX to play. Let's remember early on, FPX were continuously forcing on the top half of the map, right? It was all about invading the enemy jungle, playing on the topside river with Nuggery and Doonby pushing in, and it gave this window for EDG to just all in on the Ezreal Karma lane. So nice play coming out from EDG. They just played off their range advantage so well. FPX having some, I'd say, questionable trades in terms of objectives. There's the 5-man bot play that does stand out, where it just felt like EDG outright got more. So for EDG, those trades were the things that FPX said they had to be concerned about, though once again it felt more like FPX were the ones who dictated those choices to come out rather than EDG. EDG capitalized, and EDG completely took over the game off of them. So we highlighted the stylistic differences of these two teams coming into the series, and it really feels like we're seeing that in these games.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like, yes, LWX, you can meme about his damage, you can talk about how it wasn't a great game, but honestly, even when they did go that 5-man bot, everyone else was taking the gold. Everyone else was taking all the resources. He just wasn't really left with anything. So I don't really want to go too harp and too gun-ho on the, you know, LWX hate train as all, because I don't feel like he was set up for success for his team. And honestly, straight up, you know, the idea of the Liliet was nice, not great on the execution. So I would like to see maybe FPX change that style up. But ladies and gentlemen and everyone else, we are going to a game 3. We're going to send it to a quick break. Get your snacks, get yourself set up, because this game 3 decides it all. Winner goes to first, second will be the second of the rest, and we'll have to wait and see how it all pans out. See you soon. The two best teams of the summer split finally meet. Both FPX and EDG have shown exceptional form all season, and now lies one final test. Edward Gaming have been indomitable all split long, and despite a few experiments with their roster over the course of the split, they still stand at the top of LPL. Two AP carries going to do a lot of damage, a lot of shutdown gold going to be going over as well. As we can see, Mako flash grand entrance. Scout should be able to get away, as now JJ has joined the fray with his trusty sidekick Viper, and this Viper has got some teeth, has got some venom, and will pick up a triple off the back of it. Flandre has been so consistently good this split. If EDG wants to take that first seed, best luck to the top lane to see those cylinders firing.
Very desperate at fighting some of these fights, and they're not done.
Oh, not at all. Aki thought he could save the turret. The structure is long forlorn. You can't do anything. The TP in from Cream, he might be able to show Suffer his way into the backline as well, but he's going to drag Flandre away and having to flash because he's noticed everyone of EDG is here. Cream cannot escape from Flandre.
Fun plus Phoenix will still have their spring finals defeat fresh in their minds. They will want to put that demon to bed and take that one last step to being the #1 team in the league.
To get some bombs in, that's onto Abel. Huge damage here, forcing the AD carry out of the fight. New as well, doesn't have the regen just yet to deal with 4 people. Aki on the sidelines, but LWX is just launching bomb after bomb from the back line. Doing B as well, absolutely monstrous in this fight as he takes yet another double kill. In with Chris from the side, the second time in the game. More bombs in, another triple for Doing B, and FPX are just styling on OMG.
Every team needs a star, a champion. Super Carry Doombi is the star for FPX. The 2019 world champion is in the form of his life and has the trust of everyone on his team to make the right call in the game.
We just throw out that poke. Doombi here as well.
Oh my god! Doombi just ended the game! That shockwave is it! You're dashed mentally after that game.
Both teams will be dissatisfied with their finish in spring. Now they look to show the rest of the league who truly is #1. The last game of the season decides it all. There are no retakes. It's do or die for the top spot.
It could all just be so simple, baby. If you wanted to be mine, you don't gotta be shy. Relax your mind, relax your mind. Don't take your time, don't take your time. It's alright, it's alright. Stay a while, stay a while. 'Cause I can be everything you wanna make. I could be everything you need to make to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you to breathe. Cause I wanna be everything you need. And I need to be everything you want to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let you. Cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. Cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me?
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta run it all like we supposed to.
Hey, it's light work. Just looking at the wrist of the ice work. All this shit on me and I bust down. Shock him out the clutch and it bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team. I know. At the draw, on the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air brake to drop, gotta stay on auto. Mad it, auto wins at it. Need a new patty. It's a time cost. Then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick gang, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just got it shown. Got a whole game prepped up, got them like it's loaded. Oh, they got it backwards like it's Yoda. On track, got speed, it's a locomotive. Hey.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to.
Welcome back to the LPL, ladies and gentlemen, as we get to see the beautiful landscape of Shanghai in the distance. And you know what? We have a banger series deciding first and second. We're getting 3 games. The world is good. Here I am introing us because, you know, I was a little bit excited during the break. I want to know who was going to win. So for a little bit of cringe, I asked an 8-ball, will FPX and will EDG win? And sadly, the answer for both was most likely Penguin. So honestly, I have no idea. And yeah, we're going to get a game 3 to see who's able to pull it out, because we've been highlighting all day stylistic differences across the boards of how these teams play.
Honestly, it's been a perfect example of what makes these two teams so good in of the completely different styles in the 2 games. FPX, explosive, bringing EDG back into their playground and saying, look, this is our turf, you can't play here. And in the second one, EDG just playing so damn well around the macro, saying, look, your 5-man bot, you lose 3 turrets. Your 2-man top, okay, cool, we're going to absolutely pile into that bot side. And FPX were chasing their tails a lot of the time.
Yeah, they were. Even times where they were trying to save themselves at the end of like forcing top lane and setting up scenarios where EDG can just be like, we'll wait 30 seconds for our siege and find the pick. And it does set up for our MVP, a man who was getting completely abused in the early parts of the game, JJ. Tien was setting him behind, but finding the flanks that mattered in the end. It felt like every moonfall was so impactful that JJ was able to find.
Yeah, as soon as he got his foothold in this game, you can see the confidence. Despite having a lackluster Diana in game 1, he got himself his confidence back, and this is why he prioritizes this pick, this champion, because it just felt so natural for him. And like we said, FPX left wondering where the hell was he coming from.
Definitely showing up, right? Because got set behind as we saw 0-2 early on. I think you can justifiably give MVP to Viper as well, but I really like the JJ give, just for the fact that, like we said, a lot of the ultimates he was able to find in some of these fights was so crucial. Funnily enough, we haven't had any of the replays of the fights, but this was definitely one of them where FPX coming in to try to flank EDG. But it is JJ who's going to be the one to find his way onto the backline, getting exhausted early, and everything just always worked out when JJ was able to find these angles. So did FPX kind of set them up for him a little bit? Yes. But did he have to get in there, see it, and press the button? You know he did.
Yep, he was there. He pressed the buttons. Gamer moves. Anyway, moving now into game 3, we are going to see a substitution. We are seeing FPX take away their top laner Nuguri and bring in Xiao Lao Hao.
Yeah, Xiao coming in once again, and he was someone who we did see subbed in earlier on in the split. He did play up. Yep,
Xiao Lao.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me.
Someone we
Apologies.
did see come on earlier in the split, play up against LGD, and they were able to take a 2-0 victory. So I don't know if people remember, but it was when FPX, were kind of going in with different subs. We also saw subs in like jungle support role when LWX was also playing support and having a very competent performance. Especially, I think it was the Jace that stood out to me, where he was able to find some awesome angles and I think even take a 2v3 with him and Duanby. So great to see Xiao coming in, and we're gonna get to see what he can do here up against EDG and Flandre.
Yep, it could be a stylistic matchup. It could be something that's saying, look, we're seeing that Flandre is getting a lot of attention. We're seeing that he's getting a lot of priority with this Renekton, and of course, with all the bans going on the top side, we need something to step it up. We need someone who can maybe deal with that pressure a little bit better, and they obviously feel like this is the way to do it. Of course, they are guaranteed top 2, but again, you want that top spot. You can see both these teams really looking to try and exemplify their strengths while trying to mitigate their weaknesses, and I feel like for FPX, top lane would have been, especially in that last game, considered a little bit of a weakness.
And a big thing to me is, I wonder if they're actually going to do the opposite of bring in Xiao and play maybe more towards bot side. Maybe try to shut down Viper and Mako to make sure that doesn't happen. Because, for being fair, I definitely think Flandre's had some standout moments to split, but hasn't really been a carry that EDG can or have had to rely on. He's much more been a role player ever since he's come on to EDG and just had some bright games here or there where he is able to take over, like on the Gwen ones earlier on in the split. So that could be an option for FPX as well. Put Xiao up there. He also played one of his games on the Renekton, so you can maybe look to take that away in some way, shape, or form. I'll be honest, I don't really know why you would have to. I didn't really think Renekton has been a crucial pick in either game so far, but could be the thought process FPX are coming into to maybe get Nuguri off of something comfortable and have someone who can just survive on weak side up in that top lane.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. No longer as EDG on the blue, FPX on the red for the final regular season game of the LPL Summer Split 2021. It is 1-1. Winner of this game gets top spot. Loser goes to second and has to carry that scar all the way into playoffs. We are starting off thick and fast as EDG gonna get themselves the Jace after banning away two top lane champions.
And that's the funny thing, right, is that for EDG, they were banning this in Game 1 and Game 2, but with Nuguri off the rip, not feeling like it's necessary and going to give Flandre this pick, it does open up some prio picks coming out. The Aphelios already being taken, the Viego, already being taken away. The Diana still being something that's left open if you feel like JJ maybe has had a good performance on it in the last game, but you could also always just maybe go towards an AD carry pick here, something like the Varus, which has been something they've been banning out from EDG in the previous games.
We'll see what they want to go for. Of course, the Viego, very good for Tien. I even think that despite how far behind he was almost 1v1ing topside. He was almost getting those kills back in his favor. I think it was just the wallet of EDG that stopped them from really getting those advantages back into FPX's favor. And whoa, we're going to see EDG go straight away back into it. So the full topside has been locked and loaded. It's going to be a Jace versus Wukong, a Lee Sin versus Viego, and a Sylas versus Twisted Fate.
And this is really interesting, right? Scout bringing out the Twisted Fate has not played it so far this split, but man, this would be such a drastic shift for EDG to play more around topside. We still don't know what's coming on bot lane just yet. That Twisted Fate definitely could potentially have options on where to play around, but when you have a Jace and you have a TF, you do expect to see those making plays together. On the opposite side for FPX, Wukong versus Jace is a matchup we've already had today. It does have avenues to play around the Stone Skin passive coming out in the early game, level 6 being able to look for those all-ins. You have Duanby who's able to take away the Destiny with the Sylas and be able to follow as well, and Sylas being much more useful in those skirmishes than Twisted Fate, who pretty much does just become a gold card bot. So we're going to be keeping our eyes on that one. In FPX, they don't want to give Viper that Ezreal once again. Hopefully not having to deal with any mages in the bottom lane. For FPX, you can just blind pick your AD carry here, save support counter pick, then hopefully have a much easier time in the 2v2 lane. So 4 AD carries for LWX now that the Varus is off the board. we're kind of getting down into the thick of things. You can always pick something like a Thresh here and maybe bring out a hyper carry like a Jinx. If not, you're bringing out, I'd say, something a bit off meta, something a bit unexpected. Ashe still being up as well, but it isn't something LWX has played so far this split.
And this is something that FPX have, well, I'd say most teams have identified as a weakness of FPX, is when they get down to that bot side, if they're not getting a priority matchup that they can survive in, it does tend to get a little bit dicey, as we do see the Ashe locked and loaded for the first time for LWX in summer 2021.
Now I'm going to be curious where EDG do go. We've been seeing a lot more teams also fall onto Jhin recently, just trying to match that pressure. But EDG have not been one of them. EDG have pulled out other things along the lines of the Dravens, the Kog'Maws, like more obscure AD carry picks coming out. So seems like they are going to go that route, going to get some all-in the bottom side with this Kalista into a matchup that some people would think is a bit unfavorable with, you know, the slows coming out from Ashe, just being able to consistently spam that volley. Now I'd be curious. They hovered the Taric. I don't expect them to go for it, but that would be pretty interesting when you do have so many melees on the opposite side who do want to look to all-in you. For now, it does seem like they're pretty set on going for something that does provide a bit of peel.
Yeah, we are going to see EDG going to go back towards the Braum, so a nice little bit of engage, good bit of safety as well, as we do now see what the side of FPX want to round out their comp with. A little bit of trivia there for LWX. Last time he played the Ashe in the LPL was in the 2020 regional finals, so been about a year since the last time he's played it competitively on this stage. Of course, played it in the NEST tournament in 2020 as well, but again, a lot different side of things because the meta changes and everything moves around, the ships and the game itself becomes a completely different beast. And the Rakan locked and loaded here for FPX. They have another dive buddy to add to their collection. They are looking to try and just get into the faces of EDG.
Yeah, FPX once again going for a comp that just wants to dive onto EDG. EDG having a lot more of a pick comp, also does have some team fighting elements. Kalista Braum, not the typical dual lane that you do see with Kalista, right? Something typically more aggressive that can look for those all-ins, where maybe something like a Leona or a Nautilus or elsewhere will go for the engage and you have that Fate's Call to pull them out. So I'm going to be curious to see how EDG do play this one out. As we highlighted, you would expect maybe a more top lane oriented route to come through with the fact that you do have the Twisted Fate plus the Jace. You do have some mid lane setup as well between Twisted Fate and Lee Sin. So a lot of options for EDG's comp in terms of where to look for kills early on.
Now the teams are locked and loaded. The final game of the regular split, the final game of this bout of our top teams. Winner of this match gets themselves that #1 spot. Will so far, until we get into playoffs, be undisputed #1 team at the top of the LPL, whereas for the loser, they're going to second, but a lot of learnings to build towards the playoffs. Of course, both these teams already locked into our double elimination portion of our playoffs, but you want to have that momentum. You want to have that belief that you can take down probably one of your biggest rivals, as the final game is here. Halo Blades going onto the Braum as he tries to get himself an aggressive move into that bot side. No Guardian here for him. Lyric, it is time. We are jumping onto the Rift for the final time in 2021's summer regular split. And everything shall be left on the Rift today.
And it is just absolutely crazy to think, right? The final game of the regular season of LPL. After this, we're going to be getting into our best of 5 soon. And this being the battle for first place to finish off the regular split. Are you going to be in the top side of that bracket with teams like Top Esports, teams like RNG? Are going to be, you know, second seed battling with teams like BLG, teams like RA. So going to be an interesting one. I wouldn't say either side being easy, right? I think there's definitely like the top side of the bracket being higher skill ceiling teams like RNG and Top Esports, but teams like BLG and RA I think are a lot more consistent than those other teams do provide. So definitely scary things no matter what, but doesn't matter, Penguin, because FPX and EDG probably come in as favorites against anyone.
Honestly, they have the confidence, they have the momentum to know that they could beat anybody. And that's what makes our playoffs so exciting. Coming into our top 10, honestly, I believe every team can beat every other team on their day. That's why it's going to be so much fun coming into these best of 5s as we look towards this third and final game. Tien going to start on his red, as is JJ, so mirrored start, or excuse me, equal starts on either side. And I want you to talk to me about this Halo Blades Braum. Why do we see it? What can we expect from it now that it is being picked up here by Mako?
Right, it's kind of the same logic as like what we see from the Trundles, is this more aggressive early all-in power. I think it makes even more sense for Braun from the fact that it also helps you proc your passive sooner, get that stun off, get some more damage down. That's also why he's running the Ignite, is they're showing they want to look for this aggressive lane, all in with the Braun passive, get the damage down, and start taking over the lane from here. So for EDG is, trade top comes out. Xiaohao's level 2 first.
Ooh, he got the level 2, and that decided everything in that fight. You can see there's the hawk shots. They're going to know exactly where JJ is as well, so a little bit of added utility you get with the Ashe pick, and early trading going in favor of Xiaolahu, and gotta feel a little bit scared now if you're Flandre.
Yeah, and I gotta say overall, I actually do prefer FPX's comp. I think FPX's comp matches what EDG do pretty well in terms of having the Silas ultimate and Ashio for picks, but also is able to fight for prio, also can team fight, to where EDG's comp definitely looks just straight up looking for picks, very squishy. I think it will struggle later on, but we're seeing Tien look for JJ. Doesn't actually spot him out. Doesn't know he's here.
Ships in the night. Ships in the night. They don't know that each other is there. JJ, they're going to walk down and maybe show himself a little bit. Oh, not quite. Tien now going to leave. And oh, the timing. It's just a little bit too late. Now JJ shows himself, and Tien gonna walk away. So the information is in favor of FPX, not in favor of EDG. But now you can see Scout thinking that he's safe, thinking that he's got himself an opportunity, but a good flash away from the abscond duct means that he keeps himself safe. Lands a gold card onto Tien just for good measure. And now Scout needs to be a little bit careful. We are gonna see the bot lane of FPX roam over, try and get something here. Mako is there, and Scout's still being chased down. He does not have much of an escape, and now we can see in this bot side the damage coming out from LWX with that approach velocity. They're going to try and go in on top of this flash away from FPF quick, as he might have well given away his life. LWX now being chased down. 2 kills going over to Viper, and there's going to be a TP as well. Doinby picks up the scraps, but now Scout is here. Can they find another kill off of this? I don't think they can. Never mind. JJ is here. He is here to save the day for the side of EDG. They're going to try and get the slow down, but they can't quite get it. Now with both junglers and mid laners here, there's going to be a fight over the blue buff.
And Penguin, take a second to catch your breath, because that was 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes of non-stop action coming through. EDG, I'm a bit scared for FPX right now, just for the fact that Viper has 2 kills. I repeat, Viper has 2 kills. Not a good thing when we think back to last game. Still, FPX's mid-jungle still being the core of trying to find advantages for this team. We're going to see Tien go for this play, knowing, hey, I can't opt for this topside scuttle. Looks like the wave was pushing back into Xiaolahu. They are able to get Scouts flash out. He really is nowhere where he's able to run, with the fact that the bot lane is also covering that tri-brush. So Tien holds the flash, goes in with his stun as well, and opens up for Doinby to find the pick. As LWX, you are actually probably fine. Does it flash up?
Yep, as his flash available to him, no one really coming to take the extra damage down onto him. Is Wukong going to find a little bit of an unfavorable trade in this top side as we come back into the game, and kills even, but like you said, very important to note that it is going to be Viper on this Kalista. And we talk about Viper, obviously Kalista being a very early game champion, and the reason why we probably don't see it as much anymore is that teams have gotten very, very good at stopping that early game snowball, but now that that has been started, it could become an avalanche in favor of EDG.
I also think she's a champion that, struggles against the range of a lot of other champions that are currently in the meta, and how certain champions have gotten buffed over the past few patches, like Aphelios. But it is still a niche pick that we do see every now and then. Does have the ability to completely take over a game once it does get ahead. Does open up, I'd say, more options in terms of controlling neutrals coming out from your end. And with Scout being pretty close to 6, should hit 6 on this wave, you will have the ability to start playing through that bot side pressure.
They were seeing where they want to go for this top side. There was a jungler for FPX to keep Wukong safe.
Coming up, Penguin.
He is coming up, but there is a Cyclone available for the Wukong now. JJ should be revealed by this ward, so they know exactly what's going on, but I don't know if they can stop it. Xiaolahu now kind of caught between his serve. Very difficult to make this dive work, though, for EDG. I don't know if they want to fully commit to it, because it could go horribly wrong. As I say that, we are going to see a full commitment there. As Tien now here, we're going to see the Destiny Gate come out as well. That's going to be Doinby stealing it and taking it back onto this top side. He's going to be able to take down 2 kills himself. Doinby is not done with this game, and he is not done with this series, Lyric. As we go back down towards this bot side, it's just a trade of a little bit of health bars, and that was a nice steal of an ultimate there from FPX, able to capitalize on Twisted Fate being recalled.
And it feels like this is what the series is turning into, right? It's the battle of top side for FPX against the bottom side for EDG. Scout looking for a play of his own.
Yep, he's going to find himself the gold card onto LWX, who has got flash but knows he's dead, and there's no real reason he should use it just there. Another kill goes over. It's 2 kills top to 2 kills bottom, and we know where these teams want to play.
And now it's the question, Penguin, and for all the fans out there as well, who do you have more faith in, Viper or Doinby? We've kind of already hit on some of the differences of these comps coming out, so I don't think for FPX it's a complete shutout, despite the fact that they are 1.5k gold behind, but that's who we're looking at. We're looking at the Sylas. We are looking at the Kalista to take over. We're going to get a replay of, I guess, Doinby taking away the Twisted Fate ultimate. So EDG have this information. They're still going to look for this play. Oh, we come back into more kills.
Yeah, we got to come back into one more kill going over onto Scout. It's going to be Tien taking that one up for himself. Gold card locked and loaded, and Crips cannot tank no more. There's the Lee Sin kick stolen by Doinby. Mako, however, will not land the Winter's Bite, so FBX should be able to get themselves back out. And 5-5, EDG kind of being dragged back into similar Game 1 territory where it's scrappy. It's fight after fight after fight, and that's where FBX thrive.
That is where FPX love to play, right? Especially the fact 3-0-2 now on the Sylas. Did opt into early Lucidity boots, so not being on his Mythic like Viper, who is already on that Immortal Shield bow, but doesn't matter what the lead he has with the pick that FPX were able to find in mid doing this Dragon, and Doinby also making his way down towards bot, but I think Viper's way too close to his turret for FPX to tangibly turn this into anything. EDG on the opposite side, though, we can see on the minimap, they're going for Herald.
Yep, they're able to trade this one over the other side. Tien going to try and just keep Scout underneath his tower. You can see the wave, not really in an ideal position, but now Tien freed himself up. They have got the Cyclone available to them should they want to go for this fight. There's going to be this taking of the Rift Herald, but they cannot reclaim their prize. The Eye shall go untaken as Mako now with Viper trying to see that this is going to be a little bit more of an engage here. I don't know if LWX has much places to go,
He's
but
level 4.
Back up to the top side. It's 2v2 down the bot side, 3v3 up on the top lane. You cannot fight for this Rift Herald. There's too many big ultimates here, and that is going to be enough for them to take a kill and deny the Eye of the Herald from going down. But EDG still gaining huge margins in this bot side.
I mean, it's just ringing true, right? It's continuously doubling down on where the carry threats and where the strong sides of each team are. I mean, going back to the bot lane point, Crisp is level 4. Mako is level 6. This is not a good time for the FPX bot lane. Viper now even making his way up to level 7, so can't even stay in this lane as a 1v1 comes out. Charlotte, who doesn't have ultimate, but still might be able to fight. It has red buff.
Yeah, has red buff and has got the flash advantage as he goes back in. Nowhere for Flandre to go. Nice solo kill there from the sub-mid laner as FBX get themselves back into the advantage in this top side. But now, with bot lane under contention, they're looking to try and take this turret. As Tien now in a little bit of trouble. Is a bit by himself. Going to have to use the Heartbreaker over the wall. Does get gold carded on top of him straight away with the Glacial Fissure, and that's going to be Scout picking up a kill as the rest of the fight can really happen. There's the Destiny Gate. They're trying to catch out Doinby and take him out in this game. Mako, though, was behind the wolves and wasn't able to land the Winter's Bite. You got to be careful, though, Chris. You're against a level 7 Kalista, and he has to back themselves away. Another traded kill for EDG as they keep themselves in the gold advantage.
I honestly feel like FPX can't even look to salvage bot lane at this point, right? This is one of those situations where the lane is so far behind, they're so out of it, behind by what looks like about 25 CS, that it's pretty much done, right? Viper even back from being able to pick up his plated steel cap, so no damage is going to be able to come out from FPX's bot side. And if JJ is there, and if, you know, the EDG soul laners have TP, anytime it delves into like a 3v3 or 4v4, EDG's bot lane will be the one to win out. So we see Tien coming here, and Tien's opting into this. He knows where Mako is, he knows the members of EDG are on this side of the map, is in the corner of our screen. Scout's dead.
Scout is in fact dead. We're going to see the stolen Lee Sin ult by Doinby, able to knock back the Lee Sin of JJ. So again, great little bullying match here in the mid lane. 2-3-1 versus the 3-0-3 of Doinby. And JJ try to just clear out the waves, make sure he can't get any more of advantage. But by doing so, he's going to be losing a lot of his jungle.
And it's just going to continue down to the trade, right? To where I would even argue the same thing for EDG. You probably just have to pay no mind to topside, but they are going to bring in multiple members. But the thing is, there's just no time. There's no way you can contest this, right? You just have to be continuously all-inning on your Kalista. And it feels like you should just be going for split map plays at this point in time. There's no neutrals up. There's no Herald, no Dragon yet. Dragon in a minute 30. And just keep playing on your strong side, take away enemy jungle camps, so on and so forth. So trying to save Flandre, but Flandre can't be saved, Penguin. Can't.
No, he cannot be saved at this point in time. Sadly, having a bit of an off game on this Jace. We are going to see the Ashe ultimate wish past the hairs of his chinny chin. Scout able to keep himself alive. Viper picks up all of this solo gold, gets himself a nice 600 boost in his pocket, or his satchel, as we have discussed on previous casts. Depends on what he's got go for him. And now Flandre, he could be dead again, and as he does get the knockback, Xiao Lao Hu able to keep himself in the ascendancy here, still has a level advantage, and it's just difficult times now for the EDG top side. He's just going to have to accept his fate that he's just not going to be able to do much in this matchup, and hope the Viper carries.
We're getting a replay of what we did see happen in mid lane, though. Doonby's TP coming out. Looks like Chris did avoid any wards with the path that he did take from base. And just able to get in there. JJ not able to save him in time with the amount of burst that Doonby does have. Doonby still not even on his mythic item just yet, so waiting for that Everfrost to come out, but Viper on the opposite side, they really got to be careful.
They really, really do, as we now got the turret being taken here by EDG. They know the TN is around because of the encroaching mist. They're just going to take a couple of plates, back themselves up. 10 seconds till Dragon spawns, put themselves on the board with that particular objective. It's probably the plan from them here, as we can see now. Xiao Lao Hu trying to see if he can get a bit more of a favorable trade down onto this Jace. Still hasn't got the Cyclone back off of cooldown, so waiting for that one to really happen as Crisp, with Doonby having that stolen Destiny Gate, may look to try and just put more pain on this Jace. Yep, looking like they're going for it straight away. There's the Destiny Gate right down. He's going to try and go for it. Not quite landing the Everfrost, but he does land the Abduct. And that is enough to take him down. 0-4 for this Jace. It feels bad, man. But JJ just saying, it's okay, bro. We're getting a Dragon.
And even Scout can have pressure on the opposite side. Not going to be able to turn that into a dive mid, which would have also been kind of nice if they could have done that when the topside play was happening. But both Tien and Chris were hovering in River the whole time, never fully committed to the topside play. So no play like that able to come about. But EDG with this bottom lane are still going to be able to control pressure in River. No objectives on the map, though. Doubt we're going to see too much come out from this. I feel like FPX will be the side that do control side lanes from the fact that Wukong, Silas, definitely much more potent of a 2v2 than, you know, TF Lee Sin or Lee Sin Jace for any answer like this. I feel like you should pretty much continuously look to combo the Silas with the Wukong and look for these kills. And even in 1v1 matchups, right? With how far out of it Jace is, and with the fact that you're the other solo laner on EDG is a Twisted Fate, FPX should continuously have pressure in these 1v1 matchups to garner prio on sides. So for EDG, it's going to be about garnering prio through mid as a 3 to 5 man core.
Oh, Tien just got caught out by the Winter's Bite, but not able to stack anything else off of that, so keeps himself safe and had the Flash available and the Heartbreaker, so shouldn't have been in too much trouble. But like I said, with coming up to 15-minute mark now, we got ourselves a pretty even game, about 500 gold in favor of EDG. As Flandre finally getting some solo time up in this top side, seeing if he can get something. But with everyone on FPX now being on the Rift Herald, they will look to try and just take this objective and get themselves back onto the map. That being said, though, EDG saying, look, we're not happy about us losing out on our Rift Herald. We're going to try and get yours. There's a Destiny Gate coming out for the side of EDG. The Unbreakable being popped up on side of Edward Gaming, as EDG now looking to try and see if they can deny this. But there is the ult there committed to on top of the Braum. We're going to see Scout try and keep everyone alive with a single gold card, but I don't think he can. There's 2 kills for Doonby, a 3rd for the side of FPX, a 4th. Why not? They get themselves a Rift Herald, and they also get themselves a team fight win. They're going to have so much more priority now as they look for multiple more objectives.
I think we saw the awkwardness of the way these fights will go for EDG if they opt into, you know, things like this. Because for FPX's composition, you have a front line, you have lots of engage, you have ways to get onto the back line. For EDG, your comp is relatively squishy coming out. You have a Braum, and your only real engage right is Kalista throwing your Braum in. Sure, you have your W to get away, but I think it's kind of awkward for EDG, and they can really only play around picks first. Enchanted Crystal Arrow to start this off on JJ because they do want to contest for this Herald. And then both Doinby and Chris was able to get on the backline as Silas and Rakan. Even Shalahu able to follow up with the ultimate. And it's like, what could you do? Because as, we're going to see they didn't get the Herald today. They didn't get the Herald Penguin. Well, you know what? They got the kill. We can move on from it. They got the gold lead back. Things are fine.
I mean, it's just you did everything so right, and it's just like you forgot to write your name on the exam. That's what happened. Like it was just like you get a flat 0 for it in an examiner's eye. You didn't even write your name. God damn it. But yeah, it's still great for FPX. Of course, a little faux pas right at the end, but it is still a 1 fight. They have a 6-0-5 Silas. Doinby looking to get himself up to another MVP performance. Will be 1 behind Knight, so still cannot make it up to his level. But I gotta say, EDG just not really going to be looking for anything else out of these team fights. They have to look for picks. They have to look to try and find odd number skirmishes, or they're just not going to really be in a position to fight.
It's also awkward when it's like, yeah, hey, we're EDG, we have a global, but it's like, oh, the opposite side is a Silas, so they can also have a global every now and then to match your play.
Uno reverse.
And for TF, right, you literally just scale into a utility bot. You have Everfrost, you have Rapid Fire Cannon. You're not going to provide too much other than that gold card. Doinby.
Oh, not quite able to get it. I will say as we come into this fight now, they could look for maybe a fight onto Mako, but still got to be very, very careful. The quickness was committed there to that particular play, and while that's all been happening, Scout's been free pushing in his top side. He even has his jungler in tow to keep himself nice and healthy and nice and secure, if you will. They're just going to try and deny some camps, deny some waves, and dragon spawning in 45 seconds could be the next fight for these two sides.
You know, if there's going to be any possible way where I think EDG can take this game, it'll be from things like this, where FPX overcommit, overforce, where EDG are very safe, like right under their tier 2 turret. They actually use 2 ultimates, use Doinby and Crisps to look for that play, and they just give Scout free access on a side lane, and we're going to see a very RNG-esque style of play come out for EDG. If EDG give into their, their feral instincts, their normal habits, and look for these 5v5s, I think it can be quite rough for them. They do only have the Jace poke coming out, but it's like, think about it. Twisted Fate, Callista, Lee Sin, everything else, very low-range champion that things like Wukong, Silas, Rakan love playing against.
Wait and see. Dragon is now live. It is being taken by FPX, so EDG don't really want anything to do with this one. They're happy enough letting that one go. They're getting priority on the top half of the map, and quick look at the items. You can see where the discrepancies tend to lie. In bot lane, it is a full item and a half ahead for Viper compared to LWX. And on the top side of mid, it is a full item and a bit for the mid laner and top laner of FPX over their respective counterparts. And this is where Doinby might look to try and make him give himself a perfect game or a perfect KDA, as he is still sitting on 6-0-5. They are pushing aggressively into this bot side. The Callista ult has been stolen. Curious about the interaction on that particular one with Silas, of course, and we wait to see exactly where FPX want to go. They're kind of pushing and prodding between mid and bot, seeing if they can catch someone on a lazy rotation.
Yeah, big thing for FPX is, caught out Mako.
They caught out Mako, but he's a tanky boy with that unbreakable up. Doinby forced to go golden early on in this fight. As we can see Crisp going back in with the quickness, trying to see if he can keep himself alive. They go in with the Stolen Fates call to chuck him back right on top of everybody. Ashe goes down, but they take away the Braum. Now Viper trying to just kite this one out. He cannot, as it's a double kill going over to Xiao Lao Hu. And that's going to be 3 kills in favor of FPX and the mid lane tier 2.
That's like the best place for FPX to get kills. They were already pushing in the waves. They're already by the turret. They guarantee themselves a free objective. 17 kills to 7 for FPX at this point. This is going to be a Baron. And I really like the 2-lane setup coming out from FPX in that play. I think they realize if they commit to 3 lanes, that opens up a potential play for EDG with the Destiny. But wait, JJ gonna look for his way in, see if he can find some kind of miracle play.
Oh, he's looking, he's hunting, he's trying to see if he can get it. He now knows the Baron down to 2,000 HP. Does he go in on top of this? He's going to try and look for the Q. Doesn't land it onto the Baron just yet. Now we can see actually Crisp dying straight away. Nowhere to go in, goes in. No steal available though, as FPX secure that objective and get them the hell out of dodge. They're jumping now on top of the clone of the Wukong. That's going to be 1 kill in favor of EDG, but they lose the Baron, so FPX, mission accomplished.
Did you just see how quickly that decision was made, though, right? Because they saw that JJ was there, and they realized the second we get this Baron Smite off, so many members of EDG are collapsing, we flash out, we get out. There was no indecisiveness there. They knew the plan from the get-go once they started to see the posturing, and they were able to get out scot-free. We're going to see FPX play through this two-lane setup like we highlighted, looking for potential picks if members of EDG try to get vision in their jungle. Also prevents the plays from EDG's comp to be able to come out with the Destiny. And I mean, this one is just pure chaos, Penguin. Everything is funneled into such a small space. We see Mako being thrown back in with the Kalista ultimate, and then Viper was just so close, walking forward to the side into that brush. And it's like we said, you're so short range, you're always going to be in reach of things like the Viego, like the Sylas, like the Wukong. It's very easy for them to turn onto it. And it just panned out as expected. You look at the KDAs of FPX topside. JJ. They are insane as, ooh, JJ trying to find a flank, but I really don't think it matters, right? Even if you kick LWX, does it really mean all that much?
What does life mean? You know, Lyric, you know, what does it all mean? That's all the questions we got to ask ourselves coming into LPL. Sorry, I got so used to the action. A lull has thrown me for a loop a little bit. As I agree though, like the LWX is not the priority target. I guess you could maybe look to maybe kick back the Viego, stop him from getting resets, but still very tanky, still very has a lot of survivability. Like you said, it's more hopefulness I feel from EDG rather than FPX, but I think this game is still very much FPX game to lose. They should be able to clean this one out. They've got the superior side lane, of course, with the Wukong going into the Jace. They've got the superior lane dominance in the mid lane, and also that's just a straight up superior team fight. And speaking of which, we might see one right now. We're going to go in, the Upsilon of Dot. That's going to be a nice Everfrost from Scout. But he has no flash and nowhere else to go. So sadly for Scout, he's going to keep his Zhonya's cooldown for when he would be able to make it useful. And he's going to back himself up. But now FPX, with 40 seconds still left on this Baron, going to continue their push of taking down all these tier 2s.
And they still have a lot of engage tools. Enchanted Crystal Arrow up, the Cyclone is up. Like, if EDG play too far forward, I think FPX can just find a fight and end. So they got to be careful. They are going to back off. They realize they can't look for this fight. And this should be an inhibitor for the side of FPX.
Could be an inhibitor, maybe a little bit more as we do go forward. Doomby not quite able to land the Everfrost, but we are going to see the Glacial Fissure from Mako come out. Actually, I do apologize. It was actually, no, it was both. It was Mako and Doomby both using their Glacial Fissures, respectively, as we go jump in on top of the fight. It's a 4v5 as of right now. JJ's the first one to fall. They're trying to get this Kalista going over the wall. It will find one kill as Doomby is not afraid. Doomby is going forward and knows that he's got the damage and the trust of his team behind him. FPX find 2 more kills off of that fight, and they may look to try and just end the game right here, right now. They're going to go back with Doomby. He's going to TP back into the mid lane, and they're going to look to try and take in another inhibitor.
And I'm just scratching my head at EDG. They must have been feeling desperate because JJ goes in. I'm wondering if he's trying to find the kick on Ashe, finds the kick onto Crisp. And of course, the rest of FPX's members are just going to be able to turn on you and find that fight. I mean, just gives over more kills and more gold to the side of FPX. They get another turret out of that play. They can now even more easily transition to bot side, keep up this vision, push this wave in, and get a dragon. And I mean, 7k gold in, 20 kills to 9. It just feels like FPX are pretty much all but set to take the first seed.
Right now, it's looking very bleak for EDG to continue this game in a winning fashion. We can see Mako being spotted out by the Hawk Shot. We have a look now at the items. We actually see a little bit of a replay here. Not quite sure what's going on in it. Oh, it's just actually using the
Calista bind.
That's how it works. Got it. Thank you very much, observers, for showing us for this in the start. Silas does get himself a Calista bind, so it's going to be always on Crisp. So, again, great moves here from FPX and Doomby 6-0-11. Guy is a monster. I really do believe that I want top esports versus FPX just purely for Knight versus Doomby, because that's just such a tantalizing matchup.
Yeah, if we don't get it at some point in a best of 5, it would be quite sad. As FPX, once again, they have supers in topside. They can just play out through this 2-lane setup again, not give windows for any type of like global play from the Twisted Fate to catch out one side when you do have members like TN hovering between both. Shallow now going to link up with mid to make sure that they can get this inhibitor. And I wonder if they're going to wait for bot wave to come in or just look to play with these 2 waves. Doesn't look like they can. EDG are still playing really safe.
Yep, EDG planting themselves between their two Nexus turrets and saying, we shall not be moved. As now they look to try and just defend the rest of their base. Good poke coming in from Flandre to try and get something down, but like I said earlier, Tien's a tanky boy. He's going to be pretty okay with this. Good wave clear here from Viper as he has gone with the ultimate, is going straight back on top of him. The Cyclone is enough to take down JJ's eye. Viper is still alive. He's looking to try and keep himself there, but it's not enough. It's going to be 2 kills for the Wukong. Another kill. 5 on the board for FPX. They will take themselves the full ace. I was going to say it was clean, but not quite, as TN does fall. FPX will finish off the game how they started this series, with a win atop the LPL and your #1 seed for summer 2021.
We got to see standout performances across the board. Doinby having another massive day. This guy just shows up every time he needs to, almost never having a bad performance. We'll forget about the Lilia game. But EDG FPX, lock in first seed. EDG now moved to second. We have our playoff brackets. We have our matches. One thing we were speculating with this match, Penguin, is I'd say the mentality it gives you going into playoffs, right? Going into best of fives of knowing, hey, we have already taken down this team, but still, EDG also did have one pretty dominant win, so I'd say decent showings on both sides. We saw some errors in decision making from FPX in game 2. We saw some drafting errors, some like mistakes in play for top side of EDG. There was like good things and mistakes on both sides, and I think it opens up to a very exciting playoffs. But FPX just able to pull it out once again. I love it. FPX bringing so much person out of the league, Penguin. They even subbing their sub top laner, bringing Shallow, and they didn't lose a beat. If anything, looked like they were more in sync and more on the same page with how they wanted to play the game.
Honestly, I was just about to say, I think, there could be a couple of questions over the substitution, but I do believe in this particular matchup, Xiaolahu was the better matchup for the two. I think Flandre was able to mitigate and absorb a lot of Nuguri's pressure in game 1 and even in game 2, so I do think that this was a great adaptation from FPX, and honestly, I can't say it anymore. Doinby has just been on fire. I just want them versus top esports. I want it. I need it, Lyric. I need it.
Doinby has transcended the LPL and League of Legends, and he now is the LPL and League of Legends with performances like this coming out. And I want to highlight what Doinby said earlier on in the day. Remember 2019, the last time where FPX took first seeds coming out from the regular split, they actually took it in both spring and summer, was the year that they won LPL for the first time of the year they won Worlds. So I think this is a decent omen that really has no correlation. It actually doesn't matter at all, but it's super cool.
It is, and we're going to get our MVP. It is, of course, going to be Doinby. This guy is just on fire. He's popping, he's locking, he's polka dotting, but 13 is a fantastic number. It is unfortunately unlucky for the MVP of today's game, as it is one short of Knight, so he's not going to be able to get the most MVPs of the split, or at least of the regular split. And honestly, I think FPX are coming into this playoffs on such incredible confidence, on such incredible high, that I don't even think they care about what bracket or side of the bracket they're on. They could probably take on anyone, and comfortably so.
I mean, I think a lot of us have been saying it for a few weeks now, that FPX look like the best team in the LPL right now. I definitely think there's, always asterisks on some of the other teams where they can step up and definitely beat FPX on a day, but it looks like when FPX are on point, when FPX are feeling themselves, I feel like pressure is just the best word to define FPX. They put so much pressure on you. They're consistently making decisions and forcing you to make decisions, forcing you to react. And it's just so hard to do that in the moment consistently. Think about how many times we come out of replays and we're already going into something new into an FPX game. Fastest average game time, highest champion kills per minute. This team does not give you time to think, and this is a team who knows what they want to do.
And that's the big thing as well. When FPX are able to force you, like we mentioned so many times in this series, they're able to bring you into their turf, into their comfort zone. They do it better than everyone else. That's why they like to play that style. That's why they like to bring people into that particular style of play, because they know that no one else can live up to them as such. No one else can stand up to them. And today they proved it once again. And even EDG, like you said, in that second game, when they slowed down the game, they slowed down the tempo, and it became more about macro rather than skirmishes, they had the advantage. So I think this is such a great example of what both these two teams do best.
And I think we also saw that, I mean, if this was like a more bot lane oriented meta, EDG would probably be thriving, right? That's something that we've always said about LPL, right? Is LPL in my opinion are like, we have specialist teams. We have teams who very hard index into their strengths and pretty much ignore their weaknesses and leave them alone and hope their strengths are strong enough to carry them across the finish line. I think FPX, EDG, RNG, Top Esports, RA, like a lot of these teams are like this, and luckily for FPX, it seems like right now is the perfect time to hit their stride.
Yeah, luckily for us, we are going to send it over to a winner's interview for the final time in the regular season, but this time, it's going to be Wendy joined by Doonby after a victorious 2-1 victory.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now I'm standing back with our MVP of the day, our super carry Doonby. So congratulations on today's win, and now FPX have ended your regular split with the first place. So how would you evaluate the journey of this whole summer of the regular season? 那首先恭喜你们，今天是拿到了比赛的胜利。我们对面选手也是2连 MVP 嘛。然后呢，现在你们的常规赛也是以第1名而结束了。所以说，想问一下，可能你怎么去评价整个队伍的这个赛季的表现呢？
其实我们可能刚开始就下赛刚开始的时候打得不是很强吧，就很厉害吧，可能不太稳定。然后打到第2轮的时候，我觉得7月份吧，3个月感觉打得都特别好。因为我们之前输给李宁啊、IG 啊、BLG 那时候，其实我们还是送的比较多，然后队内这种少失误太多了，每个人都有线上的什么问题啊。但是后面打到第2轮快季后赛的时候，我觉得这种对线上经常什么把单下对面的人，然后打团也没有什么这种失误，所以我觉得打得蛮好的。
To be honest, I really feel at the beginning of this split we didn't perform that good, or our performance was not that stable generally. And for the games that we lost, maybe to the LNG, to the IG, to BLG in those best of threes, we just didn't manage to perform so good, and we have some mistakes here and there. But I must say, in the second round or in the second half of the split, we were able to just make some adjustments, and generally our performance can be better. So maybe in the actual games, we can have so many solo kills, and we have more coordinated team fights. So generally, because of this, we were able to have even better performance in the second half of the split. And let's talk a bit more about today's game. So in game 1, your Aurelia performed so good, and your Aurelia have a very unique item build, a very tanky item build, and for the skill builds, you focus more on the W skill. So could you share more about your unique understanding toward this champion, and maybe under what situations can the other Aurelia players just choose this item build? 那其实说到第1局，我们硬币哥的一个刀妹，感觉是有你自己非常独特的一个理解，是一个主 W 的肉装刀妹嘛。所以说，可能能不能和我们大家分享一下你对这个对这个英雄的一个看法？同时呢，可能在什么情况下我们出一个主 W 的出肉装的一个刀妹是一个比较好的一个选项呢？
就是11.14，我觉得刀妹我练的最多。11.14练的最多的英雄就是刀妹，因为我觉得刀妹那个时候刚改了之后，我觉得这个英雄比较适合走中路，然后比较适合出可血这个装备。因为那个时候不是11.14什么挺进破坏者什么都被削了嘛，然后其他的战士神话装都被削了，就一个可血还有火泽可以用。然后我想了一下，有什么英雄可以用可血，可以出可血呢？然后后面还是觉得只有一个刀妹可以这样出装，然后刀妹也加强了嘛。然后后面其实训练赛也试过，然后效果都特别好，排位可能偶尔就上头，因为这个英雄毕竟是很容易上头的一个英雄。但是我觉得比赛跟训练赛的话，还是会控制好自己，然后还是会忍。有时候要上头的时候，队友也会跟我说，不要上头，不要上头。所以我觉得比赛效果比较好吧。
To be honest, I really feel in this new meta, 11.14, Aurelia, this champion is the champion that I practice most because there are very huge changes for the items in this new patch, especially on this gold drinker, because we feel like some other item, they just got nerfed. So gold drinker can be a very good item for the mid lane player. So I just seek for more the champions which can be a very good champion to fit in with this gold drinker, these items. Then I found that Aurelia can be a very good choice. And also I really practice this champion a lot in the scrims, and this have shown a very good result. Also, I have practiced this champion sometimes in the solo ranks, but in the solo ranks sometimes we just play too aggressively, and this mainly some I just maybe through the whole game. But in the actual scrims or like in competitive plays, we can be more meticulously, and also sometimes my teammates will just told me like you need to play a bit not that aggressively in the actual game. So that's a reason for me to just choose this item build, and also also the reason for me to be able to just use this champion so well in all the plays currently. And definitely, I must say, in your team, in FPX, there are so many very good Aurelia players like you and Nogri and also LWX, I must say. So in your perspective, who's the best Aurelia player and why? 那其实就感觉我们小凤凰队内有很多很多的刀妹绝活哥嘛。那现在的我们的硬币哥，然后包括牛宝，甚至还有翔哥嘛，就感觉大家都玩刀妹玩得很好。那在你心中谁是第一刀妹呢？FunPlus 第一刀妹原因是什么？
我觉得，上单刀妹是牛宝玩的最好，然后中单刀妹是我玩的最好 ，AD 刀妹是闪哥最好玩的最好，高情商嘛，哈哈，我觉得这回的满分，这回答我就挺好的。
So I must say for the top Aurelia, Nogri is the best player, and for the mid Aurelia, I'm the one, and also for the AD marksman Aurelia, definitely LWX he performed that so good. So I think my answer is the best answer, right? Yeah, definitely. I love this answer. And let's talk a bit more about your Lilia choice in game 2 because we feel this is an uncommon and unexpected picks. But could you share more about the reason of choosing this champion and what went wrong in game 2 with this choice? 那其实第二局的一个莉莉娅中单，相信也是很出乎大家意料的。所以说想问一下，可能选出中单莉莉娅的契机是什么呢？而且就第二局可能问题出在哪里了呢？
我觉得我是这么想的，第二局其实选莉莉娅，大家都觉得莉莉娅比较好，因为我们莉莉娅这个英雄其实我是11.14也是练的比较多的一个英雄。然后呢，我们训练赛也用过，效果特别好。但是比赛的话，可能是因为第一没想到对面伊兹卡尔玛有点克我，因为 counter 我，因为我碰不到那个伊兹跟卡尔玛嘛，然后还有卡尔玛的那个盾加 RE 可以给队友抓那个加速，还有一个是。还是玩的太少了。我觉得多玩几把可能玩的比这个好。其实我莉莉娅训练赛排位加起来可能应该有30到50多把，练了这么多把，但是还是玩的太少了。我觉得多玩几把可能比这个好一点。但是我这个肯定不会放弃，因为毕竟莉莉娅这个英雄打战士英雄，鳄鱼、瞎子这种打的线上都有优势。其实我那把对线是赢了，只是团战打的太可惜了。
To be honest, I really practiced this champion, this mid Lilia a lot in this new patch 11.14, and at that time, during the ban pick phase, all of us think that mid Lilia can be a very good choice. But I think the opponent's bot due to Azrael and also the Karma, those two champions can really counter me a lot because of I just cannot target them in all the team fights, especially with the Karma's RE with those skill shots and her shields. So it's very hard for me to just target on the opponent's team in actual team fights. But we still think Lilia can be a very good choice because it can be a very good counter against some champions, especially the warrior champions like Lee Xin or Renekton. So I definitely will not give up in practicing this champion because I have already practiced this a lot in all the solo ranks and also in the streams, maybe around 30 Lilia, and I think this can be a very good choice, and it actually have shown the very good result in all our scrims. So that's the reason for us to just would like to give this champion a try in LPL on the stage of LPL. But unfortunately, in today's game, we didn't manage to see a very good result. But I will never give up on this champion, and I will practice more mid Lilia in the future as well. And of course, we're all looking forward for even better performance on your Lilia. And my last question is now you guys are looking forward to the next journey, is the playoffs. So maybe do you have any words you want to say to all the teammates and also all the fans that always supporting FPX? 那最后一个问题也是，你们现在也要是向季后赛发起冲击了嘛？那或许在现在，作为队内的一个老大哥，有没有什么话想要对队友们啊，或者说一直支持我们小凤凰的粉丝们说的呢？
因为我们这次是常规赛第1名进季后赛的嘛，然后我们季后赛也是我们会第1名，就是哪个冠军。常规赛第1名，我觉得季后赛哪个冠军应该不过分吧。然后还有一个是，其实我们这次下一赛也是经历了各种各样的事情，可能今年是FunPlus真的是事情比较多的，经历了很多事情，但是我们选手们真的是还是做到了，我们每个人做该做的事情，然后到现在走到这一步真的是很不容易，这个是粉丝们就是FunPlus粉丝们都知道的，真的很不容易今年，然后所以希望今年有比较好的成绩，我说的比较好的成绩可能只有一个冠军吧，所以希望今年我们下一赛能拿个冠军。
So because we have already qualified to the playoffs at the first place, so we want to end our playoffs at the third place with this champion. We want this champion. And also I must say for this whole summer, it's not a very smooth one. We have so many stops comes on. We got some roster changes. We have so many stops comes in. But fortunately, all of our teammates, we really put full effort into this. And also, I must say, I believe all the fans have already noticed that we really have so many stops goes on, but definitely we're able to handle all of them quite good. So I think in the future, I would just like to put in full effort, and I want to end this summer with a championship. We won this championship, and definitely best of luck for the playoffs, and congratulations again. 那再次恭喜你们，也希望你们能够如你所愿。And see you guys in the playoffs. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy, and a great answer as always from Doomby. Very meticulous, very detailed as he picks up on the thing. He wants this championship, Lyric, and honestly, right now it's FPX's for the taking.
It is. I got to go back to that interview because one, Doomby's just spitting out paragraphs. Massive
Wendy
props
OP.
to Wendy. Yeah, the fact that Wendy remembers all that, translates it all, is absolutely insane. And also to all my fellow human beings out there, the fact that Doomby is well-spoken, good gestures, eye contact, confident, has charisma, is good-looking, is great at League of Legends. Life is not fair, but, you know, all those reasons are why FPX right now are so terrifying.
I like that. Not so good. They're so terrifying. It's a bit of a weird way to end that one, but we'll have a look at what today's results do bring us as we did finish off today. It was the last day of the regular split here in summer 2021. Top Esports continued their momentous push up the ladder, got themselves a 2-0 victory, and FPX decided for themselves that they were the #1 team in the split.
I mean, today was just so crazy, right? We decided literally 9 of our playoff spots. 9 out of our 10 playoff spots were decided with 2 matches on the final days. That is how the team standings shake up. I'd say some things that were decently unexpected. You're looking at JDG down there, potentially IG as well. Some things that were pretty expected. I think FPX and EDG making their way towards the top again. RNG finding their form. And yeah, Penguin, a lot of both sides. A lot of expectation and non-expectation?
Expectation and, I suppose, telegraphed stuff, if you will. But as we look into the playoffs, I think you're going to be a very disappointed man if you're on the side of LNG. You went from a top 4 team all the way down to 7th and 8th. So you are in the first round of our playoff bracket. That is kicking off next Thursday on the 12th of August. Same time as usual. You'll see us on the same channels, but looking at these two sides, honestly, like, I feel like deep runs can come from both sides of the bracket.
I agree. And again, I already said this in game. I feel like the top side potentially has a higher skill ceiling, teams like Top Esports and RNG, but I feel like the bottom side bracket teams probably more consistent. RA, I think, is, you know, the epitome of consistency. You know how RA is going to play about every time. BLG as well. So I think it'll be quite interesting to see how these go, going all the way up to top 4 and what 2 teams we will get.
Yeah, honestly, I think if you look at these two sides of the brackets, it's very much the explosive, high-impact gaming side versus the calm, cool, collected, we know what we need to do side. RA, EDG, FPX, Top Esports, with OMG. I'm kind of like putting OMG down there and I'm putting RNG up the top side. That's how I'm swapping them about. Each one is like, it's like yin and yang. There's a little bit of white in the black and a little bit of black in the white. So you got to have a little bit of variety. But yeah, honestly, so excited right now to come into playoffs. We finally made it to the end of the regular split. All things are said and done for 7 of our teams, but 10 teams still stand to try and push themselves to the end of our playoffs. So much on the line, not even just from the playoffs or the LPL Championship, but you need championship points if you want to find yourselves in that regional bracket at the end of the year.
Yeah, and that's right. That's going to be the saving grace of certain teams, maybe teams like Top Esports or RNG, is that even if you do get eliminated, you know, you do still have some points left from spring where you did make good placements. So always going to be hope, even if you do lose out in this playoff bracket. Like Penguin said, we come back on Thursday, which is pretty insane because that's only a few days from now when we do come back for playoffs. And, you know, Penguin, you could take it away as my curtains are really annoying and no one wants to see it.
Yeah, no, someone's kind of come into your room there. You might want to sort that one out. But thank you, Lyric, for handing it off to me. And thank you for joining me on this journey today. Of course, thank you to everyone who watched. Massive props to all of our production staff, our directors, our producers, our writers, our video editors, video guys, And of course, Jamie, our sound guy. Love you, Jamie. You've got a special place in my heart, even if you're English. And we're going to be seeing you guys next week. We are not back tomorrow. It is 4 days away. It is Thursday the 12th. Mark it into your characters at 11 p.m. CEST. I'm not going to do the math to try and get Pacific time. We'll see you guys at that time on this channel next week.